I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's so good to be here. Yes, it's actually crazy, right? Because those like today's games, even the best of 5 in for the third place. Sorry, not the first place. For the third place is a world finale match, right?
A lot of people thought that was going to be the finals, but now we're seeing them in the third place, right? A lot of upset. Actually, I got to say it. I was wrong. Toby, I was wrong. I said Minerva Fury, unfortunately, we're going to win Team Entity. I predicted the game with Rain, but now we're here, right? A lot of people thought that this was going to be the finals.
It,
What is our expectations coming into this game?
my expectation is that this is going to be a very, very fast-paced game. Like
Yeah.
between those two teams, what can we say? Both of those teams are top level,
Yeah,
both Minerva
absolutely.
Fury and Rain.
100%. But Toby, one thing that we've seen a little bit of weakness from both teams. Yes, Rain 0-3 against Memento Mori. No games taken. Minerva Fury also, they got 2 games, but remember, we thought people were gonna win that. We thought they were gonna win that match. They didn't. So they showed, that maybe they are not as good as maybe either people hyped them up to be, or maybe it was not their day. Today, though, however, Rain against Minerva Fury, this is going to be really interesting, right? We see the roster here. What can you say about Rain roster? I know you playing for Akia, right? So you're originally a player. You play against these guys. Just break
Yeah,
it down here.
I mean that's the top of the iceberg. Like you cannot ask for better players. I mean, like you can always ask, but Kingsta,
Absolutely.
Bloom, Mio, Yuichi, and Joshi. That's what Rain is, and they also said the Twitter was it Twitter? I believe that was a link to Twitter about the new Rain beginning, like the biggest
Yeah,
Rain, and they lost against Memento Mori. That was a big
absolutely.
upset, right?
Yeah, very big upset. Actually, I saw it coming, but let's speak a little bit about this roster. This roster is even more stacked. Wicked had an interview yesterday with us. He said he was the only guy with no international experience. How crazy is that? That one of the best marksmen, people say is the best marksman, it's up for debate, but he has no international experience. Out of all of these guys, Curie, Sensei, Pagu, Macron, it's stacked. But yesterday, Sensei wasn't playing all those games, right? We saw
Ex-
GLaDOS' Curie
exactly,
jump in.
exactly.
And do you think that hurt them a little bit? I saw some comments in the chat. They said, "Where's Sensei? Where's Sensei?"
I mean,
And
honestly, what I must add to that is the biggest problem of yesterday's matchup between Minerva Fury and of course Team Entity was that both of those teams were making crucial mistakes like throughout the
for
game.
sure,
Like from the beginning, they were going up and down, up and down. Both of those teams, but Team Entity come on top.
absolutely. I think Team Entity showed great endurance. I thought people were gonna expect them to fold. I didn't think they had that much endurance, that many drafts ready. I heard. I don't know if I should go inside, the camps of Team Entity to say what I know, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I heard Kid Bomba gave them some pointers in the draft, and I don't know if that was the difference makers, but it really helped them out.
I mean, sure,
I thought
like
it was, yeah,
Kids Bomba influence is a big influence, especially when you compare it. Like the two players, the Kid Bomba and Laito, both of those players are amazing explainers. Both of them make
yeah,
crazy plays and outplays. So, in that case, I believe that yes, this was huge for them.
yeah, 100%. He gave them a few pointers, but I know also he gave Rain a few pointers as well. With the Julian pick, he recommended Joshi. I thought he recommended. I had seen some chats where he recommended Joshi. Don't be afraid to pick the Julian. Now he picked that Julian yesterday. I don't know, but it's very, very interesting, right? Did we see some kind of weakness from Rain or from Minerva Fury? What can we, going up against this match against each other? What should both teams look out for? Is it the draft? Is it the gameplay from the XP? What kind of things? Is it the rotation? What are the things that these teams can work on just from the improvement of yesterday's loss?
I mean, basically, that's a very, very good point you're making right now. Yes, the most important thing about like this particular matchup is that the draft needs to be
Yeah,
fixed for both of those
100%.
teams. We could see that they were prioritizing wrong stuff against the enemies they were facing up. And for Minerva Fury, it maybe was too much focusing on the roam when they have a really good roam player, Pagu, against Tiso, that is mainly a gold laner, right? And from the
100%.
side of Rain, I would say that they should be trying to face their the matchup, their fast tempo-paced games, and that would work miracles for them, right?
Absolutely, but I think one of the things that you pointed out was perfectly spot on. They have that experienced roamer of Pagu, right? He's very experienced with tanky heroes. You know, the heroes that can kind of set. I didn't like the Hilda pick. I thought the Hilda pick was something that
exactly. I didn't like it as well.
I think it cost them.
Yes.
You know, I was talking to a few players, professional players, and they said the Hilda pick eventually cost them. Why? Because when the team fight starts happening, not in the early game, but in the mid game, in the objective, once you need to the turtle, it didn't really have any impact. It had zero impact.
I mean,
it was just running around, and it got bursted as well.
I am not myself a pro player yet, but from my perspective as well, I draft for my team as well, and I try to do it as good as possible. And when I see Hilda in overall, not Pagu's Hilda, but Hilda in overall, what she lacks is this big CC. Like, you see this heavy crowd control meta, you see the Fredry on the jungle, Akai on the jungle, the Badang and stuff, like, you know, with the heavy punches, with the CC that keeps the team in like constant crowd control. And Hilda gives vision, Hilda gives pressure and presence on the enemy side, but she lacks CC. And that's the great point that you just pointed out, right? That Hilda didn't work because she, like, you could see that Minerva Fury was lacking, right?
Yeah. They were lacking in the teamfight compositions. We saw Team Entity, they like to teamfight a lot, right? They rotate fast, and then they rotate towards either gold lane or they try to invade the jungle. But there's going to be a fight there. Once that fight pops off, we saw I think 2 times he picked Hilda, and 1 time he picked Badang. Badang also very strong, but I want to see a little bit Tigreal. I want to see a little bit Minotaur. I want to see these kind of more tanky heroes. I don't know if Baksha was open, but these kind of heroes that are very good in crowd control, and there's still fast rotation. Maybe not as fast as Hilda, like you spot on that you said that it was very fast rotation. But they have a big change in the team fight, right? Huge crowd control.
I completely agree with that.
Big support for the team.
I completely agree.
I think that was one of the things that they could have improved in terms of drafting. I saw Kimi gold lane. I know that Wicked screams with Kimi gold lane sometimes, but it's not as good as some of the other marksmen right now. It's just the fact they picked Kimi gold. They went Zuxin mid and they lacked damage. They lacked complete damage for the whole game.
Exactly.
They were doomed. They survived around 16, 17 minutes. But I think, and they figured out, the late game, they figured out, hey, we're losing this game because of the draft. It's doomed. You know, we don't have enough damage. And they realized that eventually. But I think that Kimi pick on gold lane and the Zuxin, it really just did not work out. And I wonder why. I wonder who's drafting, because usually they draft very good. They're very experienced. Now we see a little bit maybe weakness, or they're trying something new, but it's not working out really from what I'm seeing.
Yes, exactly. That's the perfect way of describing it, actually, because when you see at the drafts and what we could see in again Swiss stage, the drafts were actually perfectly. The Dazai in yesterday's interview kind of mentioned it, that he really likes the draft of Wicked and Pago as well, because Wicked mentioned that they draft together, and you could see that they were kind of lacking. They were, in all of the games they played, they were dominant. They were pushing their advantage in the early stages of the game, and they were not giving any space for the enemies. And in the yesterday's matchup, it was different. It was the first time, I believe, that they were facing the stone, the brick wall, that they couldn't just, force their way out of it.
100%, Toby, 100%. So what they did is they picked an early game draft and expected the team entity to give them respect. When in the early game, that respect was not given. Why? Hayabusa got level 4. First thing he's doing, what is he looking for? He's looking for the mid lane. He's going in to kill the Zuxin. He killed one of the games they lost because why? The Zuxin died. He wasn't even level 4. It was free turtle for Hayabusa. One of the games, just like that.
Yes.
They picked the early game draft, but they didn't expect the early game aggression from the team entity. and that was one of the things that made really big difference. Another thing that made it possible for them to have that early game aggression was Enzo. I think they were playing 2 games against Vlados Iscuti. Enzo against Vlados Iscuti is not even a chance because Vlados Iscuti is not a mage player.
Exactly.
He's not comfortable on there. He's gonna play good. He's playing better than most people on mage. But you need a main mage, and you need to know the rotation spot on. It cost them. I think it cost them. It was either the second game or the first game. I can't remember, but one of the games.
I think the first game. Yes, I think the first game.
Yeah, and at that point they had picked a draft that they were supposed to win early game. The fact that they didn't win it tells them, hey, something is wrong, and it tells us also that something is wrong. But eventually we saw how it ended up. I think 3-2 is still very close. Anything is possible. I always believe, Toby, when top contenders are playing, anything is possible. 2 teams that want to win. If you make a mistake, you're gonna lose. If you don't show up like it's your day, you're gonna lose. So they still brought it close. We saw some questionable drafts, some questionable gameplay. There's no question about that. And also, just want to say, Toby, when we're talking about Minerva Fury gameplay, the gameplay is still strong, but we're just rating it from their kind of standard, what we expect from them. So that was just one of the things that I wanted to point out. I think you're absolutely right, about these drafts and so on. But will we see something different coming up for this game? Have they learned, or what are we gonna see here?
I mean, honestly, what I wanted to mention when you were saying about Vlados Iscuti, I believe that they were kind of lacking the mental in terms of they were kind of down, right? Because when you lose the first
100%.
game, when you are on the, maybe not on the top, but when you are let's say said that you'll be the winner of the game and you're pretty confident that you're gonna win, and then you lose the first game, that's a big statement from your enemies that maybe there is
100%.
something missing, right?
Toby, you're saying something that a lot of people are not thinking about, but I'm absolutely on you with this point. I think Rain had the same issue. Rain came into this game thinking they're gonna win that first game and it's gonna be a confidence boost. They lose that first game,
Exactly.
and they're starting panicking. That's when the panic starts hit. When you realize, hey, it's not as easy as you expected, and that's what we saw from both Rain and Minerva Fury. They lose that first game. They start panicking a little bit. Hey guys, what's going on? This is not okay. I think that shock happened to Rain as well.
Exactly.
So I don't think it only happened to Minerva Fury. But you're absolutely right. This kind of psychology, when you go up against someone that you thought were much worse or you didn't prepare, and you get surprised like that, you already lose first game. It can be a game changer.
Of course,
you give enemy a lot of confidence.
I believe that was a problem. They just bounced off the wall from the Memento Mori, and they lost it. They completely lost it from the 3-0. But I believe that we'll be finally going to the drafting phase. Finally, I can't wait to see. I want to see what they will be showing us. What, my appetite is. I'm so hungry to see what they are cooking today. What will be cooked? What dishes will be present?
Absolutely. And I know you have a lot of insight on the drafts, right? We were talking a little bit off stage about the Akai pick, for example. We see a lot more Akai now in Surge. YSS also. Can you just break down some of the current stage of the meta drafting, right? Especially in the tournaments.
That's great that you pointed out. Actually, right now the meta in the tournaments is shifting so much, 180%. Percent, of course, I was meaning percent, but it's drastically rotating towards the other side, because we were seeing Frederick, we were seeing the Baxio, we were seeing back in the day we could see Barrett.
Kimi now also.
Exactly.
It's crazy. Complete
and now
craziness.
we are seeing again Yisenshi, Gushin, Lancelot, and stuff like that. The heavy burst.
Even Hellcourt.
Yes, exactly. Even the Cockroach. yes.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, and this kind of, would you say that this draft meta opens up the more possibility? It gives the benefit to the kind of stronger players, or do you think that the so-called less experienced players have the better chance now, because you can pull the alpha, you can pull the Akai, people are not ready for that. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, my line of thinking about this is, I would strongly say that yes, weaker players have more chances right now. They can, discourage the better players actually to just going for the usual routes of picking. Like they can show them, for example, picks as you mentioned, Alpha, for example, the Gusion, Amon, stuff like that, and the so-called pro players or just better players than the players that they are picking this can do something that is not actually predictable for the enemies, right?
100%. And speaking of Gushen, we saw Memento Mori pick that Gushen. Not everything, like you said, not everything can you prepare for now in this meta.
Exactly.
You can't ban out even everything. And this is one of the things that are, the main topic of the meta. There is not enough XP laners, there is not enough gold laners or mages that you can ban out everything. There's too many things that are strong in different situations. And that's the thing that actually now the meta has become a lot more interesting. Maybe the weaker, so-called less experienced players have a higher chance now because they can surprise. But the meta is also interesting because everybody needs to adapt. Now you got to expect to play anyone. If you play XP, you can't say, okay, maybe just the Uranus or the Lapu. What if the Arlott goes? What if the Chi-Chi goes? Phoveus? These kind of heroes, big game changers. Now, we got to keep in mind, this is not only for the XP lane. This is also for the mage, Zichan, Selena, Farsa. But speaking of the
we finally received it. We finally have it. Let's go. And the Rain is having the first pick. So I believe that we will be seeing the answers from Minerva Fury. As we were talking about it, the Minerva Fury knows how to draft properly as well as the Rain. So they know what 100%. To expect from the enemies. But will the draft be as predictable as we thought it will be?
Maybe not. I mean, seeing from yesterday, Minerva Fury went a kind of left turn with this Kimi gold lane. I don't expect to see it. I think the YSS will always be banned on the second pick.
Of course.
No matter who. Because both Macron and Joshi likes to pick it. I think they're going to go maybe Baksha ban. They've been banning Baksha a lot, especially against Memento Mori. They banned these heroes exactly. Matilda and Baksha, and the last ban was usually Bruno. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that Baksha ban. Another thing that I wanted to talk about, Toby, I wanted to break down a little bit of the specifics because I was reading the chat about the drafts and people didn't really understand how the first pick or the second pick works. I'm going to break it down. So one of the team will get coin flip to be the first pick. If that team loses, they have the option to stay the first pick. So yesterday, for example, Memento Mori faced off against Rain, obviously. Rain was only first pick. The reason was because they were losing, right? So they had the option to stay. But that was just a little bit of the draft specifics so people know what's going on. Now we see the Farsa, but Uranus ban, really good. What can we say about Uranus this meta, Toby?
I mean, Uranus is just a menace. You cannot compare it to anything. He doesn't have CC as Hilda.
Absolutely.
But he's complete menace in terms of invading, in terms of creating space for your team. Because you need at least 4 or maybe even 5 to kill just one. And that's the biggest issue about Uranus. It always was. Even before the season started.
Yeah, and the thing with Uranus is, like you said, he doesn't go straight head on like with a fight. What he does is he's cutting your wave. He's already rotating. He's making your life really annoying. And if you want to kind of counter that, you need to try to kill him. It's really hard to kill.
Kimi
now,
banned.
I want to speak a little bit about the ban. Yeah, Kimi ban. Well, interesting. So they banned the Farsa, which is the Kimi counter. Then they banned the Kimi. Interesting. What is Rain cooking here?
I'm loving it. I'm really loving it because as I said, I thought that we would be seeing the predictable bans, like the usual stuff, and then we see Farsa and Kimi banned. Is it like? Do you think that it's a straight up answer to Sensei? No, right? Because he can play Zishan.
No.
He can play Zuxin as well. Like, what's the line of thought?
I think the thing that's Rain is gonna do, they're definitely gonna pick up Zuxin. I think Miu is comfortable with Zuxin. We saw Memento Mori after the first game ban it. They kind of respect it. Here, I think they just want to pick up that Zuxin. Why? Zuxin has a lot of crowd control. The thing that she may lack is damage, but I'm gonna explain. It's very good early game, especially when you freeze the opponents. And speaking of Baksha, we see the Baksha ban,
Yes,
like you
it's
mentioned.
finally banned.
But I think that Zuxin. Ooh, Phovius. Wait, Arlott is still open. Lapo is still open. Why would you go? Phovius? That's really interesting.
I am completely shocked. Completely shocked. I think Rain are pulling the Uno reverse card. Do you remember the second game of Rain against Memento Mori when Memento Mori banned the Zushin and Rain tried to do the draft of Memento Mori working in their favor? It didn't work, but do you remember that? I think that Rain are trying to bait out the Zushin from the other side.
But this is very risky, like you said. They are baiting out the Zuxin, but it can really backfire. It can extremely backfire. Now he went 1-1.
And I think that we came to the point that it backfired, and it backfired dramatically.
Yeah, it backfired a lot. I think 100%. And 1-1 here, a lot of people are gonna say, "Hey, why would you give as 1-1? Why would you give the passive to Phovius?" Well, I'm just gonna explain a little bit. But we see the Zichan and the Hayabusa, really interesting picks here, right? Picking Assassin, locking in that Joshi Hayabusa early on.
I mean, I just want to say it's gonna be either stomp from Rain or complete destruction of Minerva Fury
100%.
because you see when you see the Van and you see the only thing that is countering the Van right now is the Phovius, and Minerva Fury has now the opportunity after the last pick to just take heroes that will give the space for Van. You know that it's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, the thing is, Phovius kind of counters that 1-1, you're absolutely right, but he can also toggle that ultimate, the crossbow tank, also relatively easily. The thing that's really countering is this Iritel and Bruno. I think Bruno also, can kind of crush 1-1 if he has a good positioning. Badang is very interesting. I wouldn't personally have picked Badang so early. I would have gone XP. Reason is because two reasons. Number one, you want to wait with your roam. Why? Because you still don't know whether to pick the jungle on the tankier side, or if you want to pick him on the assassin.
Yes.
So you can keep the mind games going. Another reason is because you've already seen Phovius, so right now I guarantee you Orange knows what XP he should pick against Phovius. There's no reason to wait.
Exactly.
You need to kind of give your team a chill just to see what the opponents are gonna pick. But yeah, they didn't, and now they're banning Lancelot. Okay,
Lancelot. That's actually a good ban, but I'm not sure actually if the Minerva Fury would go for the Lancelot. I would say that they are going with the utility jungler in this situation. But I must say one thing about 100%. the Rain draft. As you mentioned, Minerva Fury made a little fumble here because, as you said, they should have picked the XP lane. They know what they're facing. They're facing obvious, so the CC is like pretty obvious answer, like you can just take and try to freeze. But what I wanted to say is Rain are still drafting the early game, as you said before. Hayabusa 100%. Level 4, and we can see that they're invading, that Hayabusa is trying to pick off early, and they have Zishan that is really good for control as well, and on top of that there is Phovius that is just great for walling, for like CC, and for just also creating space. But this pick of Badang is kind of destroying the idea that, for example, I believe that you and I had about the draft of Minerva Fury, right?
100%. And I think we were talking about, remember, we were talking about Akai, Toby. You mentioned it, right?
Yes.
Another thing you mentioned when you were spot on is the utility pick. You expected the utility pick. Now, I kind of expected it too, more towards the Fredrin side because of the CC and so on. But I know that if they go utility here, they might. There is a possibility that they might lack damage.
Exactly what I wanted to say. Exactly. 100%. So 100% on you with that. Yes.
I'm interested to see how the team is gonna activate early game in terms of damage. How do you kill Phovius? Maybe you use 1-1, but 1-1 is gonna farm before the first hurdle. things like that is gonna be really on topic. Is he gonna go Chichi? They need to make up the damage somewhere.
Yes,
I'm not
yes,
sure.
yes.
I'm not seeing where. If Matilda wasn't banned, ooh, they picked the Grok, interesting, and the Granger.
What is happening right now?
I'm
Do you
not sure.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, this is.
Do
this is
you
Grok.
remember? Do you remember the European qualifiers? Because I do remember. Do you know what that is? That is a composition. I mean, Zetian wasn't present back in the day when the EU qualifiers were happening, but that's basically the composition they were using in the best of one series, and I believe that they want to keep the mental up in the first game.
Interesting. So they go with the comfort, always a good sign. Another thing that is actually not a good sign is Minerva Fury played this draft wrong. They played the order wrong. Because look, later on, remember what we said later on, that Lapu is going to be picked. Why did he wait later on just to pick it? The Badang was too quickly picked. However, now we see the full draft. Lapu being, this is very sustained. First impression, very sustained draft. Very sustained.
I mean,
on the other side, they're not gonna have a lack of damage, right? With Kimi, Hayabusa, Granger, these are burst heroes in a way.
I mean, my thoughts on this are that the Rain is going to be playing the game that they always play, that they want to keep the early aggression, and they do. We started the game, we finally jumped into the Land of Dawn, and we see that the Zushin with the Lantern is using the full potential to just stomp the enemies, to just not give them the space. But what the Rain is doing actually, they are trying to make that space for themselves. They try to play around the Lantern. And they are doing it good. They are doing it good. They don't have space on the map, but they are not lacking. They are not lacking in those situations.
Look at this. Look at the Zuxin.
Oh, will
Still
Zuxin
a
be in
little
trouble?
bit getting poked.
Oh my God!
This is really important, because these guys are not actually. It looks like it, but they're not actually trying to kill Zuxin. They're smarter than that. It's not gonna happen. But remember, he's gonna lose that level 4 potentially, or that Hayabusa might come back around. Look at that Hayabusa. The moment he gets level 4, he might come back around. They got a recall. And this can kind of cost them the rotation.
I mean, they started on the really, really strong foot. They started pressuring. They started making that pressure happen. But right now, what you can see, Rain is happening.
Look at the Hayabusa.
Yes,
he decides to go top lane. Look at the wave of Granger.
Will there be a pick-off? If the wicket overstays, yes, there might be possible pick-up. The Hayabusa jumps in, and no, he decided to go back.
Wait,
but he's coming back,
to
and look, Shadow T, will the Wicked be in trouble? And no, Wicked is alive! Oh my God! Well, he survived this. No,
he's still alive.
Make sure with the wall that he's not present in his lane. Oh my God, that was crazy. If Wicked survived it, that would be a trouble for the Rain.
Toby, he almost killed both of them. Hayabusa was out of Shadow. I mean, that was absolutely craziness, right?
And now we will be seeing finally some team fight. And now the bravest fighter has to go back. And now Phoebus jumps right on the top of their heads. And beautiful play by Orange Bob. And now Akai has to use that spin to get out of that dangerous position. Beautiful team fight by Rain.
Absolutely beautiful. And remember what we said. The Phobius is kind of going uncontested around the map, right? I think he killed Lapu, right? And then he's still pressuring Macron in that jungle.
Yes, he's basically
they lack damage.
Team,
it's a fact. 100% they lack damage. But remember, Wicked cannot afford to die if they lack damage. The gold lane is the most important lane when it comes to that damage, right?
I mean, that's what I said when we were done with draft. Rain will try to make happen. I mean, will try to make situations happen that they will boost their mentality. They want to control the game. That's what they did to us. That's what they did to all of the team they were facing. And that's what they're trying to do. As you can see, Kingsta and Pagu, they know how to operate with the ROMs, as well as like myself. I'm a ROM player, so I know that you need to make space. And Kingsta, both with Pagu, are a little bit poking themselves. They're trying to make pressure, basically by giving vision on the enemy roamer, so that the gold laner, the jungler, will know when to position, when to go in, when to go out. And I really like that they take Grok in this situation. Honestly, I was surprised, but the crucial part of all of this, oh my God, will the shadows come in? And now Joshi, the Mr. Death, is in the very, very dangerous situation. But Bloom coming in for the Sensei. Sensei cannot do anything. as you were mentioning, they were lacking damage, and they do lack in damage.
Yeah, they have absolutely no damage. And also, you were talking about space. Another one that is making a lot of space that people were not thinking about is actually Hayabusa, because of the Hayabusa, the Zuxin and the 1-1 needs to kind of play defensive. But look at it, this is still dangerous.
Will there
Wicked,
be a
he needs
peek
to be
off?
careful.
No, Wicked knows. Wicked knows how to position. Wicked knows that he needs to go out. And Bloom, look how much space this Phovis is giving. Oh my god. They cannot
He's
breach
unafraid, totally unafraid. He has
Exactly.
nothing to fear about. There is no damage
And
here.
look, exactly, your point. Like, look, they are not making damage, and they're coming in. Will there be anything happening? No, they are just making sure that the enemy sees that they have to fear. Like, when you see, oh my god, another team fight, and the Grok Quad charge, and now Hayabusa on the Zushin. Will there be a kill? No, there are not big of. Oh my god, these team fights are so well played. And now Phovis again jumping on Lapu Lapu, and Lapu Lapu is down, and now 3 versus 4. Wicked is coming, but Wicked is too slow. The Mr. Death taking turtle, and now Macaron is down. And will they go for more? No, they are recalling. No, they're going back, now recalling. And the enemy team is forced to recall again. Yuichi making so much pressure on Wicked. He cannot do a single thing, and he might die. And the Kingstar, yes, he takes Wicked down. Oh my god, they are playing on the top notch.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think one of the big things is that they can't actually win a team fight without Wicked because they lack so much damage. And Wicked can't even get a team fight, go to the team fight because he needs to worry about his own lane. Right? The Granger still out-farming him.
Now will there be a pick off? Bloom getting stunned by heavy spin. Macaron, it's not
Look
the
at
right
this.
target.
Look
it's
at
not
this
the right target. Oh my god, Bloom! What are you doing, Kingstar, with the wild charge? And now they have 2. Will they capitalize on this mistake? No, they're going back. And now look at this. That's what you were basically 3 times. You said it 3 times. They are lacking damage, and it is basically shown for our own eyes. They are lacking so much damage. Zushin is not capable with Akai and with the orange bomb Lapu Lapu, with, of course, Paguski, to deal the damage that is required to take down Phovis and Grok as well.
100%. And I think the Akai here paired with the Zuxin is really, really bad. I think that's
now aggressive
one of the
play.
main...
The lantern is used to just, like, disrupt Mio. But I must say that Mio is very good in terms of controlling mages. Like, when he uses the control mages, he's unstoppable. And now Kingstar will be picked up. No, beautiful flicker, he gets out. And now they're going back. Kingstar know that he cannot follow up, but Macaron still playing aggressively, going for Kingstar, but he will surely go back. And now Bloom again, Macaron using the heavy spin, and Bloom using flicker again, and getting out without any trouble. And now, I'm not sure if there are, like, it's not a good decision to force those team fights.
100% not. I think what needs to happen is that...
And now once again, the Yogi Shadoki will come back. Yes, it is! It's coming, and now Macaron is dead. And Boom is still surviving, and now finally he gets down. He gets knocked down. And they are not capable of doing anything against Shadows coming in. And now Ogi Shadow kill, and the Lapu is almost down. Yes, he is down. And the wild charge into the Sensei hands. He has to use... He has to get out. He just has to.
He's making a big mistake here. He should have just confirmed the top lane. The fact that he rotates into mid lane, farm that wave is not efficient enough.
Oh my god, Paguski, wrong position. Wrong position for Paguski.
And Pagu needs to start looking at the map. But one thing that I was saying is that actually Wicked could have got the top lane. He wanted to kind of farm both waves of mid lane as well. I think that just because of that can kind of cost them a small deal that would have given them more gold. But look at the eyes here. So Zuxin is one of the most important heroes here because basically that hero is all based out of items, right? You need the kind of wishing lantern, and you also need the glowing wand.
Will there be initiation? Will there be any initiation? There is a good position, and the wild charge. Oh my god, what a miss from Kingstar! Yuichi is really low HP, but Bloom takes all of the damage on himself. Oh my god, that was such a misplay from Kingstar's side. That was really bad.
How do you think that Minerva Fury come back here, right? They're down in the sea, have been outdrafted. How do you win this game if you're on the side of Minerva Fury?
I mean, honestly, let's talk about yesterday. They do stand in the base 20 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, and they stand and stand. And now Paguski again in the wrong position. Will he get off? Yes, he kinda does. No, there, Yuichi takes the kill. And now, once again, Bloom's trying to make plays.
Wicked needs to activate.
Oh my god, Macaron, what are you doing with that heavy spin? Kingside in the wrong position again. Now they're going back. Finally, they're taking some plays, but Wicked, he's forced to retreat. He's forced to go back to the base. And Macaron now on shadow kill. Beautiful positioning from Mr. Dev. He knows when to go in. And now Wicked, will he try to do something? Oh my god, beautiful Empress. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. What is happening here?
I don't know. It's complete craziness that is going on. Rain is right now flexing. They're flexing Minerva Fury. They're saying,
Exactly.
okay, just take 4 of you. And that is what they did, right? Great trade if you're on the side of Rain, because they got that top tower as well. Now they're just going to get the Lord, right? And they get an inhib this Lord. That's a big question.
Lord. Completely free.
There's no control for the side of Mass. They shouldn't. But the Lord is not going to be as easy to defend as it may look. Because if you think about it, there's Akai, there's Zuxin. What do they do against the Lord? But look at this, Bloomy. Does he want to initiate something here?
No, they just apply pressure. They just want to show that they have the lead, that they can force the end right now with this Lord. I believe that's the thinking. I believe that there is such a big teamfight potential for the side of Rain. They cannot basically let that slide. They cannot push the opportunities. They have to end this game. They can and they should. The Joshi, the Mr. Death is level 15. He can just one-shot every single one of them. What is happening for the side of Minerva Fury? They're completely lost. And now, Joshi is in the wrong position. We can go in the Augie Shadow kill on 4 members. But now, beautiful White Sword. And now they're going in. Bravest Fighter cannot do anything. Bloom going in. Bloom, beautiful, beautiful play. Yuichi taking all the kills. Pagu, again, cannot do anything. Cannot stop everyone. And now, beautiful pressure. Can they finish? Can they end this with this Lord? I believe they cannot. Minerva Fury survives, but still Joshi going in. Beautiful heavy spin to stop the progression. But now it's the heavy crossbow. And now Bloom going down, Yuichi going down, and Mio also kind of in the bad spot. But they are surviving this. They are not in big difficulties. But it's really not looking good for Minerva Fury. They need to make something happen. They need to come back stronger. They need to make something happen.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, Minerva Fury is struggling to get this game off the ground, right? They're still very dangerous. They need to kind of get farm on Wicked at all costs, but they've lost that inhibitor on top lane. They're gonna lose that inhibitor eventually. How are they gonna respond? They need to team fight properly here. It's the only way. We see the gold lane. We see the gold as well, right? 5,200 from Wicked is not too bad, but the others need to do better, right? 3,800 is not acceptable.
Macaron is a kind of bad spot. Macaron, will he survive this? Hayabusa coming in, but Pagutsky making it that he survives. Emperor's Fury, but it doesn't happen that he's going to be a teamfight. King Stack caught by the lantern, but not. The Ogishago kill. Will he kill the Macaron? No, the Ogishago went to another target, but Bravest Fighter going in. Yuichi survives it. No, he gets down by Pagutsky, but now Hayabusa has free fist on the enemies. What is happening here from the side of Minerva Fury?
Flickers back, just trying to survive. I'm not really sure, Toby. At this point, what Minerva Fury has to realize is they're not up in farm, meaning they can't directly team fight. They need to play smarter. What you do if you're down in gold, you can outplay the opponents. You can't face them front on. You just gotta concede this Lord. Wicked, you just gotta push top, and then you gotta hope that you can defend. Maybe
look, they try to contest now the Lord.
Pagu is gonna die here, I think.
No, he surely is going to die. And Macaron tried to come in, but he is a little bit too slow. And now Pagutsky won't make it out of here. Yes, for sure he couldn't. And look at this. I wanted to say that they try to contest the Lord that they cannot contest. The Wicked is not present. You were mentioning they need Wicked in those teamfights, and Wicked is not present. Wicked is pushing, and they are still trying to make something happen. That's a beautiful gameplay going on from the Rain side.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, no,
this is he jumps in and he just dies.
This is gonna be after. Toby, I'm banking my left kidney that I only have one left. That this is gonna.
That's a very bold statement. I would surely take that kidney if you don't beat it. But oh my god, beautiful Empress Fury! Will they finish? Will they close it out? Paguski, beautiful son of Yuji, and Makaron coming with the heavy spin, and they take Kingsta down, and they defend the Lord, and we get the beautiful runplay of Yuji!
No way, he dies. Wicked, seemingly they're gonna.
Look at the minions, look at how many minions there is! Bloom trying to make something happen, but Wicked with the crossbow! Will he take them down? No! Joshi trying to make something happen, but he doesn't get what is it required. Wicked, beautiful! Just beautiful! Carrington on his back.
Kobe, what have we seen? How did they not finish? What went wrong in that? It seemingly looked so promising. There was minions, there was Lord. They were up in farm. What happened in that fight? Absolute craziness.
So much minions. So much. It seemed like they will finish the games. The game.
But now we're starting to see something different, right? Wicked starting to activate. Now the farm is a little bit different. It's not the same scenario, right? You might see same amount of gold, 5,200.
Makaron in a bad position, but he is forced to use the heavy spin, and he needs to get to safety. And as you were mentioning, yes, it's still 5,000 gold lead for Rain, but the gold on Wicked, it is a completely 100%. Different situation. And Makaron is now pressured again.
100%. He gotta go back. He can't imagine that he can stay in that position. Even if you're an Akai, they'll burst you, and they'll burst you pretty quick. Because if I can bet on it, this Yuichi has at least 40 or 30 stacks, and that's gonna cost Macron if he gets picked up. But look at this Wicked waste flicker on Kingsta right there, very early, right? No flicker for that Lord, no engage from Kingsta with that flicker. And wild charge.
I wanted to say also, did you see when we were looking at the itemization? Did you see how much the Zushin is lacking in terms of itemization?
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of itemization, only one item on the side of Zushin. This can't be. This must not be.
I believe that it's glitched. I believe that it's not the itemization that is happening right now. Honestly, 100%. But the bravest fighter is Joshi. We can make it. Oh my god, Orange Bob making something happen. We didn't completely see it, and Mio finishes me off. But the Joshi is down. Wicked is now fully stacked on Kingsta, and Kingsta won't be making a life for him. No, he has immortality, but Paguski will make sure. Yes, he survives. Will the Kingsta make something happen? I'm not sure. And they won't. They are just getting back. They're not forcing anything, and now Bloom has to go back as well, because that's not a good position to teamfight.
Absolutely, and there's no crossbow tying on the side of Wicked with that 1-1, so we gotta go back, wait for that cooldown. Are they gonna start Lord? Are they that crazy? The Lord is in this meta much stronger than other metas. So the fact that they're starting is very bold. But they got the heavy spin on Akai though. They want to force
Akai
this
heavy
Lord.
Spin is popped up. Will they take the Lord? Kingsta takes the Lord! Oh my god, and Bloom is now on their heads again. Will he make something happen? Yes, he does flicker play. And no, Sensei going out. But Paguski trying to make some pressure, but he doesn't. But get it! Wicked is again on crossbow Frank. Oh my god, Wicked, will he go down? Yes, he goes up. Beautiful kill by Yuichi. Beautiful flicker play by Mio. Will they now close it out? Will they do it? A lot of videos, but Orange Bob broke. Jumping in with the bravest fighter. Will he do something? He survives, but not for long. Now, beautiful finish from the Rain.
Wow, what a crazy game. This is absolutely craziness, Toby. How did this happen? That's absolute craziness. The fact that they forced that Lord. I said, this looks risky on paper. Why would you do it? Rather force the fight. They said they forced the Lord. Why? Hayabusa is not there. But they misjudged one thing. The team fight potential on the side of Rain. The Grok goes in for some reason. How does he get that Lord? It's crazy. I don't really know. Let me explain what happened. Not only that, Toby, you know what happened? Akai used heavy spin. The moment Kingsta got a little bit CC, he said, okay, let me wild charge that Lord. He wild charges, he steals the Lord. And it's crazy. He goes through the Akai. He goes through the Akai and steals the Lord with that wild charge. It's craziness. Absolutely craziness. What happened other than that?
I might not like him, but that's crazy. That's just crazy.
Still, we gotta respect that.
Yes.
What happens after that? Wicked camps in a good position. Camps on the blue buff. Activates his crossbow tang. However, Mio, what does he have? He has the freeze.
Yes.
completely neglects the 1-1.
Completely all of it. Yes, exactly.
All of the damage of 1-1 just goes out the window. What happens after that? Granger just easy clears up. He has Wind of Nature, nothing to worry about. Kills Wicked easy, and then pushes up. They finish.
I mean, that's what we talked about in the drafting phase. Rain won the drafting phase. Like both of us, like predicted that the not Ake, utility jungler is going to pop up from the side of Minerva Fury, and I believe that was the step to grave for them. Like that the little fumble with the Badang.
Yeah. 100%. And also remember, they stole the last Lord, but the Lord before that. Things like Pagu pushing up and then getting picked off is a little bit shows a sign of maybe weakness in terms of communication. Because me and you both said, he's about to die here.
Yes.
Look at him pushing up, he's about to die. And things like that are just making their games tougher, right? They're giving the farm, they're giving the positioning when they don't need to. And if we can look maybe at the stats here or just the highlights, look at this.
Let's see the highlights. That situation, I thought that this couldn't be better. Wicked surviving here for this long, almost taking Yuichi and Joshi down. And then Kingsta with the wall just finishing the topic. And like, look,
and another
from
thing, Phobius, where did they kill Phobius here? How? Yeah. Look at him. He keeps going. He's not stopping. He's gonna flicker here.
Yes, they just basically couldn't. That was the problem of this composition of theirs. Like the draft that was missing. They couldn't kill the Phobius. He was unstoppable basically.
Look at the Phobius going around. No fear. Look at Macron also here. Goes in for the retribution. Still can't get it. After that, it's just easy pickup.
Exactly.
This is a little bit. This is a little bit promising.
Survivability of this guy. Did you see how much they pulled on him, and he still just
100%.
survived all of this. And this team fight, I thought completely that this is like a winning team fight for like the side of
Here they need to go back. Here they need to go back. Here, right there, they need to go back. But they keep staying inside though. Look at this also. Look at the Grok. Super smart Grok, right, with the wall here.
Yes.
And Wicked doing damage and did good damage, but took what 5, 6, 7 minutes to activate that damage.
Yes, here I thought the Macaron is dead, but that's just a little bit of damage that was lacking. And here also, like, we could see that if they were to take the Lapu, as you said it, they took the Roamer instead of the XP laner, and that was the crucial mistake of the draft. If they took the Lapu and then paired it with another like Roamer basically, then maybe it will work out. But now...
Yeah, and look at this. This was one of the promising moments where we said, okay, now they're starting to play as well. Because he picks up here, he shuts him down, he has a little bit of farm. This is also another strange positioning where we were questioning really what they were doing. Not because of this kill. This is a wonderful kill. But look at the top side now. Eventually they'll keep going and one of them is going to die up. And now this is one of the fights.
And this is something that we misread, because you said that it was Vio, but it was someone with the freeze. Yes.
Okay. I totally
it was Bloom, but
look at the stats. Look at the stats here.
Look at the damage dealt. How big of a difference? 100k difference.
Yeah, and I always said, a lot of people, when they look at the stats, they said, oh, it's good to have a lot of damage taken. I'm on the opposite side. Actually, it's like boxing. You want to take as little damage as possible while you deal the most damage.
Look at the damage done to turrets. Again, such a big dispersion, 31 to 2k. It's not how it should look like with the Valorant that can freeze the Granger. They shouldn't allow that.
100%. But remember, also, another reason why they lost that game is not only because of the draft, but the mid-rotation. At level 3, Zuxin and the Badang had already completely conceded the mid-control. They went base, right?
Yes.
They got poked by the Hayabusa, they got poked by that Grok and also that Zichia. They conceded. What happened? After that which would be eventual free turtle, they go, I think before that, they go to kill Wicked. I think it was before that, they go to kill Wicked.
Yes.
And they pick him up easy. No contesting there. Why? The other ones are still farming. They're still in the base. What happens is that they're behind not in the farm, but in the time. They're behind in the rotation. And the result of it was, unfortunately, Wicked tries something. He's working hard to pick up someone. But eventually, 3 of them, no way. No chance.
I mean, 100%. Like, we could try to take the backpack of his team and just try to carry it with the crossbow of Fang,
100%.
but throws, like, just Winter Crown and crossbow of Fang. Bye bye. And that's it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly, 100%. That's what I was gonna say when I said also that 1-1 has a kind of like extremely hard job, because of the damage. But there's stuff like Wind of Nature, there's stuff like Freeze. What do you do? He's your only damage dealer. I mean, you can't put that much pressure on someone. I thought the Zuxin was okay in draft, but you need to match it up in terms of what do you pick, the assassins and this kind of picks.
Exactly.
Or if you want to go the tankier side, maybe you should think more about picking up a mage that can poke, or picking up a Selena or something like that. You need some kind of like a damage on that mage, and that was what they're lacking. Eventually, they were lacking that damage. They had no damage at all. Phobius was cutting XP lane, and I think that was after that, just the Phobius for me in this game was
unstoppable, unstoppable,
100%,
100%. I completely agree on you with what you just basically mentioned. Like, the whole situation happening, why they won this drastically. And I wanted to mention one other thing, because you as a mid laner know how much of importance the mid lane is on how
100%.
you control them up, right? And you could see who did the biggest damage in this game. It was Mio with 100k damage.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm gonna tell you, even expand on that. If you're playing mid lane, it's a dream if the opponents are not touching you. You're dealing damage for free. Mio was in the back, he was dealing damage, no stress.
And he died 0 times.
Zero. No reason to worry about anything. But speaking about worry, Minerva Fury gotta worry, how do they take this second game? Because they just lost the first one. Now, what can we expect from the draft? We've been seeing the YSS ban a lot if you're the second pick. But now they're the first pick, right? Minerva Fury.
I mean, will they try to take the Yusun Shin for the Samurai now? I believe that Rain won't allow it. They will ban it for sure, right?
100%. I think Rain should ban it. I don't think, or the reason why they could open it is maybe they'll go Hayabusa.
And that's a good ban.
Draft. Wow.
That's a good ban. Respect ban for sure for Bloom. They see what the guy is capable of, and yes, that's a good ban. Uranus coming from the sign of rain, that's understandable. But right now, what you said, like, what do they need to change? I think that they need to change the mentality to best of one, because that's a match point. If they lose it, they are doing bye-bye. And they shouldn't be thinking about going, like, away. They want to win the series, right?
Absolutely, especially when they came in this tournament, they were the favorites for a lot of Minerva Fury, Wicked, MVP, etc., but we're not seeing any performances from all of them. We're seeing questionable things. Even straight off, Toby, it didn't take even 40 seconds, and we said something is wrong with this draft. Something is wrong. Before the game started, we said the order is wrong. Like, things like that. We shouldn't be able to see it. With their experience, I should be the last one to see it. But I saw it instantly. So something is definitely wrong. Being banned right here, I can tell you it's not a bad ban. They're just respecting it. It's totally understandable. Baksha ban is also kind of usual if you're the first pick, because you don't want to worry about that second pick, Baksha with the Kimi or
exactly.
Whatever.
Yes. Completely 100%. You don't want to worry about your managing into the first pick. You want this first pick to be as safe for you as it is possible, right? Because maybe they want to take Kimi, maybe they want to take Farsa, but they want to make sure that if either of those is open, if either of those is possible to taking, they want to make sure that there is no Baksha that will be menaced, like all the time rolling like Undertaker, and just trying to stop them all along the way.
100%. So definitely get that Baksha out the way. Another thing I'm wondering now is, are they going to ban this YSS? I think they are. I think they should. But Matilda being banned, they always ban that Matilda. No matter if they played against
Matilda ban for them, they sometimes ban it in the second phase, but now in the first phase, I believe that's strictly a respect ban for Pagu. They know how he plays Matilda. And now Lancelot coming in. That's a strange ban, because if the enemies ban the Yusun Shin, then the Farsa is free to free for taking.
100%. And speaking of the white band here, I don't know if they'll see Farsa because the Kimi is open. Even though Farsa counters Kimi, Kimi is still very strong. Just in general against a lot of heroes just in the draft can freeze you and so on. Level 1 in the mid lane, but they can really go any way, right? There is still what
A
is
lot of
open?
possibilities. Yes, I totally agree on
Yeah.
that. And one thing, I have the inside info about Mio and about what he plays on mid lane, and I know for sure that he's not the best Barca player. And I believe that's a really good, let's say, direction that the Minerva
Yeah.
Fury went to take Kimi, because as you can see, they do not take
Wow.
Farsa.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That tells me that they are really not comfortable actually with Farsa. Here, that you should wait until the age of the first draft, like first ban section, and pick that Farsa. I'm interested to see now. Lapu is open. What else is open on the XP? Arlott is still open.
There is a lot of potential picks for the side of the Minerva Fury right now, because looking at the Zushin and Hayabusa, you probably would like to see some control coming from their side, but they themselves banned the Phoveus for themselves. So yes, it's the Arlott, as you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Arlott being picked here is kind of really good. You don't see too much, but the Zuxin can be a little bit annoying early game for Arlott, but later on maybe you can do damage to him.
Yes.
We see the Moskov absolutely good. I like to pick marksman on the first section of the draft stage. Why? Because you can later ban out opponents' marksman. For example,
Yes.
now they know that they pick Moskov. What is good against Moskov? You just ban it out. If you're worried about the Irritel, just ban out the Irritel. You're worried about the Granger again, just ban out the Granger. Kalia being picked here is really interesting. What do you think about this Kalia?
What I think about this Kalia, I think that this Kalia might actually work in terms of control, because as we were talking throughout the first game and throughout the first drafting phase in the first game, we were talking that Rain wants to have the pressure on their side. They want to pressure the enemies. They want to have control. And Kalea with Zuxin, they grant that control. They basically allow them to control the first phases of the game.
Absolutely. And how do you counter that now? That Arlott is obviously going to be XP. What is going to come out on the roam? Badang still open. I don't like this kind of Badang pick. Akai being banned, super strange. Maybe not very strange. Obviously, they have more damage, but I think still, I didn't like the Akai generally being picked in jungle. Other than that, I mean, what do you pick here? They're lacking a roam, maybe Minotaur, maybe possibility. And they're lacking that
they
jungle.
need teamfight. They have 2 marksmen. They do not lack damage. They now need sustain and CC for all that is happening on the other side, right? Because they banned the Macaron's potential pick that you said. It's not a very good one, but it's a potential jungler for Macaron, and they ban it.
Sure.
So they need something to tank that damage. And the Granger is being picked.
I think I seen that he was gonna pick Ranger before he even picked it. I think it was pretty obvious. The 1-1 being banned is interesting, considering, I mean, right now you have Kimi, Moskov, Arlott. It's not really that worrying about the 1-1. Maybe you're worrying about something that you will eventually pick if you will go, something more tanky that can toggle that ultimate.
Yes.
Or are they gonna pick Fredrin, something like that? Even though they have Zuxin, which to play with Fredrin it's really annoying, you still have that control and that space potential that you can make in the objectives.
I mean, we saw in the first game that utility jungler didn't quite work against the Hayabusa of the Rain because of how much control they were putting. But I think that you're a prophet. I think that you know what the cards are having out for having us today.
Yeah. But the thing is, Toby, I don't like to be a prophet at this moment. I mean, look at this. We see the
Insta-Yuzong pick.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. I think this is a very strange draft coming out from Minerva Fury because of that Hilda. I know what the Hilda is for. I'm not that, new to the game. But I think that, you know, it just does not have crowd control, especially you don't catch the Granger here, and you kind of don't really make that much space. You get pushed out by the Zuxin.
Yes.
I don't know. What else is there? I mean, the Fredrin here is obviously just space for the objectives, but you should never here go Fredrin and Hilda.
Hilda, exactly,
Both,
yes.
both
yes.
are just creating space. Both are just creating space. Obviously, Fredrin with the retribution, and Hilda has, you know, the rotation in terms of mobility, but still, you can't. I believe that you can't go both here.
I mean, maybe we'll see something like, you know, they make it work. They make you put it like that's actually something that you need to be afraid of. But we were talking about this. We were talking about this Hilda. We both agreed that the Hilda isn't necessarily the best way of drafting, the best roam to take, and yet Pago is still taking the Hilda. We'll see if he'll make it work or not. Really.
Yeah, he's been picking the Hilda a lot. But he's been losing a lot with it as well. You know, he's been picking it, but he's not been winning with it. So it's really interesting that he decides to stay with his pick. But second game, Toby, bring us into this draft. Who won this draft, and what is your expectation coming into this? What does Minerva Fury have to do to win?
What does Minerva Fury need to do to win this game? They need to apply pressure that they kinda cannot apply, but they try to. They try with Hilda, they try with Kimi. They do not let Mio take the wave as fast, but Kingsta is helping Mr. Death on jungle. He's not allowing also enemies to come into their jungle, because we know that Paguski likes to come into the enemy's jungle. He likes to, you know, space himself in those bushes of enemies, and he really likes that.
Absolutely. And also another thing, Mio, look at him, solo. Like you said, you were spot on. He's solo in mid. He's not worrying about the Pagu and the Kimi. He's completely solo. He's saying, "Okay, Kingsta, you do your own thing." But speaking of Kingsta, he's coming back. He's coming back down now to help him.
There's nothing too crazy happening. They're just poking each other. I thought we might see some potential pickup from the Hayabusa side, because like you maybe just see in the minimap, the Joshi was coming on his way.
Right off the bat, Toby, sorry to interrupt you.
And now Bloom maybe being in bad position. Kingsta, beautiful Titan Slab. And now will the Bloom survive? He still survives, but now Fredrin takes the kill, and Orange Bob still going in, and now Macaron poked. And now Kingsta healing, but he's surviving all of this. He tries to go in, but they're going out. Minerva Fury taking the kill and taking a little bit of lead in the first phase of the game. And now Kingsta bad position again. Why did he come back?
I'm not sure. What I was gonna say is this is a little bit of positioning from Pago playing Hilda passively, but then he came back and said, "Hey guys, remember I'm a heal." Now look at this. They're gonna start this turtle. They will start a turtle. This is still potential to be stolen.
Yuuzhan coming
look
in.
at Joshi.
Yuuzhan coming in. Macaron in a bad position, and now Hayabusa, will he jump in? Yes, he does. Macaron, will you survive? Yes, he goes out. Paguski taking all of the team, and now beautiful from the Bloom. Paguski cannot survive all of that damage coming from the Yuzong and Kalea and Sushin as well, and they steal the third two away from Minerva Fury. Beautifully played by Rain. Again, gaining that control for themselves, basically, because Minerva Fury started good. They took the kills because the Kingsta missed positions. The Bloom couldn't survive. Now they again give it back to the Rain to just go and do their thing, and now you can see Joshi on the blue buff. Will there be something happening? Macaron trying to go in, but now beautiful walling from the Bloom. He doesn't allow to come back. No, now Joshi, will he jump in? No, he doesn't jump in, but now Kingsta trying to do something. Tunnel Slam, and now beautiful final slash from Orange Bob. But I believe that wasn't just defensive final slash, just to make Macaron survive all of this.
This is really crazy. I mean,
and now Mio in bad position, but will he go out? Will he go out? Oh my god, Kingsta, beautiful slam! What was that? And now Macaron, will they survive Hogi Shadow Kill? Macaron survives all of this, and Kingsta in the bad position right now. Orange Round, oh my god, beautiful coming in, and now Yuji, will they take him down? Orange Round, going in! Oh my god!
What the hell is going on? Look at this, what the hell is...
Oh god, what is happening? A lot of misposition from both of those teams. What was Joshi looking for in this blow buff? And now Mio, why are you coming in? The freedom is Mio first to flicker out of that situation. Oh my god, they are making mistake by mistake. Rain, what is happening to you guys?
I don't know, but also Minerva Fury. This is the first time I've ever seen a Hayabusa steal the blue buff from. But then he came back and Toby. This is craziness right here. Absolute craziness.
Craziness indeed. Like the match is again second game, and there is so much tempo. There is so much happening. I don't know what to expect right now from what will be happening.
This is the best entertainment right now. Leave a like, guys. Surge. The live matches. Absolutely craziness. Minerva Fury Rain. Minerva Fury, remember, they need to win
and
this
now
game.
Kingston, will there be a title slam? Yes, there is. And will the Paguski go out? No, he doesn't. And Paguski survives all of this. Oh, Shadow Kill doesn't take him down. Orange Bob now taken out from his allies, but he's fine. But they won't allow them to come back. Macaron stunned, the petrified by the Blime. And now, what is happening? Macaron does survive, but Yozong is charging into him. But now, again, Rain gaining over control again.
Wow, this is craziness. I mean, Macron too poked to even have anything to say with a turtle, with a retro. Another thing that is happening in the bot lane, the Grange free tower, completely free tower that absolutely is shooting to do there. And he's gonna go into mid lane. Now, a lot of weird fights because obviously.
And now. Sensei in trouble? No, he's not in trouble. Luckily, Paguski poking Mio. Mio is taken down, but he will surely go out of that situation. Kingston, I'm not quite sure what he was looking for. Beautiful title slam, and Orange Bob is in trouble. Yes, he is in trouble. Macaron coming in. Why are you coming in, Macaron? What are you looking for?
You're going to him.
Oh my god! Beautiful operator drop, and now Joshi trying to make some play of it, and beautiful Ogi Shadow Kill finishing Macaron. Wicked is looking with the spear of destruction, but there is nothing to be happening for them. Why is Macaron going into their jungle like that?
No, there was a huge misposition for Macaron. He had nothing to do there. Gets picked off. Obviously, Kingston is baiting him. He knows that Macaron is there. He's not going into a wrong position. He said, "You're in the wrong." But Wicked picks up a kill. They're still farming. Wicked, I'm wondering, Sensei, we can see him picking up that glowing wand. How is that gonna come into play here? Obviously,
force from Yuichi. We saw that, and now the dragon is coming. They know that there is no ultimate on Kimi, and Kimi is in trouble. Will she go down? Yes, she will go down, but as well as Bloom, he won't survive the tower shots, as well as Wicked and Paguski. Beautiful play, like counter play from side of Minerva Fury, but not
still, not quite worth. Not quite. Obviously, the XP lane just made sure that goalie, he doesn't care who. But look at Joshi though. Joshi wanna try to touch the shadow, right? For the Ogi Shadow. Sure, he might just say, okay, whatever. We just go this turtle. You're gonna lose this fight. But let's see how it plays out. It's easier said than done though. He's
beautiful finishing final slash! Oh my god! What is happening? Macaron is getting down! No, it's a Kingston that's getting down! Sorry, that's a wrong color. That's not blue, that's red. Oh my god, beautiful takedown of Kingston. Macaron going in again. That's a wrong play, Macaron. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be jumping in like that. It's orange. A wrong play.
Orange. We gotta highlight orange, right? With the final slash.
Yes.
It's the Hayabusa. Just stalls him a little bit. And now look at this. Wicked gonna pick up
trying to defend this turret, but he won't be defending it. Paguski, beautiful, creating space for Wicked to just farm, take the turret. That was a misplay from Bloom. Couldn't defend the turret against 4 enemies, right?
Absolutely. And now we're seeing that they actually don't lack damage, right? This is a completely different game, and they don't lack damage. Now, this Piercer, so he has a lot of stacks, which is very dangerous. It's a beginning of a snowball with a Piercer.
Exactly. I wanted to mention the same thing. When you look at that book, we're looking at the itemization. Oh my god, I just couldn't catch a breath. Exactly, but I just fast forward the itemization. Sensei and Yuichi both have Sky Piercers, and Sensei has 5 kills, and Yuichi 5 assists. Who has more stacks? But now beautiful title slam from Kingstar, and now beautiful final slash. But who's going down? Paguski will be going down. Yuichi finally getting 2 stacks for his Sky Piercer. Beautiful teamfight from some side of Rain.
Absolutely, and look at this. Now they're both teams just gonna chill, right? I mean, we're seeing Minerva Fury and Rain just resetting. Granger want to pick up this top lane, and I think they can. I mean, there's going to be no contesting here. Look at position though. Obviously, Lord coming up in 15 seconds. How are they going to have this Lord fight? Josh,
Macaron again pushed by
be
4
careful.
enemies. Will there be something happening? Yes, Macaron is going down. Surely he has to go down. He's stunting. Will there be a Braceless Wrap? Yes, a beautiful final slash on Kingsta. Kingsta going down again. Orange Bob going too far. Will he pay for that? Yes, he pays for that. Ogi Shadow Kill makes sure he goes down. And Yuichi poking the Sensei. Will he try to take him down? Will there be a flicker play from Yuichi? No, he doesn't quite get it, but now Bloom trying to play on Wicked. Will he take him down? No, Bloom goes down. Wicked can survive this attack, and Spear of Destruction doesn't let him win. And Yuichi in a bad spot right now. Macaron is still forcing him to go back, and he's tanking, but they leave him go. Let him go. They just let him survive.
Wicked starts the Lord. I don't think this is the good option that they should do. Is it gonna work out? They're starting it. Josh is smart. He's waiting in the bush.
Right? There is a concealed play. Will he come in? No, he's just baiting them. And now Sensei doesn't know what he's in the bush. The Joshi going with Dog Shadow Kill. Who's taking the Lord? The Lord is going for the blue side. The Macaron takes it. I'm not quite sure why. And now final slash on Kingsta. He's going away. And now Dragon coming in. Big Dragon. Will he go on the Macaron? Mio, why are you still going in? You should go back, and he does. They are going back. They need to defend the Lord. They are up one player, but it's not quite what they wanted, right?
Absolutely not. I think this was a risk for both teams. Obviously, they killed side of Rain. They picked up Sensei. However, they lost that Lord. But it could have been really dangerous because they could have picked up Sensei and got the Lord. The fact that Macaron Retribution in the last second is very, very lucky. Very risky play. The game could have been over right there, right then and there. But you know, they live to fight another distract with Moskov and the Kimi and the Arlott. It can be very dangerous late game. You never the damage that can happen.
Look how beautifully minions are placed. All of the waves are coming in. They will take at least the outer turrets. Only the inhibitors will stand after this Lord push, because the Lord gets down. And now, will they take another turret? I believe they will just go back. They just go to safety because they know they are in the bad position.
Yeah, both teams right here should just reset. I mean, there's nothing to gain from both teams and too much to lose. Wicked and the rest are just going to go back and play passive. And, Rain is pushing up here. Maybe they're going to try to engage. Maybe. I'm not really sure. I would say just advise them to push the side lanes, stay firm, and wait for the next. And I think potentially, you know, this objective, I'm not sure if it can be it, but it will definitely show who's winning this game.
Exactly. I completely agree. And what we forgot to mention about this draft is that scaling on the side of Minerva Fury is such bigger than on the side of Rain. They need to win in the early mid game. Like, you know, the 12-minute mark is a really bad sign for Rain because they will be losing the scaling game. They will be losing because they have only one marksman and two marksmen on the side. Kingsta trying to conceal play, but good read from the side of Sensei. He spotted him and he just went back.
Extremely good read from Sensei, showing great experience here. Both teams have great experience, obviously, so they're not going to make any kind of rookie mistakes. Now what we're seeing, I think the setup that we're going to see is they're going to leave Wicked on the top lane, and potentially Hilda is going to start rotating down towards the Lord, because the Lord is coming up, everyone that they can get. Wicked is just going to split push. With that Spear of Destruction, he can beat top lane to later teleport on that Lord fight when that initiates.
Yes, for sure. I completely agree on you. I agree with you on that, because both teams understand that they cannot make mistakes like in the game number one, because both teams make mistakes, but Pagu goes in. Will be something happening here. The Lord has spawned. There will be a potential team fight happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just see if the fight ends up here. Josh
Orange Bobby, oh my god, that's a big misplay from Orange Bobby. Missed that final slash with Flicker, but Sensei Creator takes down takes Bloom down, and now Macaron goes in. Kingstar is laying down as well, and Yuichi
Wicked.
is going down. But Wicked
Wicked.
takes Mio, but Yuichi survives. When they take the Lord, that's what I missed. That's what I was thinking about, because who took the Lord? And I didn't see it because
I think
my eyes stopped working for
I
the
think
moment.
I think Joshi just retribution that Lord that space from Kingstar. Really good to make that space, and also Bloomy was this space, and I think it just retribution that Lord. However, Wicked was on that side, just dealing damage the whole time. Nobody can stand in front of him. And look at the items. Anything we see the Sky Piercer coming in from the side of Kimi. That's full build right now. Anything else, I guess
We can see both
battle.
Redrin and Hilda have their anti-Kirasis, so Yuzong, Granger, and Hayabusa aren't really dealing that much. And now Macaron again caught in the bad spot. Oh my god, beautiful with the Petrify by Bloom. And now will the Wicked go down? No, he gets back to safety. Paguski is creating space. Beautiful title slam by Kingstar, but doesn't go quite well. Wicked, will he take Mio? No, Mio flickers out to safety. Missed Sphere of Destruction. Sensei, the creator's going down. Yes, he does. No, he survives that whole shadow kill. There's a lot of happenings. Orange Bomb is still on Mio. No, it's still on Kingstar. Kingstar, are you going back to the base? Are you not? I'm not sure. Oh my god, again, missed the final slash by Orange Bomb. Oh my god, a lot of mistakes on both sides.
Totally, and this gonna inhibitor for the side of Minerva.
That's a strange fight going on from the Macaron and Kingstar. What are you doing, Macaron? Are you losing this fight? Macaron, that is not good. Kingstar, will you survive the title slash? And now, oh my god, he takes him down. I was scared for a moment that Macaron will go down in this team fight. I mean, this fight.
I mean, it was really close. But look at now. Now, Minerva Fury is actually up in gold, Toby. So this is gonna come into play.
Bloom, will he take Macaron? Macaron in a bad spot again, forced to use the Winter Crown. Bloom going in, but he decides that he needs to back out because that's a not fight he wants to take against the Arlott and Fredrin.
You know, next mistake is obviously, I think, gonna be the game-deciding mistake. Wicked here or
Yuichi forced to flicker out. That's a mistake that you were talking about. I believe that mistake cost the next team fight. Yoshi going on. Will he try to do something? No, he doesn't have a shadow on Wicked. I believe that Wicked, it was used, and then Paguski stunned him. And now they're trying to make play. Kingstar going in, and now Flicker! Titles on. Oh my god! Will Wicked go down? No, he doesn't. Wicked survives, but now Yuzong going in, and Wicked, are you going to survive this? Wicked still playing. He is using Wind of Nature, but he goes down. Bloom, take him down. But Sensei, the team fight is going on the top lane.
Sensei still alive.
The bottom lane, Orange Bobby going down. Macaron is low HP. Orange Bob goes down. That's a big.
Look at Yuzong. Sensei rotating up this Yuzong. They can't leave empty-handed. They handed here. Yuzong needs to die. He's waiting for his Black Dragon. It's not a nice pickup right there from Sensei. They're initiating this load because Joshi Retribution, obviously, coming up in 5 seconds.
I mean, basically, the Retribution fight now is kinda, I wouldn't say that any of those have like priority who will take it, because yes, Joshi can use the Yogi Shadow kill and he just can disappear for a moment and be in the safety, but honestly, Macaron has to tank the Yuichi and Mio, and Macaron in a good position. Macaron finally goes on Yuichi, and now, oh my god, beautiful Winter Crown usage for the Sensei, and Paguski and Macaron needs to go back, needs to get out of this situation. Macaron still taunting, and now Winter Crown used with the Operator Straps going down. He's truly going down. Now Immortality swapped, and Macaron, he can't make it out alive of that situation.
Absolutely not. But look at this. This is gonna be a free load on the end.
Wicked just gotta Wicked. There is only Bloom. If Wicked can kill the Bloom, no, he's deciding he's not going to do that.
Where's he gonna go? Is he gonna go with Spear of Destruction? He's gonna go, I think.
I don't think. Oh my god, he jumps! Mio has to use. He's now using his title slam, but he's not focusing the right target. He still has a Purify. Sensei surviving the Yogi Shadow kill, and now there is kind of different situation. But look at the minions in the base of the rain.
Oh
the base was almost finished by minions.
I did not realize that. I just seen the minions. It's half HP. I mean, thank the Lord for that. If you're a rain supporter, that the Lord came up, because that base was going quick.
If you support support that, Lord. Just make your day, because Rain would surely lose it right there.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, there is so much happening in those games that we're seeing. As we mentioned in just beginning, that's a game also worthy of the final, but both of those teams are making those mistakes, the small mistakes, but the mistakes that are costing them a lot. And now, will we see the final push? Will they be able to defend it now? Beautiful title slam, and now the final touch coming in. Bloom needs to go back, and oh my god, this team fight is actually won by Minerva Fury. Wicked and Sensei are dealing the damage. They are tanking and dealing the damage, and Wicked, Spear of Destruction. Will he go in? No, they know they need to defend the Lord. And that's the situation that I was talking about. And now, they have to defend, and they can defend. Oh my god, beautiful Winter Crown.
Crazy. Perfect Winter Crown. And I have something to say about this, though. I'm gonna continue. He's not done.
Joshi is in trouble.
Done,
okay, he gets out to safety by the shadows, but that was a really, really bad situation for the Joshi.
Yeah. Here, Toby. If neither team is careful, you know, anyone can finish.
Sensei,
anyone.
that's not a risk you want to take right now.
100%. And I'm interested to see, does you Wind of Nature? I expect him to have it against Wicked, especially just in general when you play Granger against Moscow. Both should have that Wind of Nature. Another thing, you know, anyone that makes the next mistake, it's 100% going to be the losing mistake. You don't get this. Both teams have had enough chances. If you're Minerva Fury, you need to play precise here. What do you do for the Lord fight? How do you set up?
I mean, there is a setup coming in. Conceal Sensei doesn't expect the Kingstar jumping on him, and they have the Sensei. No, oh my god, he survives with 1 HP, and he needs to get down. He needs to go out. And now Orange Bob going down as well. There's only Wicked, Macaron, and Bagutski. Will they make it? Can they make it? It's Enchanted Lord. He's really, really tanky. I don't think that they will be in time to even contest it. So that will be, again, the defense for the Minerva Fury.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, if you're a Minerva Fury fan, I don't think this is able to defend. I think they became lucky with that last Lord. This Lord, you ask me, can they defend? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I think the same. I think that Lord will be final again. Title Slam, and Bagutski will you don't go down. Yes, the immortality is popped. Bagutski has to go back, and yes, he can make it back. But Kingstar will have his Title Slam again, and now Oki Shadow kill Wicked. Still survives, and now they won't kill Macaron. Yes, Macaron using the Winter Crown. Bagutski coming in for help, and Spear of Destruction. What a miss by Wicked.
No, they can't lose this. Minerva Fury can't lose this if they lose. Look at how low they was, Toby. Kingstar was low. Zuxin was low. Joshi became low. Everyone was low right there. But has that given them an opportunity to defend, though? That's the interesting question. I guess it has. Or is Black Dragon, is Zong going to have something to say with his Black Dragon here?
Now Macaron still overstaying. Macaron, why are you doing this? Macaron, will you survive? Kingstar doesn't quite land, but now Macaron is going down again. 4 versus 5. Will they be able to defend it? They cannot defend it, right? That's an evolved Lord, and now Joshi coming in. Sensei tanking into the turret.
Just need to defend. Even if they give the inhibitor, Toby, even if they can't stress over this inhibitor.
Oh my god, beautiful finance on Patrol and Bobby! Oh my god, what is he doing? Sensei has to use the Winter Crown, but now Kingstar going down by Wicked. Wicked Spear of Destruction, will he go in? Yes, he goes in! Will he take anybody with him?
Oh my god, Toby. This is a comeback after a comeback after a comeback. Each team. Look at this now.
Exactly.
Wicked is activated.
I'm sweating, I'm actually sweating.
Me and dressed in black for a funeral today, but we're both really sweating. I mean, who's gonna win this game?
Actually, I wanted to ask you that. I forgot about it. Who do you think it will be the funeral for? Will it be Minerva Fury or Rain?
You know, if you ask me, I said maybe Minerva Fury. If they fix the draft, I think they would win. But right now, Rain is playing, I think, a little slightly better than Minerva Fury. But I'm gonna stick. I'm not gonna change up. I was gonna say Minerva Fury, so I'm gonna stay with that pick, even very losing position, and obviously lost the first game as well.
I must say that's not a good way of saying. You said that you're giving your left kidney, if I'm not mistaken. That then you need to watch out of this how this play. But Mio forced to use the beacon, and now Mio needed back, and now trying to play on Macaron. He take him with the title slam. Yes, he does. Macaron will surely go down. No, he has still immortality bot. So now, Bloom, you're always saying you cannot make this mistake once more. But look at the bottom lane for the Minerva Fury. They will lose this inhibitor turret, I believe, because the minions are pushing, the big minions are pushing, and the turret goes down, as I just said.
The moment they see Wicked here, they're gonna engage. Just watch this. The moment they see Wicked, Busa is gonna come into the mid side and try to tag somebody.
Yes, they are pushing. They are trying to make play. They saw the Wicked, and Wicked, if he misses the Spear of Distraction, that's a trouble for the side of Rain. But look at the Wicked. He's not going back.
Look at he lines it up. He's lining the Spear of Distraction up if he stays in that mid section. Okay, no, he's going up.
And now Paguski is coming in, stunning Joshi, but now Kingstad's going on and taking the Paguski with him. And what is happening? Kingstad going down, but now Mio is trying to kill someone.
Oh my god.
The Mio, but Neo does go down. Ogi Shadow kill from the side of Joshi. He needs to get back. Wicked killing the Mio. Wicked, what will you do? Will the blue go down? Yes, he surely will go down.
No.
Final slash. He's going to make something happen. They have the Lord, the side of Rain.
Toby, listen to this. Kingstad went down, his immortal, and the moment his immortality spawned him up again, Moscow Spear of Destruction hit him. So, and he respawned, and the Spear of Destruction was in the perfect time. Craziness from Wicked, right? Craziness.
You don't say. No, I see it in the highlight. I must see it in the highlight.
I swear, you gotta replay that. Replay that moment. He died. The Spirit he threw it before he was alive. He died. He respawned. The whole section of the in the air. On what side to the right? You can get that on the replay. It's craziness.
And just now Paguski going into conceal. Will they try to make something? Yes, beautiful final slash with the flicker. Yuichi going down. No, he's not going down. And now you on Sensei and Wicked, and he's not killing them. Will they try to finish this game? No, the Purified from Wicked is coming in. Kingstad doesn't kill the Wicked, but oh my god, Yuichi, beautiful kill on Sensei, and now Orange Bob going down as well. Wicked and Paguski alone to see and face those three enemies. They are coming in hot, and they have to back down. They have to go back to the base because now it's a 5-man push into 3-man defense. Will they try and will they make it? I don't think so. That looks like an end to me because now Kingstad going in and he stuns Wicked, but Wicked uses Purify, but that's really endable.
They're overextended,
but he cannot defend, right? Blue Music Petrify, that's the end of the game. That's what I was afraid about, those minions that Macaron was clearing. Oh my god.
And here we see Rain winning 2-0 right here. I mean, it was crazy game, a crazy on the minutes that we just watched. It down, Toby. How? First of all, where did it start? What happened? We saw the Fredrin getting engaged a lot, right? He lost a lot of objectives, lost his blue buff. After that, just became snowball. Break it down. What happened?
What I must say, the early game was looking good. The early game was looking good for the side of Minerva Fury, but I believe that they lacked the consecutiveness, the actual, clearing the bad air maybe after the first game, and they made those mistakes like the Macaron overstaying, or maybe the Explainer, the Orange Bobby, also making those mistakes, like missing the final slash flicker combination. That, I believe, that was stepping and like pushing the inevitable, the fall. Just the fall of Minerva Fury.
I think is that Minerva Fury had game. They had to kind of get that Fredrin, get retribution on the turtles, get the buffs. He should be the one invading. A Fredrin plays passive, and that was another thing I was gonna say. The moment I see a Hilda conceding, it's automatically extremely bad sign, especially when you have an early game like that. Hilda, they have the Fredrin, and they have the Kimi. That should be enough to win the mid lane. Still, they're conceding the missioning. Why? Joshi right there making so much space. Level, I think really always fear when at level 4, instantly, not even a second, checking for the blue buff, trying to see who can he kill, who can he, because it was a lot of overextension. We saw a lot of overextension. To be fair, and in this game, it was a little last game. They had damage. Wicked did up in the early game, like we saw from the first game, but still, it just seems like somehow Rain is just fascinating side. While for example, Fredrin is still picking up his jungle, Josh has already cleared his jungle. He's ready to fight. It's almost like they're down in time when it comes to the time of rotation. They're already 2-3 seconds ahead, and those 2-3 seconds are giving them the team fight edge that they need to win. And I think those things that happen.
I mean, as I told you, when Mio gets his hands on any control mage, in example of Zushin or any other mage that has this control over the enemies, well, we've seen what he's capable of, and he was showing in this game as well that he can do it, and he was showing perfectly. But like that's the thing about the early game. Like, look at this, the team fights were actually good. They were actually kind of winning those team fights. They were making
100%.
pressure, they were surviving, but somehow it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Look at this. This was very unlucky from Orange, because he does a good job from just killing, almost killing. The fact
This
that he
one
survived
HP each, right?
is insanely unlucky. But look at this Joshi, very questionable in, right? Sensei
That
started
was
to stack
yes,
with the Sky
exactly.
Cursor.
That was the situation that we were like, Joshi, what are you looking for there? Exactly.
And Blume trading here for Kimi, really genius. Kills him, get Cursor stacks down, and look at this. Look at the retribution.
That's
retribution here. Very
exactly.
lucky as well.
I wasn't exactly sure what was happening because I was looking at the top of the Lord, but that's what was happening. Kingsta was happening with this. That was something that made the difference on those Lord fights, right? And even so, that it made difference because he stunned him. He used his tidal slam and still stunned him. But as you said, Macaron was able to use the retribution still.
Yeah, and I think what made it difficult Rain was the mobility. So look at him moving around. Here he's gonna be on the bottom side. Look at the top side. They're losing the fight on that a little bit further ahead.
Yes.
I thought they were gonna kill at least all of them. I was gonna be a wipeout here. Look at how Rain adjusts. They're just conceding this. They're saying, okay, we got that third thing back. Look at their HP.
I believe that those spears of distractions were also not on point because he was using them correctly. But those spears of destruction were used really badly because he should have jumped in, right?
Yeah, I think some of these positions didn't require hesitation. Other positions, I think, he should have been more engaged in the team fight than pushing.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if you're the Hayabusa, how you win the red positioning against Fredrin early game. I think a big mistake. I think the Juxin control. Remember what we said. Hilda is make space, right? But he's still against the Juxin, so it's a completely useless pick. Initially picked it for. I think that was one of the big things that was wrong in the draft. You can't. It's gonna lack because they have the same job, and I think that was. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes that they make. Anything you want to say here? Last words regarding the game, Toby.
I mean, a lot of people in the chat that are watching those games, that watch those games, would say, "Oh my God, Kingsta, you're such a feeder. 1, 12, 13. It doesn't matter. The KDA on those plays doesn't matter because he made those plays, and those plays win kind of one day. And I believe that we will be going for a short break. Wrote down those games. We just wanted to show you how good of a teamfight composition Rain is actually capable of creating. They are like in their head, and they just can outstanding persons to make mistakes.
And just to finish here, a lot of people thought be the final team. No, it's the third place. Mentomori against Team Entity are later playing 7. So this is actually third place. This is not the finals, ladies and gentlemen. And you still get the entertainment. But yeah, wonderful games. We're about for a break, 5 minutes. And thank you all. When we're back, you guys are getting finals. Team Mentomori 7. Let's go. Who's gonna get that tournament? Surge, the biggest tournament in Europe.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kronos, and joining alongside me, Scared Yet. And guess what? It all comes down to this: from qualifiers to groups, from semis to the stage we stand on now. Welcome to the grand finals of the European Mid-Season Cup.
Man, I am just so excited, Kronos, to see how things are going to go right now because we have known the history of these, seen what they've been through, where they have now finally. It is absolutely mine.
I mean, this isn't just another match, right? This is a battle of pride, it's a battle of preparation, and of course, it is a lot of pressure. And now we can see the brackets and how they came about. But you know what? All the other teams don't matter at this moment. It's just two teams, one shot at history, and no second chances.
It's just one chance right now. Really, whatever, it's already happened. That is the present, and that's what's going to both of these teams. Kronos, you mentioned about both of them. You were telling me about how Memento Mori got their chance this entire event. I mean, that team was not even supposed to be here, but it's all thanks to just one team backing. They got the chance, and then they shared their entire journey all the way from the qualifiers, then going in directly through the Swiss stage up out here in the playoffs. I'll have to say it, man. This roster of Memento Mori is absolutely performing.
I mean, not just that they're performing, they had no easy feat. They did not have an easy journey. Sakamoto, Slarky, Uzin, Wade, Loloy, and of course Yarsky as well. They first went through, of course, a tough and grueling Swiss stage. And then after that, guess who they faced in the quarterfinals? Birthright out of all the teams. Birthright is a team that you expect to see in a grand finals. And having faced them in the quarterfinals, they beat them 2-1. And then next in the semifinals, they faced against the tournament favorites, Reign. And guess what? They reigned supreme 3-0.
It's just the way how to place together, man. You'd never really expect every single one of them to be exceptionally good in all of their lanes, but they do their job, and together as a group fight, they're absolutely stacked. Since we're already on the topic of being stacked, another team entity which no one expected to be in the grand finals, Chronos. The matchup that they faced, expected their opponents to win, have finally made it to the biggest stage of the European MLBB League out here. And this roster is looking to claim the trophy.
Hey man, I'm telling you, this roster, for months, they've been grinding in the shadows. For weeks, they've outplayed their rivals. They've silenced their critics. And right now, they've bled every single round. And now, under the brightest lights in Europe, they will fight for what they want. And they will claim their title if they can knock out Memento Mori. Of course, the lineup we're talking about is Team Entity, Tiso in the roam position, Enzo in the mid lane, Pele Metronio in the gold lane, Noel in the jungle, and Laito, the ever so consistent in the EXP lane.
Another super solid out here. We also had a word with Tiso yesterday, right? In that, it mentioned how he was literally after that last game. His hands were shaking, and it clearly shows you the emotions. It shows you what it means to be a part of this roster, and also what it means to up on this stage, on top, so far ahead. I really want to see them lose out. It is just how it is, man. This best of 7 is going to be an absolute banger. I 100% hope for that, because both of these teams, they've given sweat and tears to be on this stage, and they have every single one of their doubters wrong. I'll have to say it, all of the casters out here, some of us also predicted that they might not win, but they still are here. They are absolutely ready.
I mean, I agree. You know, they've gone through a lot on a tough journey. And of course, one of the teams coming in as favorites right now in this grand finals, disciplined, dominant, and deadly as ever. But the other, of course, scrappy, fearless, unpredictable, a storm that refuses to be ignored completely. And looking at the ban phases, it's the first phase already down and out. And these are the usual suspects: the Phoveus, the Farsa, the Matilda, and on the other side, the Eastern Shin, the Uranus, and of course, the Baxia.
All on top of the charts out here, all those picks which you never really want to see out of the other side. That has given the opportunity now for the kid to slip away, for the Zushin to slip away. So we'll probably see prior picks out here, right? We have seen Enzo on both of them. It's been absolutely fantastic too. So I'm excited this one's going to be panning out at least. If he's being picked as the first one, then it gives the opportunity for some other picks out here. But since the Phoveus is that first ban, Kacha is also let through Chronos.
The Gatot Kacha has been let through indeed, but you know what else was let through is that Kimmy, man. That Kimmy, I'm telling you, we've said it time and again before, and I sound like a broken record when I say this. Kimmy in the mid lane, in the gold lane, means you have the option of going for a double marksman lineup, not the triple, because the Eastern gets banned out. So now you know for a fact that you have this flexible option for rocking this Kimmy in the mid lane, give it in the hands of Enzo, and let's see what Pelimetronio wants for himself. But guess what? They understand that Uzin has a comfort pick with his Lancelot. Yes, they went for the Lapu Lapu that's looking for the dive. Yes, they've gone for the Bruno to get that instant burst in the lane and help them out in the mid game as well. But this Lancelot, it could be answers.
I think so. It actually also, since there's the Lapu and the Bruno on the other side, we have seen the Lance struggle in terms of getting those priority picks, right? But one thing that we absolutely know of is the fact that he will be able to those neutral objectives. There are not a lot of heroes who actually can try and steal neutral objectives away from a Lancelot because of his light. So we know that that one thing is going to be the priority, and Noel has been on top of considering his retributions out there. But I love the Zetian pick right now from the side of Ori. One of those picks really hard counter me in the lane, specifically in terms of the wave clearing, and has got so much utility in terms of the Phoenix Fuel as well as all poke damage that keeps happening.
Yeah, I agree. This Dirtian is going to be a massive problem. Not just because of that, the ability to make plays from afar with that global ultimate. The global ultimate in this current meta has just been like, it's just been overpowered. It's been OP. I'm not even going to hide it at this point. That global ultimates in this current meta has been OP, and you can take a look as well. They respect Pelimetronio's prowess on this Melissa, so you're not going to see a Melissa come up. And of course, on the other side, they take away the Hayabusa in the hands of Uzin, and not just the Hayabusa, the Lancelot again is a denial to Uzin's jungle pick, right? And that's why you can see that now they're scrapping around. They don't know what's going to be. Glue and Kufra being banned out.
That's an interesting ban out there, specifically Glue. That is just more leave it, allow into the EXP lane so that he can have his own time, because the Glue clears the attack and the Lapu and also rotates faster. It's got a lot of utility. I like that respect onto Pelimetronio with the Melissa on the other side. You know, it's about time to pick your marksman right now. My question is, what is he going to pick?
I don't think they got. I think for Pelimetronio, you always have the Moskov. The Irithel still up and available right at this point, so I don't think they really have that much of a problem. But here in the jungle, though, that's what I'm looking at. Maybe to be honest, I want to see a Fredrin come out, but then they still have the option of putting this Kimi in the goal lane and picking up the Jushin as well. So that could be a massive problem. However, here in the jungle, I don't really see many options unless I'm tunnel visioning myself. Help me out here, Scared.
I personally feel that there is still an opportunity that you can pick up right now. Bruno is picked up Irithel as well, so Pelimetronio can probably lock that, and it will be a pretty decent answer into. But I like this Kaja pick. Now cannot flash into the back line.
That's nice. I like the Kaja being picked up, but you can see the Irithel is what we suspected. Irithel is what they pick up. Indeed, a 50% win rate so far in the EMC. And Esmeralda, the dancing mage, in the Land of Dawn. Gonna be rocking that EXP lane. So a good balance of physical and magic split. But again, on the other side, they go for this Joy. We've seen Joy's not working out so far. So hopefully this is not one of those stories where you see the Joy being burst out instantly. But it's looking good. However, Memento Mori and Entity, the draft's already said scared. What's your pick?
Just because the Joy has 0% win rate throughout the playoffs, I'm gonna say it's gonna be ET. The Kimi Eruthil setup is actually pretty solid. Also, the Esmeralda of Lito is gonna give them so much more room to work with. It's gonna open a lot of things up, and also the gacha. We already know he's pretty solid in that, and so Bruno, there would be a part in the map where Bruno would be safe. He'd very careful around that. And the neutral objectives will also be secured by... But Memento Mori, again, they've got a very solid snowball. If the Bruno starts to farm, and also we're going to see the Joy at extra bit of advantage in that jungle, maybe getting that lead against the line, then he can pose a lot to even Pel Metronio on that Erethiel, who will try to survive on the back line. So there is an opportunity for Memento Mori, but I think so ET have access.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be the story indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, Europe, you better strap in because Game 1 of the EMC Grand Finals is live right now as we bring it to you. My name, Kronos, alongside me, Scared Yet. And of course, for both these teams, on one side, we have Team Entity, the machine, clean, clinical, and built to win. On the other, Memento Mori, the dark horse with fire in their veins and nothing to lose. This isn't just the beginning of a series, it's beginning of a legacy. Let the war for Europe begin. Ooh, that definitely is looking like a star-studded Game 7, best of 7 lineup right now. And I think Scared Yet it's gonna be something of a different story depending on who comes in and who does not. Indeed, it is gonna be a loud and proud moment for both these teams heading into this game. Enzo already having troubles, rather providing trouble to the opposition. And now Team Entity, they're slowing their rotation, knowing that Sakamoto's had it in the brushes, but they need to maximize as much time as they can get against a Kaja until he hits that level 4 power spike, because once he does that, he's going to be a problem with those divine judgments. And you can see Noel trying to farm up really fast and trying to outfarm Uzin as well, already hitting that level 4 if I'm not wrong. About to, while Uzin is just barely hit level 3 at this point. The efficiency when it comes to the farming speed of both these junglers, you can already see who is going to be the wiser, because Noel hitting the retribution buff early on compared to the Uzin. However, they both hit level 4. At this point, he goes into the Phantom Execution looking for Sakamoto. Uzin, meanwhile, has his rhythm, unlocks the beats as well. But here comes Noel, tries to puncture his way through from that crab as they back out. And I think so far, Memento Mori trying to make sure that they have the space. And Lito, man, this guy has been consistent in the EXP lane for God knows how long. And I've never really seen a bad game coming in from him, to be honest, because right now, I think Team Entity will be looking at him as a cornerstone, but there's a Celestial Armament going in as well. Falling Storm, when there's first blood, Uzin falls down. Phantom Execution, Noel caught on guard by Uranski. And they're going in, but you can see Tiso caught out as well. Out of position, Sakamoto able to pick up that kill. He still has the Divine Judgment, and Noel bites the dust. That's the flicker. There's the Divine Judgment. Lito trying to survive. He has the Vengeance, but for no avail, as that's a double kill in the hands of Ransky. And they get themselves a 4-1 kill score, already up about like 1,000 gold. And they get their hands on the turtle. Uzin looking for Pedro Metronio. Heavy crossbow to make it out of harm's way. Traction Pulse. Here comes the taunt as well from Tiso. Sakamoto just making sure he's there. Uzin just getting poked out a little bit. Nothing really fancy at this point. Both these teams are working with their rotation. I think Uzin so far has been showing up, but Yuriansky, man, I hope I'm saying it right. Somebody correct me in the chat if I'm saying it wrong, but he is a beast on this Lapu Lapu at this point. Level 6 to level 5, but you can see Sakamoto getting taunted already in the mid lane. Tiso trying to dominate this river, while Sakamoto's trying to find his own space. EXP lane battle has been something that has been completely important this entire game. And you can see Ryansky trying to get a cut, actually stealing away a jungle creep as well. If Uzin comes in and picks it up at point, it could be a slight bit of an advantage that they're looking for. It could be the slight bit of advantage that can even extend their lead a bit further. You can see the Raging Slash coming through as the Uzin actually goes in with electrifying beats, helping him clear the wave out as well. There's only a little bit left standing, but Lighto can't really do anything, only watches as they're able to dominate the bot side of the map completely. Meanwhile, on the top side, they're using Plemitronia to try and get something on their side. Enzo comes into the fray. Noel level 6 still hasn't scaled up to the point that he wants to. It is all the damage that needs to get, but here goes Jansky with the Raging Slash and the Landshaker, able to get the kill onto Enzo, and now with that burst from Slarky, they take down Noel. That is 2 kills in the pocket of Memento Mori, and now looks like they're going for more Uzin with the rhythm, looking for the beat. Sakamoto doesn't have the Divine Judgment, so they can't really engage. Lighto makes it on time to try and save that mid-tier 1. Gold shield rather, and the turtle being up once again. Seems like this is going to be a walk in the park for Memento Mori as they're able to invade the jungle as well. Traction pulse pull him back, and Noel goes in. Thorn Rose trying to get the damage, but Ryansky at this point is completely unstoppable. It takes all 5 members for him to get shut down, but still they get themselves the turtle through Memento Mori.
My goodness. My goodness. That's basically been dominated by Memento Mori. Guess what? Slarky's been on absolute cloud now. I think it's going to be the entity who's going to have the advantage with those. It's the same win condition with Slarky onto that Bruno. His thumbs up. Loloi on that Zatian is just free farming out. He's having the control. He's not trailing Enzo do anything in that mid lane. He's struggling so much. And Ronsky on the Lapu. This is the reason why we all feared Lapu Lapu so much.
Yeah, I think Lapu Lapu, the perfect definition of an EXP laner, right? This actually goes crazy the entire time. But at this point, I think he just got the slight bit of an advantage, which Lighto didn't have. Lighto, however, should be winning out the slight bit of a late game battle if he's able to build it right. You can see he goes for the Dreadnought armor, gets himself the Enchanted Talisman, also has the Impure Rage, but here's the Fury of the Phoenix trying to get them. Yuransky could have gone for the 1v2 right there, actually going for it as well on the top side with the Bravest Fighter. Uzin comes through into the fray, goes in with the electrifying beats, and they get themselves a hands of Pelimetroni. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Slarky slides in the burst onto Noel. He isn't afraid. Lighto charging up the Falling Star Moon, goes in on top of them, and Slarky trying to get out of harm's way. He got himself the Berserker's Fury at the same time. Lighto, with the help of Noel, goes into the Phantom Execution. Divine Judgment catching him into place. And you can see Worldy comes out as well, pushing them back, and AOG to catch him off guard. And Noel comes in, punctures his way through, and they get themselves a kill in the hands of Tiso Kite. And now the rest of Memento Mori come through with the help of Ryansky with the Bravest Fighter. Raging Slash, not yet used, but the Landshaker catches Light off guard. And now slowly but surely, they are moving in and letting their dominance be felt.
What a phenomenal play coming in though, but I'd still have to give it to ET this time around. Because eventually they needed to punish Slarky out there on that Bruno. He was free farming. But guess what? They don't want to give this turtle for free.
Loloi taking out solo Sakamoto this time, but you can see Ryansky, they're completely managing the backline by himself. Noel really can't do much, but everyone's taken down low. This is the execution point that they're looking for. They take him down, and here comes Uzin looking to clean up shop, but nobody present. Everybody so low, they disperse, and this is going to be a 3rd turtle in their pocket.
Absolutely phenomenal play coming in this time from Memento Mori. What a hold, and what a play. Lighto being shut down again as he was trying to push out far forward. It seems like Entity are bowing down to the team that started their way thanks to one other team taking their slot back, not competing out here. My goodness. There were 16 teams to be qualified. Memento Mori were the 17th. But guess what? They are an absolute #1 right now in terms of controlling this grand finals. The first game, which we always talk about how important it is for the momentum, they have that absolutely in their pocket right now. Bruno already getting the Berserker's Fury along with the Claw. He's also now going in for that Malefic Gun. Once he completes that, he's going to be bursting down everyone from a range no one can chase. And here's the fun thing, Kronos, Laito not really completed any major physical defense item. No blade armor, no anti-cuirass, absolutely no dominance sights. It's going to be so difficult.
Oh, you could see them go for that as well. The Fury of the Phoenix came out, but so did the Traction Pulse. And Sakamoto, yes, he didn't have the Flicker, but that Traction Pulse, the second part of it, when they pulled him back, prevented him to make any sort of play. So that's like a failsafe at this point that they used it. And feels like so far Momentum Mori, yes, they're dominating, but they still need a slight bit more gold to call it quits, right? They're 3K ahead. They want to be at least 5K to seal the deal.
To make sure that they are ahead out there, though Slarky seems to be a bit ahead.
Oh, he tries to go in. You can see AOG trying to catch him off guard as well. Light, though, the Vengeance Pop, trying to get all the damage onto Slarky, but Sakamoto gets taken down.
And now it's going to be Esmeralda out there, left alone on an island. Lighto not seeing it. As Enzo also joins in the fight.
They get darkness on the land of Dawn. Lighto falls down, but Yansky, this Lapu Lapu is going insane. Absolutely with the bravest fighter. Landshaker coming through as well. Look at Slarky's damage. This guy's been on point the entire time. Enzo's the one that they're looking for, but not able to find him. He has been kiting ever so beautifully, but here comes Noel Thornrose, able to get the kill. Aloy flickers out of harm's way. He hasn't popped the armament yet. So that means every time they come through, they will get pulled back. And there it is. The Fury of the Phoenix has been popped just to make sure that the recalls go down slow. But Uzin tries to get on top of Noel, has his vision, but doesn't want to commit just yet.
Trying to hold down onto it as of now. That's the main thing again. This entire momentum, the lead, it's been going for the side of Momentum Fury. Momentum Mori, rather. Trying to stand up onto their name as well. And Sakamoto has been doing such a phenomenal job, Kronos. He's making sure that Slarky gets every single piece of support that he really needs. He's providing so much vision to him. And he's the main reason why Slarky can actually play this far ahead, this far aggressive. Because there's the Divine Judgment waiting on the other side. And it just seems like Entity are right now just so scared to engage. Because they know if they get caught by that Divine Judgment, they're going to be bursted down instantly.
Man, nobody cares about the Divine Judgment at this point. I'm not going to lie, scared yet. But Yansky, if he goes crazy with the Lapu Lapu again, 7, 2, and 4. You kidding me, right? That's what, 11 out of 12 kills that he's participated in? And I bet that 12th kill was just a slight bit of him not being there in RNG. But here's RNG speaking. Fury of the Phoenix comes out as well. They take him down. And Lighto's the first one to fall. Slarky able to dish out the damage. Concealed play comes through as well. No Flicker present. No Divine Judgment. They do have the AOG and they go for it as well. And they're looking for more. So caught in no man's land, and the Phoenix Descent comes through, but they burst down Uzin with the help of Pelemetronio. And now, however, Tiso gets shut down. Slarky's on a complete killing spree, and Yansky is trying to create the space that they can, but they still hold on to the mid and bot side.
My god, it's not just you who's fumbling out there, it's Entity right now whose grounds are shaking entirely. Momentum Mori, they are just deleting them, and look at that. The extra bit of range thanks to the Malefic Gun is just helping Slarky so much right now. Pelemetronio,
Oh, no.
he finished up the Berserker's Fury just a while back, but now I want to focus down though. Here's the thing, I'm not really a personal fan of an early Wind Talker on the Erethiel, because then you lack in a lot of damage out there that you could eventually deal with the Berserker's Fury. But you, considering the lineup on the other side, Slarky, Ronsky, Sakamoto, Uzin, you need that extra bit of movement speed. So it's like he had absolutely no choice right now. And that is one of the big win conditions of Momentum Mori. Try and delay this Erethiel in terms of its farm. And I think so they've done that so perfectly well. 30 more seconds for this next Lord as the entire lineup of Entity is caged in their inhibitors. They cannot open the map. Laito is trying to do that, but he's being picked off.
Yeah, he's being picked off indeed, but you can see here Sakamoto, he's providing a lot of vision. Fury of the Phoenix comes out early. Divine Judgment bursts them down. Uzi is able to pick up that kill, and now Slarky has the damage. Dawn comes in, catches 3 AOG to run away. Tiso cannot tank them, but Yansky trying to create the space. Raging Slash to get out of harm's way. Noel trying to puncture his way through. Traction Pulse to pull them back from Enzo, as he's able to find one in the hands of Pelemetronio, and that's going to be Sakamoto, only the tank. But look at Slarky, he don't care. He wants to throw footballs in their face. I thought the Champions League final was already over, but seems like Momentum More reminding us that a player still in the land of Dawn, Bruno, can do it all.
This guy is absolutely turning into a Cristiano Ronaldo out there, doing 1v5 in front of them. And the fact that he also had the wind of nature and he's not scared to use that is, again, a big confidence booster for them. And look at Uzin. He's just trying to find opportunities, trying to open the map as well for his team up. But the Lord is being controlled by Entity, and this could be their big chance.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix just to get the Lord as well. The vision is there. They get themselves the Lord. Team Entity buy themselves some more time. Important seconds, important minutes as the Lord is already spawned, marching down the bot side. And you know what's scared? I was going to say, feels like it's a Thursday because this is Throwback Thursday as we're seeing Slarky on that Bruno go for a hyper carry mode because this is what shades to 2020, 2022 where Bruno was in the jungle with a double buff.
Yeah, don't remind me of that right now because Sakamoto really needs to find a buff. That man just survives for the skin of his teeth out there, and you cannot disrespect the damage of Enzo as well as Pelmetronio this late into the game. Their win condition, Kronos, we talked about that! Look at the AOG!
Oh no, it completely catches nobody. And now the Fury of the Phoenix, they could look for more. Enzo gets pulled back by the Divine Judgment. He gets out of there, however, and he's taken out super low. But you can see this Phoenix descent. The ranges is way too much for them to handle. They lose 2 in the process, even though they had the Lord, while Uzin is still alive, pushing up top, and Team Entity just cannot capitalize.
They absolutely cannot. They'll have to go back right now. What a fantastic play again, trying to catch the Garrod Kacha, and as well as Kimi after that. Laito needs to run away.
You can see he goes in for the bravest fighter. Man, I'm not gonna lie. Ryansky does not care. He is playing this fighter to the utmost perfection. Slarky slides in. I don't think this is the right moment for him to do so. He gets shut down by Laito thanks to the Frost Moon Shield. Forced to the Queen to be able to get that kill as well. Pelmetronio is back up online and they find himself a double. That is 3 kills in their pocket. 1 small mistake, 1 overextension, and Team Entity just pulled it back and turned the tides.
This is the reason why this team is also in the grand finals right now, Kronos, because you make 1 mistake and they are just so ready to punish you in an instant. So Sakamoto and Ronsky right now, 15 seconds for Slarky to hop in, and this seems like a chance to end.
Yeah, it looks like a chance to end indeed, and they're looking at Sakamoto's trying to buy some time. Ryansky, he could go for the bravest fighter, and yes, he is. He has the Raging Slash, but he gets burst down. That's a 1v5. Do they have enough time? Yes, they do. There was no minions. He did his job.
Absolutely fantastic work out there from Ronsky and Sakamoto. And guess what, Kronos? They have enough time to be spawned up before the next shot hops in. And one of the big reasons why, again, they were able to defend out here was because of the fact that they've taken top inhibitor and the mid inhibitor. They've got the mega minions from both of those lanes. So the top is pushing itself. They don't really have to worry about that as all 3 towers stand up top. And also the mid, again, Sakamoto did everything he could to try and clear out that wave. And the rest of the job was completed by Ronsky. Now they just need to hop back in and maybe go in for this action again. But now since we are heading into that later stages of the game, right? Late game, which we normally talk about. Laito is going to be tanky. He's got the blade armor. He's also got the Athena shield right now. And he's probably going to complete the anti-Cuirass to try and sustain through Ronsky's damage. So he's going to be face chunking all of those footballs out in front of him. And Enzo is also dealing a ton of damage out on the Skimmy right now because of the Divine Clave that is completed. So things are going to get even more tricky for Momentum Mirror to end it.
All momentum, all you got to do is make sure Slarky isn't offside, but here the fight already breaks down. Fury, the Phoenix casts them in place. You can see they go into the electrifying beat. Laito with the falling star actually gets aggressive. Noel goes into the phantom execution. He might get caught out, but he gets taken down. Ryansky in the hands of Enzo, and Enzo's dishing out a lot of damage. Sakamoto's still left standing, but you can see the damage coming out from Pelmetroni's way too much. Noel gets pushed back thanks to the armament. Laloy is able to pick up that kill just in time for the Lord. Slarky gets himself a wind of nature, but the bot side is pushing in. They need to respond. Sakamoto's back up in the base. They need to clear the waves. That is a big push on the bot side. And Team Entity understanding that they hang out right at the Lord pit.
But they can't take this Lord right now. There's no retribution out here. Lolo is also trying to do so much as Slarky's Wind of Nature has been baited out now.
Uzin, he thought he could close the gap onto Pelmetronia. Wind of Nature not present, neither is the Fury of the Phoenix, but you can see on the top side as well, Team Entity has to answer a wave of their own. Uzin realizing that they're trying to blitz down this Lord. Will they get the retribution? Yes, they do. And they call it quits because they know 18 minutes in, they just need to get this one final push, and game 1 is going to be in their pockets.
Phenomenal play again coming in. specifically from Ronsky. He was the one who forced Pelmetronio off of that fight in that Lord Pit. He forced him out with the flicker as well, and he dealt so much damage with his flicker, Landshaker, and the Raging Slashes that he could not do anything. That's what they need to do now to finish things up though, but they need to manage the waves perfectly. And that is the main reason why we're seeing Uzin on that bottom side. The Phoenix Fury also giving so much vision. Now they know everyone is in the base so they can push freely.
They are looking to push freely indeed. You know what, Slarky, just don't be offside, my friend, because I know you want to slide in. You don't want to be Cristiano Ronaldo, but at this point, it's not a looking point. And Sakamoto flickers forward. He gets the Divine Judgment onto Noel, but he still gets the kill on Slarky. They find enough time. They buy enough time. Ryansky, he's holding on, but not for long. Noel punctures his way through. Give him that kill already. Loloy able to kite out. He's not letting everyone go down. They lose 2 in the process. Team Entity with a successful defense.
I'll have to say Loloy's passive saved this team after taking that Lord down as well, and right now this man himself is surviving through the thick and thin of this game. It's been an absolute nuisance out right now, but it's a 5v3 defense. You do not have Slarky, you do not have Ronsky on the Lapu Lapu. This could be the end.
This could be the end that they're looking for, but right now Sakamoto's trying his best. He gets caught out, and he gets taken down thanks to the Phantom Execution. Uzin tries to buy enough time, but Pelmetronio's damage is way too much. He bursts him down. You gotta give praises to Irithel. This is a hero that cannot be underestimated, and the one running it especially, Pelmetronio in the gold lane.
You cannot underestimate this man. I rightfully agree with that point. He's been an absolute beast throughout this entire event, and even now, this guy seems to be like a different monster. Not really stopping at all throughout this thing. But here's the thing. Entity now should push their advantage up even further. It's still a 3v2, rather a 3v5 right now. 45 seconds for the Lord. Pelmetronio is now swapped back up for his Wind of Nature too. And since we're already on that topic, it's 64,000 gold for the side of Memento Mori as well as Entity on 65,000. But fun fact is that gold lead is now not going to matter. It's all going to fall down to those item swaps and how quickly can you swap those immortalities for the Winter Crowns and also those immortalities for the Wind of Nature and vice versa. I'll have to say though, I thought maybe Entity would still want to push their advantage up forward by at least trying to get 1 or 2 more of Memento Mori down so that right before this slot they would have the numbers advantage, but them deciding to play a bit more passive, it kind of shows how much respect they have for the Slarky's Bruno.
Yeah, man, he has a lot of damage. There's a lot of burst that's coming through from him as well. So they definitely need to show him some respect. But here, Noel already getting the Lord started. Light, creating the space. And this is where the Esmeralda shines, right? Not the early game, not the mid game, but the late game. This lady's going to be thick with 2 Cs. Like Ronsky, not going to be there. He gets burst down indeed. And he is not getting the same treatment that he did in the early and mid game. This is where you are moving into uncharted territory, my friend. 21 minutes in. You know for a fact this double marksman composition is going to start hurting.
It's gonna be so difficult now to try and deal with it. Ronsky is not being tanky at all. The only thing that could eventually save Memento Mori now is going to be that split push. I don't really see any other way for them to win this one. 27 more seconds at the Lord. It's marching down for the mid lane Chronos. It's not gonna have... Ronsky is not gonna have enough time to hop back into the action. It's gonna face so much struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle if Memento Mori are not looking to take this away. Right now, they need to get the clear. The top side, Uzin's there, but you can see the flicker comes out from Loloy as well. Noel trying to go back with the armor and pushes him back as well. Tiso with the AOG trying to buy enough time. Noel just shing his way through. Tiso gets burst down. Furious Phoenix comes out as well. They burst down Pelmetronio. Slarky has the damage online, and you can see this Bruno is going volley shot after volley shot, but here comes a concealed play. Uzin with the help of Sakamoto trying to go in. They don't have the Divine Judgment, but they definitely have the aggression that they need. They want to march down mid lane. They have 5 standing. Tiso and Pelmetronio down and out. And looks like Memento Mori want to go for the final push.
They absolutely want to. They've got a few minions out there in mid as well. And look at Uzin using the Rhythm of Joy to quickly clear out the wave. There we go. The Phantom Execution comes in with the Thornrose. Noel survives for now. They will live to tell the tale, but only for the next 7 seconds, Chronos.
Yeah, and they got a big wave pushing down the mid lane, and you can see Lito trying to buy enough time. He's using the Vengeance. He's doing everything that he can, but the Fury of the Phoenix buying enough time as well. Noel being pushed back. Lito, he gets burst down. Immortality already popped. Landshaker comes through. Slarky's hacking away at the base. They said they were the underdogs, but Memento Mori just punched first and punched hard. That's a warning shot if you ever see one. Entity now on the back foot.
Look at this roster and look at these faces. They never bow down, regardless of the challenge that's in front of them. My goodness, Kronos. It basically took me back again into the same 2022 meta, which you mentioned, right? Where Bruno is the man who's hyper carrying throughout the entire game. But my goodness, it just seems a very different Memento Mori coming out right now. I'm pretty sure that you might have predicted Entity to win this entire series, but we've both been looking forward, right? Just like me, even I thought maybe Memento Mori might close the series out, or rather, ET could close it out. But we've both been looking forward for Memento Mori to show this kind of resilience. An absolute phenomenal display. Full control of that early game, mid game. Yes, late game, they lost a bit because of the double marksman on the other side. But then one mistake from Entity. And that was to send Lito back to defense. That was the only mistake during their Lord push, which turned this game on its head.
I mean, mistakes are made, but they need to be shrugged off. It's only game number one, but still, the one who strikes first has the first laugh. But you don't want to see that. You want to see who's going to have the last laugh at the end of the day. So, however, Memento Mori strike first in this grand finals. But whether it was nerve, strategy, or raw confidence, they controlled the pace of the game after a while, especially with Slarky on that Bruno, and they walk with an early advantage in this best of 7 series. But remember, this is a long series indeed, and only first blood has been drawn. But hey, the war is far from over, my friend.
That's one thing that you eventually mentioned right now. And here's the thing, Kronos, I've constantly been trying to understand as to what went wrong in towards that later part, where you could clearly see a lot of damage being dished out by Pelmetronio and Enzo on the Kimi as well as the Erethiel. But eventually, it was Lito who was face tanking all of that damage, right? And you see that clearly at that very last Lord fight. Lito had to go back on his base to defend the big wave up on top, and that pressure was dealt to them by Uzin. I mentioned this point right before the Lord was towards the mid lane, where, Uzin would need to, or rather, Memento Mori would need to put pressure through the side lanes if they really want to win, to try and have that numbers advantage. They did exactly that, and it was Lito who went back. No more double face up in front of Bruno, right? Trust me, whenever I say this, if you're a gold laner and there's a Katot Kacha in front of you with a revitalize, there's any vengeance in front of you on that EXP lane, you'd rather not want to fight them at all. You'd want to go for the pickoffs on either Pelmetronio or either on Noel or Enzo. And that was what was saving Slarky since the starting. But right towards the end, that's when we saw, look at that, Tiso and Lito. Both of them are really just trying to push him out through those fights. And I think so that was one of the big plays that they could have made, which did not happen at the very last Lord push.
I mean, at the very last Lord push, they really did try to make that happen, right? But it's just the fact that Slarky's item build, or rather just how the Bruno works as a whole, right? You get yourself the Hasa's Claws, and then you're just gonna keep lifestealing back up because he has crit, he has lifesteal, he has inbuilt lifesteal, and then you give him the Malefic Gun, add on a little bit more speed, and add the Wind of Nature, you get a little more lifesteal, so he's definitely gonna survive. And this was an opening that really Team Entity had, where Slarky mispositioned himself. He had the flicker, but I don't know why he used it. I think he just got a little too overconfident, and that they really paid the price. And this game extended on for another 5 or 10 minutes, which it shouldn't have. But nonetheless, Team Entity still fought really hard and valiant. But here on the other side, I think Memento Mori just doing what they can and doing it best, as this final push later on just sealed the deal completely.
Yeah. It just closed everything out there. But again, this is not really the final push out there, though, Kronos, is it? Absolutely. That's the fun part about it. There were so many Lords through both of these teams' side, but it still could not end the game. Now, this was the main fight where I was constantly mentioning Lito needed to be there. But guess what? It is absolutely fine, ladies and gentlemen. It's only game number 1 right now as we have a look at the damage charts of both of these teams. Memento Mori having 413,000 damage being dealt onto Team Entity. That is absolutely insane stat to have. It's almost 500,000 damage, Kronos. Imagine the length of this game. And this is only on the back of Loloi and the Bruno in the hands of Slarky. It's not even a double marksman or a triple marksman setup.
Man, this has been the meta of sustain, right? We've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll repeatedly say it. This is the meta where you really need a lot of sustain. You need those war axe. You need those queen's wings. You need that lifesteal in order to survive, in order to be there in the extended team fights. Possible re-engage. You need a DPS. It is literally the sustained meta at this point, and that's why you can see the amount of damage taken coming in from Entity, 852,000 damage, while on the other side, yes, they had 645k, and like you mentioned, almost 500,000 in terms of the damage that they dealt. So Memento Mori, I feel like that is what brought them the key in this particular case, because again, Esmeralda, I love this hero, man, and for multiple reasons, but of course, this hero just missing out on a slight bit of a damage buff that is very much needed. Not having that extra bit of damage really takes them off in this point, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. That was one of the reason why they were struggling a little bit out there. But I still personally feel they actually got the hang of it. They realized their win condition, and that was to make sure Pelmetronio stays in the fight. And what do they need to do that? They need to make sure Ronsky is the first one to be picked up on that Lapu Lapu, right? Because Sakamoto, he was mostly playing to save Slarky in those fights, right? There were very few moments when he was actually going in for the engage. This was the exact point which Entity realized in that mid to later stages, where even Laito was getting his items, so he was getting difficult to shred, at least individually by Slarky, and then also they were pairing it up with Gatot Kacha jumping onto them, and I think so that was a very nice approach from them, and that was working out for them too. That's why they were able to take a couple of lords out there towards the end too. But yeah, as we say, bygones are now bygones. We've got to brush all of that off that happened in the previous one. Now we need to focus on what's going to happen in this one game, because Memento Mori, they are continuing their pursuit of constant wins through the semi-finals in a 3-0 fashion. Kronos, you were there, you casted that entire game. No one expected that to happen. And now in the grand finals, winning another game. That means from the past 2 series, they've won 4 consecutive games out here.
This 4 games in a row. I heard a lot of people say it's going to be 4-0, right? I know. You're in the chat as well. I see you. A lot of slippery people. A lot of people that like to go to the gym. A lot of people that like to eat different kinds of food. A lot of people in the chat. A lot of people in the voice chats. A lot of people on TeamSpeak as well saying like, it's going to be a 4-0, bro. I know for a fact it's going to be 4-0. Hey, I'm the one who said 4-3. Scared himself said 4-2. Who is it? We're not going to say. But hey, we want to see, because if the team we chose ends up losing, we're just gonna be like, hey, see, the other team, we told you that team's gonna win. But but yeah, 4-0 is what everyone predicted. But the way that these matches have been going, Scared, do you really think it's gonna be a 4-0?
I personally don't think so. I think so it's going to go all the way. That's why I told you, right? My prediction was still a 4-2. I think so that it has got a full potential to go the 7 games as well. I don't really feel that we might end it in a 4-0, because we have already seen the potential of Entity. We know how Tiso and the boys like to play as well, and we know how deep the hero pool of Pelmetronio really go. It's not really like a problem of the Erithiel that he picked up even now. He made that work too, along with the Kimi. So in the hands of Enzo, it was, as I said, working out. Even draft-wise, I don't really see any major problems in their draft as well. Yes, the early to mid game was a bit difficult for them to try and sustain through, because on the other side, you really have some good heroes that have a major power spike in that mid game, like the Zatian as well as the Bruno, who just go bonkers after the Hearthstone and Berserker's Fury. But sustaining through all of that, going till that late game, that was the main key point of victory for Entity, and they moved till that, apart from just a few micro errors. So I think so their draft is pretty solid. They stand a chance to win the entire series as well. Trust me, don't get me wrong out here. Entity can also close this one out at a 4-3 or maybe a 4-2. I feel with this one game's momentum, Memento Mori might stand a bit better chance for the next one, but it's also going to come down to the sides, right? When who's going to play on that blue and who's going to play on that red to try and maybe control that draft.
I agree that it's going to depend on who's going to pick blue and red side, who's going to be able to control the draft. And usually it's, of course, the blue side that's controlling the draft. The red side is responding unless blue side just make a mistake or red side are willing to let a lot of things open. It all comes out of the mind games that they play with. And you know what? A little birdie told me something scared yet. I guess I got birdies all over Europe. And a little birdie told me that Team Entity were actually cozying up with one of the best players in the world. I would say one of the best players in the world in his particular lane, and he is currently in Riyadh, ready to fight it out in the MSC, in the EWC. Yeah, they've been cozying up with him, trying to pick his brain and getting all the information that they can. I'm talking about Kid Bomba here. They have been getting the information from Kid Bomba himself. He'd be lurking in the chat sometimes. Hey, Kid Bomba, if you're here, come and say hi to the chat, man. But of course, Team Entity I'm talking about, they've been closing up with him a little bit, trying to get some information from him. And this is not the team that we've seen before, right? This is a slight bit of an evolved version of Team Entity. Yes, Team Memento Mori have the momentum right now, but hey, all that wisdom from Kid Bomba should definitely pay off, because we saw that yesterday, and we're seeing that they're starting off the games in the right foot. They're just losing it out somewhere in the mid game, and we both know, Scared Yet, that mid game is where you really see teams that are top tier to step it up. So will that extra bit of knowledge from Kid Bomba help them elevate themselves to a next level, or is Momentum Mori just going to be like, hey, you know what, you guys forgot about us, we're back to take and claim our throne? But hey, again, it's only game number 2.
Yeah. You know what? I think so. We've been cooking a lot of things out here on this desk too, but I personally feel that what Entity have been cooking behind the scenes, yes, that is paying off for them itself. First of all, them being present here in this grand finals against all the odds, when people were predicting teams like Birthright to be here, right? And when there were so many teams out there who people thought would be here, including Rain. Those are the few teams that everyone thought might actually make it to the grand finals. I mean, MIF as well, we thought that team could also make it to the grand finals. Still, through all of those odds, Entity pushed forward. So there's a big reason why they are here. And I think so the insights that Kid Bomba has been giving them, they have been one of the major reasons why this team is just so solid with any kind of draft that you try and give them. I mean, imagine in the semi-finals picking a Melissa and then pulling the game through as well. And that is not on the back of anyone else, on your jungler or maybe on the mage, but you yourself going and having a time of your life out there on that pick. So if you can work with those pocket picks, that clearly shows you that the basics are absolutely clear. The team is playing to the win conditions. And I think so Entity, yes, they have been having those insights, basically been having that chance out there, but I'll have to say, to try and lower down the mood and maybe stop the nerding a bit there. When you mentioned that there was a player who's currently in the Riyadh and they're probably taking insights from them. I'm just gonna meme around a little bit here. I thought you were talking about India's pride, Kyrie Kumar.
Man, Kyrie Kumar, bro. They even made a song about him. I know, right? Kyrie Kumar.
They're getting crazy out here, man.
Feels bad. Kyrie Kumar. Hopefully they perform well this time of the EWC. But hey, we're not talking about the EWC. You just flip that W, make it an M. We're talking about the EMC, the European MidSeason Cup. And of course, 4,000 euros is the prize pool. And hey, these two teams are fighting it out for the better half of it. So at this point, who is it going to be? Who is it not? The respect, man. The respect.
I know, right? We don't want to deal with you, Ronsky, anymore. Just throw this one out of the bag. Instantly putting the Lapu Lapu out of that into the banned places. I think so that is a place that he rightfully deserves right now in this current meta. Like when we used to talk about the Chip as well as the Zushin, right? The couple of 2 picks on the red side that were always secured in terms of the banning slots. They would always get their seats first. I think so, yeah, Lapu Lapu being banned out first as well. Pretty solid respect out there, but I think so this clearly shows that Memento Mori will now control the draft from their perspective. They don't mind giving the Kimi. They have already showcased that. The question is, can ET keep a few picks open that they would really want to prioritize, like the Uranus, like maybe something along the lines of a 1-1 if it's let through.
See, like, it's simple. We know some of the heroes are never going to get through, and that's the Uranus, that's the Baxia, and the Farsa. These three are heroes that are definitely not going to go through, and you know the two bands going to come through right now are going to be Farsa and the Baxia, unless Team Entity is like, you know what, let's play a game of chicken, let's leave both open and just ban out, like, I don't know, Terizla or Arlot or something like that. And then, but I mean, Terizla and Arlot, because they're still in the meta. Terizla still fits in. True. It's just a slight bit of very situational pick and only very niche picks that can make it work. And of course, Arlot present as well. So Entity could just be like, you know, let's just throw a curveball, man, because they're going to ban out Baxia or Farsa on the other side anyway. So let's see how it works. The Zetian's still open. The Jushin's still left open. So I'm not really sure which way they're going to go down. Farsa, Baxia,
you call for it.
Kimmy gonna be picked up on the first. On the other side,
1-1 is also open though.
Kimmy, man, you can't. You got it. You don't tell me. You're gonna. I understand 1-1's absolutely crazy, yes, but don't tell me you're not gonna pick up a Kimmy.
Let's be honest. I don't personally feel that Enzo is having a lot of struggle dealing against the Kimmy either. Plus, you always have the Zetian, you also have the Zushin to try and pick up in the second picking phase.
Yeah, but I still think Kimmy is still strong enough because it gives you the option to go for a double marksman lineup, right? That's the only key. That's literally the only thing. Scared that you know I'm not trying to tunnel vision at all. It's just the fact that in this meta,
it's so
double, triple marksman just works. I don't know how. I don't know. I mean, I know how. It's because of the path changes, but it's just so random that triple marksman all of a sudden just starts working in this current meta.
I don't remind me of the game between the Mongols and the Falcons as well, man. I still remember what really happened out there. So exactly, right? Exactly. But here we go. Just exactly what they pick out there. They're picking out here as well. Are you drinking a chocolate milk?
No, I'm not. I'm not drinking chocolate milk. It's a mixture of cinnamon, honey, and hot water.
I mean, fair enough. You really need that for your throat out there because I'm pretty sure Sakamoto was in there both going to make sure you shout out of your lungs, specifically with the Phobius and the Lancelot pick right now. Yeah, good luck because all those flashy plays will be moving on to the faces. It was banned out previously but has been let through this time around. So we already know the story about right now what's going to happen. Maybe a flex pick out here. It's the Glue and the Gado Kacha.
Jushin.
Or Faramis.
Jushin. It's gotta be.
Faramis.
Or it's gotta be Jushin.
Zetian? Could be a Zetian too.
Oh, Bruno.
All of that.
I like that. I like that. Little spicy. However, the spiciest thing out of the lot is the fact that the Lancelot is in the hands of Uzin. Right? This guy is oozing some aura whenever he plays this Lancelot. But I feel like he definitely has to be respected right now with this Lancelot. So they need to find some way to try and burst him, at least lock him down so they can dish out damage. Otherwise, he's going to be breathing down the necks of Tiso. As we saw yesterday, he did the same against his opposition as well.
Highly possible now. And again, that respect as well coming from both the ends though. This is when you know that there are two extremely good teams who are facing each other, when they're both respect banning out their opponents rather than exactly what the meta is. And I again like the idea of that Bruno pick as well, so that now you can prioritize the bans onto the goal lane itself. But I would still say, yes, I know you want a Zushin to be picked up right now in this case, but I still feel a Zetian, it might have been a bit more better considering already it was being, you know, it really worked out well in the previous game too. But a Hayabusa ban, I absolutely love it. You know, it could counter Bruno instantly, right, from the level 4 itself with an early gank on his lane and push him back in the farm. You're dealing with it quickly. My question is, are they going to try and force a tanky jungle on the side of eating?
I don't mind a tanky jungle on the side of ET at this point because they have a Kimmy. They definitely have a lot of peel in the form of the Gato Kacha and the Glue, specifically the Glue. If they go for Fredrin, it's going to be even better just because of the fact that Uzin's not going to be easily puncture his way through. Right, so that's why they ban out the Selena as well. This is a setup for a tanky jungle, unless and until they're waiting to see if they're gonna bite the bait. Lilia comes out, so they're kind of expecting that, and it's the first pick. It's the debut of Lilia in the EMC.
I absolutely love it. You want to try and pick up a tanky jungle? Good luck now. All of those pokes from the shadow energy bombs. We always talk about that. Tanky, a lot of tanky picks on the other side. You pick up a Lilia, you keep on poking them until they're at the executionable HP, and then you take the fight. So it's all on to you. Plus, you can keep on. Exactly. You can keep on dancing around and you can keep on poking them until they get uncomfortable, and you can remain at a pretty far off range as well. And Bruno is also a very solid pick in the hands of Slarky because once he makes the Malefic gun, he's also going to poke them down with his power balls out here and stay back as well in terms of the distance. So, ET,
Bowman.
are you going to try and surprise us by bringing out an assassin here? And yes, they bring out the Nolan. I know you don't like that pick, and I know Pelmetronio is playing Granger. It's like you early snowball, you win. If you don't snowball, Memento Mori will steal the game.
I mean, they have the Kimmy for the late game insurance, to be honest, but
I don't think so. That's too many eggs in one basket.
I don't
right
like
now,
the
and
Nolan. I don't like the Nolan
know.
this current meta. Whatever. I mean, it's very niche. It's very niche. You really need to get that 2-level advantage to make something happen. But Lancelot versus a Nolan, I still would give upper hand to Lancelot. So I'm not really sure.
Is.
I mean, this is a comfort pick, if I'm not wrong, for Noel.
I guess so. You probably want to go for the comfort now at this point because everything else is basically either picked up or banned out, and you can't really go for a tanky jungle this time around once the Lilia and the Bruno have been picked up on the other side. So it's like just removing the options from the hands of ET. I still think maybe a Suyu would have been a little bit better here as compared to a Nolan. At least you can compete with Lancelot in terms of that execution line for the neutral objectives, if not really in terms of those fights. Or maybe, just double down and pick up a Joy right now. It worked out previously for the other side. Maybe it could work out for you. But guess what? I'm still leaning a bit more towards Memento Mori for this draft. They absolutely outdrafted the side of Entity. But I want to see Entity make this work. I want to see that early snowball.
Hey, and here we go indeed. Game number 2 of the EMC Grand Finals is underway. Memento Mori came out swinging in game number 1. No hesitation and no mercy they showed, but they've got the lead indeed, and they've got the momentum. But now it's time for Team Entity to answer and clap back. They're not here for silver. They're not here for second place. They're here to restore order and remind everyone why they were the favorites. Can Memento Mori keep riding the fire, or does Entity rise from the ashes? One team is one step from glory, and the other is one loss from desperation. Let's run it back, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 in a best of 7. Let's see how it goes down.
Starting all the way up from the purple buff, both these junglers will move on the opposite part of the map as well. And I think so the advantage will still go for Memento Mori, considering Uzin can actually clear out his camps faster than Noel. And that advantage is going to be a big one as well. And it also goes in the mid lane, because Lolo can clear that way faster. But hold on a second now. This is interesting. It's Tiso and Enzo's combination. So they will have the priority in the river, at least for now, till the next few seconds. It's going to be crucial as well, because I don't really see Uzin joining up for the Litho Wanderer fight. Also, that EXP crab now going in for the glue. It's gonna help them have a bit more advantage out there. But interesting engagements down bottom in the gold lane. Pelmetronio already down to half his HP.
Yeah, I think it's not looking good for their side, but he has the regen. He can make it back up. Sakamoto's there as well to provide a little bit of a top up onto his HP, but here gets taunted, and Enzo has a lot of DPS right from the get-go. You do not want to fill up that passive bar. He starts hurting after a while, but at this point, Memento Mori's oozing, man. He has been so clean. But look at Noel, though. He's trying to steal away as much creeps as possible, and it's going to come down. I feel like the first fight's going to be on the Lizard on the left side.
I think so. It could be the case right now, but look at the top side. Glue seems to be in trouble.
Lighto not looking good at this point. Phantom Execution comes through as well. He didn't have the Thorn Rose to get that final kill, but Lighto's still able to survive. No Flicker, though. That's going to be crucial, and you can see they're already hovering over the Lizard, and they're trying to protect it as much as they can.
And that's a pretty solid deal to do as well, because you really want every single creep out there in the hands of Noel on this Nolan. You need to farm early as fast as possible. And that is one of the big reasons now Lighto is also hopping in the mid lane to try and get his early level 4. But I love the rotation that's coming in from Memento Mori. Loloi is low. Absolutely! What?
What was that? That was a snipe. Call it a headshot because that traction pulse just pulling back. He's able to get that kill, but here Sakamoto goes for the Minoran Fury. Actually gets a knock-up onto 2, but Noel's able to get the retribution on point. Yansky tries to go into the Infernal Pursuit. Laito doesn't have the flicker, but he can see they get that kill with a fracture coming out in the hands of Noel. And I think that is some good news for Team Entity as they play a Nolan in the jungle.
A bit too much respect being given to Team Entity right now, and they are demanding that, considering how things are going right now. Look at bottom.
Oh no, Slarky forced the flicker out. Tiso making sure he's making his presence felt.
Nice idea again, Pelmetronio. A decent bait being given out, and we can clearly see the importance of this Go Crab as well as Noel joins in the fight.
Oh, he sees that. Sakamoto trying to get a little top up on his HP, but Pelmetroni is able to get that kill, and that's crucial as a goal winner, as Granger, who's looking to get those kills, and we've seen Wicked make that mistake as well, try to get aggressive with it, but Noel comes in, and again cleans up shop, able to dish out the damage, and feed the kill into the hands of Enzo nonetheless. So both these marksmen are starting to scale, and scale quite early. We're looking at a 2K goal lead almost in less than 3.5 minutes.
And I can also see Noel slowly and steadily building up that lead after the blade of Hypnosis he's got, and he's level 7 right now. A Hunter Strike in the hands of Pelmetronio too. I 100% agree. The early game win condition right now is setting up perfectly. And Tisho has been so on point with all of his taunts right now, landing in on the perfect people. Slarky out there, getting a bit slacky in that bottom lane, has now got to respect the damage of Pelmetronio because it's again the first item power spike. Slarky is still struggling to make his Heart's Claw, but top side is where we might see the action. As another turtle is now going to pop in the next 15 seconds as well.
15 seconds to the turtle, about 10 right now. And you can see ET are already starting to dominate that half of the river. Sakamoto has to concede any sort of control that he has, but here comes Jansky trying to create some sort of space, but Noel level 8 right now, and on the other side Uzin is still able to keep up, but you can see the mid lane, the fight breaks loose, and Loloy able to survive, pops in the black shoes at the right time, and Tiso here might get caught out. Here comes the Minoan Fury, able to get a knock up on a 3, AOG into the back line, Tiso is able to get on harm's way, Sakamoto provides another knock up coming through, Laito creating the space, healing for his team. Nobody goes down, just to trade in HPs and a couple of spells as Noel is able to secure the turtle once again.
A lovely zone coming in from Entity now. They understood that they can prolong these fights constantly. They absolutely don't mind that. But it is the cooldowns on the other side. Loloy as well with the shadow energy bombs. And then Uzin onto this Lancelot. They can't really keep on going in for those fights consistently. That has been one of the big problems now. You can skirmish as much as you want, but the objective has been taken away. An almost 2,000 goal lead in the hands of Entity. They are controlling that top side of the map now as Pelmetronio, already level 8, is heading up there. His level is equal to the jungler of Memento Mori. That clearly shows you the snowball effect that they've had right now. But they need to increase it even further, and that tier 1 on the top side is going to help them at that.
They definitely need to do that. Indeed, Pelmetroni able to get that, and not just that, right, Scared? They've been feeding the kills in the hands of Enzo and Pelmetronio. Yes, Noel wants the kills, but he's able to give it out to the other side. Jansky gets pulled back right now, but a split, grab. Tiso, AOG to create the separation. Minoan Fury comes out, they knock up 2, and seems like the first one to fall is Tiso Kai, thanks to the heal coming in from Sakamoto, as killing spree in the hands of Enzo as well. Slarky might get caught out, and yes, he does indeed. And now that's going to be another kill in the hands of Enzo. That's a double to this Kimmy, and looks like slowly they're starting to build up. Meanwhile, a solo kill in the hands of Uzin is able to catch Pelmetronio off guard.
That was one big kill and one big trade on the other part of the map, because the fight on the bottom side was entirely lost. Bold from Loloy, not using the black shoes out there to try and survive. He thought he can eventually, but the mid tier 1 will not. And that gives the jungle access of Memento Mori to Entity, and they can try and, hop into this purple buff wherever they really want to. The orange buff is not going to be very secure as well, given how much map control Tiso is taking away from them. And they're going to get this another turtle for free. No one even close to try and take this down. That is a very big play from Entity now. Their snowball is increasing even further. Memento Mori would need to prolong this game for Slarky to stack up on those itemizations, but he's just not being able to dish out that damage right now because I don't think so. He's got the Berserker's Fury in his hands.
Yeah, I don't think so. He doesn't have the Berserker's Fury, if you ask me. Yep, he's just building towards it. I think he probably needs a couple more gold, maybe a couple of 100 gold just to hit that power spike. He's 4.7. Kimmy is about 5.2, and you can see 5.7, 1k ahead is Pelimetroni, and that's going to start hurting, man. He has himself the Sky Pierce already, and now the fight breaks out. Ryansky got a no man's land. Lighto trying to go in, grab somebody up. He's not able to find anyone.
Now the macro game of Memento Mori would need to be picture perfect because, as you mentioned, Pelmetronio has picked up the Sky Piercer. He had that one kill before he got that item, so absolutely no stacks on it right now, and they need to make sure that it stays the same so that it basically acts like one bad item out there. But picking up this Malefic Roar, that's going to be the big key, and Lighto, he just wants to try and zone out Uzen out there from up top.
Yeah, they're trying to do that. That has to be the key. Oh, traction pulls back Ransky. A lot of damage coming through as well. That's a lot of damage to take. And that's a Phobius, my guy. That is a goddamn Phobius with a Brave Smite nonetheless. He has to be tanky. And he's taking so much damage.
It should be tanky in Astaroth's realm. It's not gonna happen right now. I don't know why. I saw a Radiant Armor being picked up. It was either by Sakamoto or by Ronsky. And I kid you not, if it was by Ronsky and he's still eating up so much damage, yeah, good luck surviving through the burst of Kimmy right now, as Enzo will cook up the Divine Glaive sooner or later along with the concentrated energy. But this endless battle, now picked up by Uzen, could be the key for them to break open this backline.
Oh no, Lighto pulls somebody back, and that's going to be Ryansky. Traction pulse as well, and here comes the fracture. Pelimetroni fed that kill quite instantly. Uzin, though, breathing down his neck, and he flickers out of harm's way just at the tip of the Phantom Execution. Pelimetroni able to survive. Lighto, again, just being an absolute nuisance to the entirety of Memento Mori. They can't do anything to him. This glue is a complete menace.
This dude does not even need those crazy items like in Esmeralda. He's absolutely fine with just one anti-Cuirass and a silent strobe as he's building onto the Radiant Armor. So, guess what? Loloi is not going to deal a lot of damage to him. That poke is not even going to tickle him after that item. And they've already secured the Lord as well. So it's going to march down all the way from mid. Good luck surviving through all of that. I think so. This is the perfect snowball effect moment coming in from ET.
The ET, man, I'm telling you, yes, there's a lot of damage coming through from Enzo. Yes, Pelimetroni is doing the work. Yes, Noel's doing everything, but Tiso's peeling for the team, but it's all Lighto. I feel like it's been Lighto entirely. He has been consistent throughout the entire tournament, and now as well, Sakamoto. That's a lot of damage. Oh my god, that's Noel.
Get out of here.
How is he doing so much damage?
Get out of here at this point already. How do you survive that? Tiso in the middle of 5 people. And Lighto as well hopping in. It's about time that they start respecting the damage on the other side.
Ozin tries to go through the puncture. He just misses out. This guy is so slippery. If this goes to a little bit of a late game, Uzin's going to be unstoppable. Nobody's going to be able to stop him. There is not enough chain CC, not enough crowd control.
That's a big one that you mentioned. The only amount of solid CC that they have is really the glue as well as the taunt coming in from Tiso. And Enzo, he would either need to land in his traction force perfectly on him, otherwise he's just going to slip away and catch you on surprise. But there's this one big thing about Lancelot, which I always say, right? You need to land the Thorn Rose right at the perfect mark to the enemy. That's when you deal the maximum damage. But with the way how puncture really works, it basically pushes you a bit too close to the other person. So it's not really the full force of Thorn Rose that's actually acting on them. You'd really need to land a couple of basic attacks as well to stack in a bit of that true damage from Endless Battle and maybe take them out. But with how fast-paced the game is right now, that really is not helping. The only major reason that I still see a Lancelot being picked up so much is, again, if you land that Thorn Rose once correctly, you're going to obliterate enemies. And also, you've got a very solid execution line. And now, since Memento Mori have lowered down that gold lead to 3.8k, and they're getting up their major items now as the Anti-Cuirass for Sakamoto as well, the Wishing Lantern coming in for Loloi, who's gonna deal HP based damage to, they can open up the map a bit, but it's getting closed again by Entity.
It's all light though. I'm telling you, you can't really do anything against this glue. What answer do they have for this glue? I'm genuinely
Nothing.
looking for answers right here. Yes, Uzin can, puncture his way a lot when he's on the split. You got Ryansky that can go with the Infernal Pursuit. Yes, the Whirly's gonna bounce around. Loloi doesn't have the damage though. So what's gonna happen to Light though? Like, who is really gonna stop him?
No one. That's the thing. You ignore him, my god. There's no way ignoring that burst damage from the Fracture though.
And so now there's no black shoes. They could go for the engage, no traction pulse, no fracture. But fracture and traction pulse have lower cooldowns compared to the black shoes. So now it's going to be crucial because Loloi can't play as aggressive as he'd like. Ryansky, along with Sakamoto, are forced to peel for Memento Mori. And ET, knowing that, can go for a play as the Astro Strike connects. And now they go, all hell breaks loose. Who's in the back line trying to get Spillamatronio. But meanwhile, they're looking to take down Light though. Ryansky, as well as Slarky, do the damage. AOG connects. Sakamoto gets taken down, the first one to fall, as Lowell is looking for more. T-So Kite peeling for his team. Light though caught in no man's land, but his glue is able to survive for the longest time, and he finally gets taken down, and here comes Uzin, looking to take down Spillamatronio. He goes in with a puncture, trying to dish out the damage, but Noel in the back line comes through as they trade, and Slarky finds himself a double. 3 traded for 2. What a team fight.
The victory is still up for Noel as he's trying to decimate Vronsky, and he will be able to do so. Enzo still surviving. Both the damage dealers up and ready. Slarky does not have the Wind of Nature though, so he cannot face Noel right now. And Enzo is just dishing out so much damage to them. My goodness. What a team fight. I'll have to say, it was a very good call from Memento Mori to actually go for that fight. But again, Laito, just being a nuisance, pushed Slarky out of that entire fight by just connecting onto him with the grab. And guess what? Slarky had to dash away towards the green crab bush on the other side then to survive. And he also added a few basic attacks onto this Lord to try and get some HP back. That was the only reason he was standing strong. But Ronsky on the other side, the second he came in to save the day, was the time the tides of that fight turned entirely on its head. My goodness, what an outplay from both of these teams.
And the entire time, Noel was so patient. He hasn't gone down a single time. 4-0-6 on this Nolan scare. And now the AOGs go to the back line straight away, and they catch Slarky indeed along with the Loyans. They get themselves the Lord, and he's on a killing spree. He bursts them down. Slarky gets himself a double. Uzin trying to go on to Spillamatronio. No Wind of Nature, but he's trying to kite out of harm's way. And now the rest of Memento Mori moving like a Yoda, but here he comes Noel. But Loloi still has the black shoes to survive. Ryauchi goes into the Infernal Pursuit. Slarky finds the kill. He is completely unstoppable. Spillamatronio surviving in the skin of his teeth as Memento Mori are moving into the base crystal. The Lord is marching down the top side.
Both the marksmen will have to save the day, but the Thorn Rose being missed out by Uzin. The base will be saved right now. Traction Force was there, but the Lord is marching from the top side. That is a big problem. Noel out for the next 15 seconds. He should be back up soon. Good discipline being shown by Memento Mori. What a nasty play coming in from them again in that team fight. Finding that opening perfectly, and then Loloi just stealing away that Lord was a cherry on top.
Nah, man, again it goes through. Laito pulls him back, and you can see the Astra side, but he gets burst down this time by Noel. AOG to run away. Slarky separated from the rest of his team, but Laito cannot sustain anymore. Slarky is online, and these footballs are hitting like a truck. And this is not looking good if you're Entity, as the Lord is marching on the top side, not looking healthy still, but Slarky has so much damage. Enzo comes in, they're trying to bob and weave, but you can see the taunt onto Uzin, and he gets burst down, thanks to the help of T-So, Kaida, and Noel. And now on the bot side, they get themselves the inhibitor as well. Entity still survive and still hang on.
My goodness, the way Laito just got deleted up on top. You cannot face Slarky right now. And I like the confidence on this dude. Kronos has not even got a Wind of Nature. He cares absolutely not about Noel. He's absolutely fine with the items that he's got, and I'm probably sure that he's building onto a Blade of Despair on top of it. This is just so intense though, but an interesting pick of Loloi picking up the Blood Wings before the Divine Glaive. And I think so that is very intense because it gives him some extra bit of HP to sustain through either the burst damage from the Fracture of Noel or maybe to survive the crowd control of the traction force of Enzo by actually, having that enhanced movement speed because of the shield to move around it. I absolutely love that idea of the Blood Wings. And he's also got the Purify now up on top of it. The entire map, which was blue, has turned into red, and Memento Mori are looking for blood right now for this next Lord.
Man, they're looking for blood indeed, and Memento Mori are sharks, and they smell that blood in the water, and they're trying to find one person. That's going to be Noel and Enzo. Make that two, not even one, but these are the two that have been a complete problem, a complete thorn on their side. Memento Mori have a 1.5k goal lead right now, and you can see the damage coming out from Loloy. He's online as well, but meanwhile, the fight breaks down in the mid lane in the jungle, and it's been extended thanks to this Minoan Fury. Lighto separated once again. Sakamoto peeling for his team. Here comes Starkey, and they're looking for more. Thorn Rose from Uzin, and he finds Pelimetronio. Lighto, Pelimetronio, and Tiso kite down and out. And now the Lord is up. It is a luminous one. 18 minutes past. I don't think they want that. They want to clear this wave as fast as possible. They're calling for an end. Uzin goes in. He's trying to find Noel, but he kites out, and he's able to get out of there through the rift. Sakamoto creating the space, but Slarky gets the base crystal. Memento Mori make it 2-0. They're looking to pull off an upset.
What a nasty win from Memento Mori. Winning it through the clutches of defeat. It is an impeccable performance coming in from their side. Holy smokes. Take a breather right now, Kronos. I know that was intense. With the way how it was going, I really thought the series is going to end up at a 1-1 right now. But Memento Mori were like, psych! You got the wrong number. They were so ready, and as soon as the Berserker's Fury was completed, the Malefic gun was completed, it just everything flipped into the hands of Slarky. He was so cheeky through all of those positionings, and I love the fact how he started acting as a bait to try and lure Lighto in and then make him as an isolated player on in between 4 people of the side of Memento Mori, while Sakamoto alone was just Minoan furying on the others' back lines and getting that 4-man, 5-man CC, not to set his team up, but to make sure that the backup is delayed so Lighto could be picked off first. Beautiful play from their side.
The shot calls, man. That is some shot call. That is some leadership coming in from Memento Mori, because I thought they were going to go for the Lord. Anyone in their right mind would have been like, let's go for the Lord. But guess what? There was a whole set of waves coming down mid lane, and they're like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's just go for the end. Let's push for it. And Uzin did not care. Did you see how he was zoning away 2 members by himself before Sakamoto could make it there? Because that's a big difference maker. And I think that went absolutely insane. And Memento Mori win it again. And that's not just an upset that's brewing, ladies and gentlemen. That's dominance in motion.
I have to say at this point, dude, it is absolutely intense with the way how they were just able to control throughout this game. Even though they were on the back foot, it just felt that they did not really mind it at all as long as they could sustain through that mid game. Because I mentioned about it, right? That early to mid game, yes, it's an absolute beast of a situation, and it's going to favor Entity. Entity will be that beast. Memento Mori would have to be the beast slayers in that moment. But as soon as it transitioned from that mid to late game, that's where we saw the major power spikes coming in. The Lilia spoke was hurting as well. Loloy doing a phenomenal job. Sakamoto as well. I mean, this dude was just absolutely on faces of the other side. Combine it all on top of Slarky's burst damage and how quickly he was piercing through the defense of Lighto. Good luck surviving through all of that, because that was the moment when the entire game flipped on its head.
Completely flipped indeed, and I think that definitely being the difference maker, Sakamoto definitely deserves a shout for what he's done the entire game. You can see Ryansky, man, this guy, yes, we've been talking about Lighto and how consistent he is, but Ryansky is showing up as well at the same time. He's been the one making the plays for his team, regardless of what happens. And to be honest, both these roamers are playing second fiddle to their EXP laners this time.
And I think so that has really been the current meta of this patch itself, that the EXP laners are the first ones to go in just because of the way how they can sustain through all of that, and then the roamers try to set things up for their own team. It's literally a 1v4 versus 1v4 on both the opposite ends, where it's the EXP laner who's the 1 and 4 of the other team. And I love that kind of meta as well, because it gives enough time for the EXP laner to shine as well as your roam to set things up for your team. And that was the combination which Ronsky and Sakamoto were using. He was constantly trying to push away Enzo, while Metronio was being pushed away by Uzin, and everyone else was basically just in haywire. The only job of Loloi was to dodge Noel on the other end, because eventually Slarky was facing Laito. There was always a glue sticking up on his face, and that was one of the big reasons they were struggling early on. But the moment he got free, the second the glue was not onto him, that's when he just decided to go absolutely ham. Having a look at the damage stats as well, look at that. Team Entity actually dealt the most damage in this game.
Yeah, Team Entity did deal a lot of damage in this game, but still, again, not able to pick up the victory. That's what's been eluding them the entire time. I mean, if you ask me, now Memento Mori sit 2 games away from EMC Immortality, right? Think about it. And they've done it with fearless team fights the entire time. They're unstoppable at this point, man. Their synergy is working out so well. But Team Entity, they're running out of time now, and they're running out of options. 2 more games, and it's Memento Mori. 1 more game, and it's match point. So, hey, it's going to be do or die soon, so they better start treating it like it is now, because the crown is within reach, and Memento Mori are just over there, one hand on it almost, right? They're just fingertips on it. And 1 more win, they'll get themselves match point. So, I think at this point, Team Entity needs to find answers, and they need to find answers quick, because yes, they're winning out in terms of damage. Yes, they're able to win out a lot of team fights. They have the momentum in their favor, but they're just not able to get that base crystal.
It just falls down to the same fact where, I think Team Entity, they can do everything right at the last second, but it's that one last step where they are struggling. 4 feet apart from this trophy, while Memento Mori are just a couple of steps away from claiming that. The fun thing that I noticed right now in this itemization screen as well was the fact that, first of all, Slarky made the Great Dragon Spear so that he can have that additional movement speed to try and dodge Laito and kite around a bit more from Laito and Noel. And I think so that was such a solid idea to try and sustain through all of that, rather than going in for the Wind of Nature, where you know that you will eventually be pounced upon by that glue. Second of the most important thing, not a single blade armor being picked up, either by Sakamoto or by Phobius. Ronsky not picking that blade armor. That was one of the big reasons why we were seeing those big numbers from the Kimi coming in. And that was again early to mid game as well, where Enzo was literally bursting through the HP of both of them. And I'll have to say, if this kind of goes on, and had this game been prolonged for a bit more, we might have still seen Enzo cook up something more in terms of that damage department. But guess what? Even without that, they ended up winning the game. Now that's saying something about their confidence.
I'm telling you, they're oozing confidence, man. It's oozing confidence.
The oozing confidence. Yeah, I agree.
The Lancelot has been such a great pick for them. I'm not sure how they're able to make it work every single time. At this point, you gotta, it begs the question: are you like really gonna ban it out? You got to. At this point, it's okay. You respect ban this Lancelot, because he's been such a problem. He's been a thorn. With that Rose on the other side. He's been a complete thorn on the other side. They really need to find a way. Otherwise, he's going to puncture the entire truck that Entity are trying to drive through. With the execution that he's got going, it's almost perfect.
It's absolutely perfect. I agree right now. Oh my goodness. Never have I ever thought that I'd actually witness a Bruno in the first banning phase itself. Holy smokes. Slarky, you beast, man. You beauty out there. Not really allowing that Bruno now. Entity, they really are leaving room open for a lot of other picks on the chopping block. There's also the Phobius, which was let through previously. It worked out well, but they banned out the Kimi themselves. Interesting. Now they've got an option to either pick a Farsa or a Uranus. I like this draft.
No Farsa, no Uranus. They're giving Memento more like, okay, what do you got to ban? I think it's going to be the Uranus that's going to be banned, right? It's going to be Uranus that's going to be banned out. You can deal with the Farsa a little bit, but if they leave the Uranus open, I think it's a little too much trouble that they're looking for. Yeah, that gets banned out. It's got to be a first pick. Farsa coming through. Yes, it does. Let me guess. Lancelot Phoveus?
Gatot, Phoveus, or Lancelot?
Lancelot Phoveus. They made it work. Why not? They run it back, man. They just run it back. Oh, Matilda with the Phoveus. I like that.
Interesting. Now they just want to close that gap against the Farsa as well with the Circling Eagle to try and disrupt, and also they're going to have a priority in that mid lane. And fun fact is, Kronos, this also leaves room open for a tanky jungle if Uzin really wants to go for it, right? You don't really want to deal with the Lancelot, want to play it, you can absolutely fine. You can go in for the Fredrin as well. That is going to be difficult to deal with. And if you're going in for some assassin jungles, yeah, good luck, because he's going to be taunting you to death. I can see this draft going in that direction. But ET, it's about time. I think so they'd really need to solidify their draft right here, right now. What are you going to pick up? Maybe you can't pick up a 1-1 now. There's a Phoveus on the other side. Locking in the Melissa and Hyperly.
They're relying on comfort picks. They're going back to their comfort zone, knowing what they can play to carry. And you can see Irithel comes in on the other side. They're playing into the hands of Memento Mori. They've gotten into their heads, scared yet they're in their heads at this point. ET don't know what to do. Then they're going back to what they know works for them and what they've been playing for a long time. They're just saying like, hey, you know what? Just give me this. I'll carry the game, bro. Like, I don't see any synergy coming out from these heroes right now. Apart from a little bit from the Melissa and Farsa, there's a slight bit of a synergy, but it's not the best.
Maybe you would now want to focus entirely on a front-to-back composition, protecting Enzo as well as... You ban out the glue now. Good luck. Good luck. You really need a CC at the lane this time around. Either a Hilda or a CC. You need someone to try and face tank all of that damage and open the map up for both Farsa as well as the Melissa. Enzo can do his own thing. He's a Hayabusa. That's going to be absolutely fine. So I'm looking for either one of those two picks or probably those two picks if... in case that's going to be the key. Selena being banned out again, just trying to cut the options. But here's the fun thing, Kronos, I was actually wondering and also discussing with a few of my pals out there. When Farsa goes in for the Feathered Airstrike, if Zatian uses up her own Phoenix Fury, I think so it cancels out that FPS entirely.
Yes, it does.
And you see where I'm going with that statement?
I hear you. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Memento Mori have gotten into the heads of Entity right now. It's going to be a Phoenix on the other side. It's going to be the Zetian coming through. I like the fact that, and not just that, they've even banned out the Lancelot just to make sure Uzin doesn't get his comfort pick. Lapu-Lapu's a comfort pick. Bruno's a comfort pick. Kimmy's a comfort pick. Lancelot's a comfort pick. Selena's a comfort pick as well. So this is all 5 comfort picks that have been banned out. 5 respect bans that's coming through. Memento Mori have gotten into the heads of Entity, and now Entity needs to answer back. I'm looking at a Gatot Kacha that could come through right now. Even possibly a Jawhead. A Jawhead would make a lot more. Wait, Jawhead's already banned out. Oh, they go for the CC because of the fact that Phoveus on the other side. Aggressive with the Khalid. It's looking all right. Again, it's only an all right composition. And here, oh no, they've done it before. They're doing it again, man. They did this before, Scared. They did this in the semifinals. Memento Mori picked up an Odette with the Lancelot that time. It was a lover squirrel, and it was where lovers reunited. But right now, they go for the Odette alongside this machine of a farmer. It's gonna be... I even forgot his name. What's his name again this year? Suyo. They're going with the Suyo. This Odette's really catching us off guard, and this Odette works.
I was just about to mention a second out here, right? The moment Lancelot's banned out, Odette's been cheating on him with Suyu right now out here. But here's the fun thing. I really like what ET did out there because I mentioned it should be either a Hilda, it should be a Hilda and a CC being picked up. You need someone to open up the map. You need some of that peeling and something that can sustain through the enemy front line without needing to recall a lot. Khalid does that exact job as well. I absolutely love it. But Odette being there on the other side, you don't have any major crowd control apart from the raging sandstorm of Khalid. So
Doesn't cancel it.
you don't really have a lot of tools to try and stop that swan song once she starts singing it. And I think so that song's gonna be not a melody but a lullaby to make entities sleep onto this trophy.
Hey, well, you're right. And folks, if you're just tuning in, welcome back to the EMC Grand Finals. We're live with game number 3 and Momentum lead. Momentum Mori lead 2-0. They're not just winning, they're rolling at this point, and Team Entity is starting to feel the pressure. 2 games down in the best of 7. This is the turning point. Entity needs to answer, and they need to answer now, because if they drop this game, they're staring down the barrel of match point. Will Momentum Mori keep up the momentum, or will Entity punch back and remind everyone they're still in this fight? Let's find out.
Now here's the thing, a big mid control will be coming in from ET, but they've been doing that for the past 2 games as well. They haven't really transitioned it into something big of a win. Good thing about this time is the fact that Laito is going to be winning his lane against Ronsky, so he'll not really have, a chance to do everything he wants. But hold on, Sakamoto, my goodness gracious. Khalid and Mathilda both want to go aggressive, and it seems like this is going to be an action-packed game.
It definitely is going to be action-packed because you want to make sure you're dominating the river. And that's what a Khalid does best, right? But that's also what Mathilda wants to do. So these heroes are just trying to play to their own win condition. However, Uz is going to hit a faster power spike compared to Noel.
That's the big thing. That one item early power spike is going to be the big case. If you're able to snowball early on with that one is the main thing. But here's the thing, I personally feel that this Hayabusa will still have an upper hand out there, specifically when we talk about that off lane, because Slarky, he'd be out there alone, open, left in the wild. And if Sakamoto plays with him, then this Odette is left alone out there in mid. And that gives an opportunity for Noel to either pick one of those 2 targets.
Yeah, at this point, Pelimetronio, all eggs are in his basket, if you ask me. They need to find a way to kind of get that to him. And you know what, Scared? You were talking about the Raging Sandstorm against the Swan Song. There's nothing that's there on the side of Team Entity that can stop the Swan Song. Because after the Swan Song got a slight bit of a rework, the only way to cancel it out is through a freeze, is through a transformation, or it's through a suppression and a knockup. And neither of them are present on the side of Entity.
I agree. You've got that extra bit of shield as well to try and control all of that stun though, but Laito.
Oh, looking at that, Swan Song comes through, Loloy flickers, and you can see the damage coming through as well. Respected completely by the side of Entity, but Noel steals away the turtle. Tiso Kite's going to be the sacrifice. He has the quicksand guard to make an HP back up, and Loloy trying to shove the damage. Tiso level 4, he even flickers out of harm's way, able to survive. And I think this is a big steal coming in for Entity, and they're able to hold their own.
That is one of the best wins that they have got right now in this early game. Lovely steal coming in from Noel. An angle that was created thanks to the Swan Song pushing everyone off on the other side. A bit of an over-aggressiveness coming in from Momentum Mori gave an opportunity to Noel for jumping in from a flank and stealing that away. I'm absolutely enjoying that, but Ronsky seems to be in trouble.
Hey, tries to push a lot of damage onto Light though, right? Even though he's playing the Phoveus, is doing quite a lot. Oh, the Yogi Shadow Kill doesn't connect. Unfortunate RNG there, but you can see the Feather Airstrike does indeed. Loloy forced to go back, taken down low, and this is the power of what a Khalid can do with the help of a Farsa. They can dominate that river, they can dominate that mid lane.
Well, Metronia right now though, he's the only one who's making sure that his lane is going even, dead even. And if you're going even against Erythiel, that means you are winning the lane. If anything, he's got a level advantage up on Slarky. So that is a big, big win condition for ET. If this Melissa farms up... Yeah, seems to be a troublesome situation for Laito. But yeah, he's gonna survive. It's a respect being coming in. Yeah, they're respecting that. They know that Laito is not really an easy target to be taken down.
Circling. Wait, what?
Don't ask me what happened there. I don't know.
Okay, I'll explain. Let me explain. So what happened there was the circling eagle was caught onto Noel. The target was Noel, and Noel used the Ogi shadow kill. So Sakamoto was just chasing shadows literally at that point.
I know it was a rhetorical man, but yes, I agree. For the viewers, we need to tell that Again, some of those funny engagements happening out there in this game. This is a silly game, I must say. But boy, both of these teams are making it somehow. That Odette working out and Noel on the Hayabusa has got a good advantage.
Oh, Ryansky trying to go in with Infernal Pursuit. Feather Air Strike already baited out. And the damage comes through. You can see the Raging Sandstorm connects. Tisokai taken out low. Yes, forced to flicker out. Loloy, it's gotten himself the turtle. Uzun gets first blood. And at the same time, the Swan Song making sure Team Entity dispersed. But Ryansky tries to flicker forward, goes ahead. Noel gets burst down. And Ryansky gets that kill. And now they're looking for more. Two in their pocket. Two flickers burned out at the same time. And this is looking good for Memento Mori once again.
He had a couple of moments to try and use the Yogi Shadow Kill out there to try and at least get one pick without getting picked off, baby. But I think so the only reason why he did not go for it was because he had no quad shadows available. He just used that before that turtle was taken away, and I think so it was on that cooldown. That was a big problem though, but another big problem is that his purple is being stolen away.
Yeah, feels
it's
like
stolen away.
It did get stolen away as well. Oh, Feather Air Strike, but there it is. Swan Song with the guiding wind able to get out of harm's way. You can see they're dropping in the emotes, and now they're looking for Lito. Vengeance baited out. Circling Eagle just to get back. Lito almost tried to bait them in. And Memento Mori, man, they're looking like a machine. Ever so nice, so smooth, so clean and crisp with their finishes. And it's just a joy to watch such games at this point. They're having fun.
They're enjoying it right now. This Mathilda has been an absolute menace in the hands of Sakamoto, and again goes in for the dash.
Oh, but he's able to secure the kill though. I thought Sakamoto would be able to get out. Noel finally picks up a kill, and Team Entity are on the board. And scared, I mean, I was talking about the way that they're moving, the way that they're playing the game. It just feels like Momentum Mori are having fun, while Entity are just under so much pressure to perform and absolutely pull a game back at the least.
And then eventually doing that though, Tiso is going to try and survive again through the Raging Sandstorm. Nice sidestep coming in. Those are Astral's Eye. Yeah, it's going to be a big thing now out here happening. Look at the mid side.
Mid side 1v1. Enzo fell down to Loloy, and with the help of the Swan Song, nonetheless, he even used the Purifier to try and get out of harm's way, but Enzo got burst down. Loloy has a 1-up on them in the mid lane.
That's a big thing now. With Varsa being taken down early on, that means those items a bit more later, and the mid tier 1 should fall.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to be that, and Sakamoto able to get out of harm's way, but Noel able to get the kill onto Uzin, and Loloy gets burst down as well, thanks to the high ground that they have with this Feathered Airstrike. The mid lane tier 1 does not fall down.
And it seems like now they can push onto that mid tier 1 too. On the other side, Ronsky is just trying to find an angle to hop back in, but Sakamoto and Slocky, they're still out there as Noel jumps in.
Oh, you can see the Raging Sandstorm comes through. Tiso Kite able to create the depth separation. Ryansky tries to go in, but Metronio able to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. Sakamoto dives in a little too deep. Lito as well as Tiso creating the space, but here comes the Feathered Airstrike, dishing out the damage. Ryansky is forced to flicker out of harm's way, and I feel like this Suyo has been quite underwhelming. 8 minutes into the game, scared yet.
It's not being allowed to do anything out there. Early on, over towards the gargoyle is where we actually saw his impact when he actually landed in the stun and got the pick onto Noel. But after that, yes, I agree. There's been no impact of the Suyu out here. And it's not just him. I think so even, Loloy on that Odette has been struggling a bit now to dish out that damage. Went in for the Genius Wand. It is an interesting choice of item out there, though, but I do understand because Enzo and Pelmetronio, they are the targets and they did not really build a very solid magic defense. So that extra bit of shred on the magic def is going to help him deal a bit more damage out there instead of a Divine Glaive. I do understand the idea, but you also have to burst down Lito and Tiso Kite when they'd be trying to hop onto you. So again, quite sure if that was the best possible choice. But guess what? It eventually try to make it work right now. Bottom side again. It was an interesting thing out here happening. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about that. We're going to be fixing that issue very quickly out there. But in the meantime, let's try and sit here. Let's try and analyze the pace of Protos out here. What he's trying to look at. This is what he's trying to look at. is still right now trying to figure out who's going to catch who, but the Sakamoto out here could be in trouble out there. The circling eagle catches onto 3. Noel able to get 1 quickly as the feathered airstrike is eventually zoning everyone out though, but still the retreat is there. The battle's going to be there. Uzin has the advantage out, and look at the damage. It just deletes all of them, steals away the Lord 2. Well, Metroni the only man to find some success as Uzin tries to dash away, finding out everyone, but the Farsa is there, snipes him out. A 4-for-2 trade, but the Lord still goes for Memento Mori. They will survive for a little bit longer and maybe try and find something more. Slarky sitting out there in the bush. He had the heavy crossbow up as well, but here's the big thing. No Berserker's Fury. That means not a lot of damage being dealt by the Irithel out there a lot though. It's just the Windtalker and the Heartslaw to try and kite around through all of those skills and between all of that damage. You can really understand the build that he's been going on with, but on the other side, pretty solid 6.9k gold out in the hands of Noel, and he is taking everyone down on the other side. Now, coming into that mid to late game transition, ladies and gentlemen, Sakamoto will not really be that tanky enough. The utility roamers, they did receive a nerf in this current patch, so even though Methilda with the Circling Eagle Guiding Winds is absolutely annoying, but when it comes down to just really face tanking all of that damage, it is literally Ronsky who will have to do the job. And he's not even running with the Vengeance. That is where they are facing that trouble now. And Pelmetronio as well. He's just having the time of his life out there on Melissa. This time around, picking up that Melissa in the first picking phase itself. Now, it is revealing its own cards. With the Dare Strike coming in mid to try and clear off that wave as the Berserker's Fury is now picked up by Slarky. He will do a lot more damage now as Tiso seems to be probably under a lot of problem as Ronsky jumped in with the Guiding Winds, but they will not push their fight further. They're going to hold it down. They're going to hold it a bit more back. And on the other side, yet again, a bit more damage. Laito out here, standing up in front. Absolutely demolished though, but there we go. Who's into the Shugi Shadow Kill into the feathered airstrike as well. Flicker at the right possible second by this Mermaid of the Undead, running away back to safety as Pelmetronio realized what was happening, wanted to save them out there, but Sakamoto is going to be jumping back, Guiding Winds to save Ronsky. They get one and they get out. The prolonged fights are not really their thing. ET would want to try and make sure this goes for as long as possible because the Farsa is scaling up. I want to have a look at the items as well. I'm pretty sure the Lightning Truncheon is probably there too, along with the Glowing Wand, so that is helping them out. Pelmetronio with the Malefic Gun too in his own hands. He's going to be trying to take everyone out there. So now picking up those big items. Now here's the thing. 34,000 gold out here. This is the mark where we see all the major items being picked up. The Dominance Ices, the Winter Crowns for the main damage carries, and while, some of those third items being picked up by those junglers. Well, completing up his Sea Halberd as well now will deal a lot more damage. Also adding in a bit more of that anti-heal effect onto Ronsky so that he can't sustain a bit more now. He seems to be the target as with the feathered airstrike being used to burst him down, but he survives through all. He had that Athena shield linking up on top out there. Saki is going to be getting caught out there, still survives thanks to the flask of Oasis, but the man who had the flask will be deleted. Pelmetroni out there, go away, was there to save him, but can't save from the song as Noel jumps in to take the lover of Lancelot out of the picture. It's all a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Entity. Uzin and Slarky survive. As Slarky picks up the wind of nature now, but still they are demanding respect. You can't go for the slot right away. You have to respect the burst from the heavy crossbow as well as from the entire skill set of Uzin. Having a look at the itemization as well. No dominant size right now. So the only one who can actually add on to that anti-heal effect is really Loloi. And once he's taken down, nothing's going to stop Pelmetronio. Nothing's going to stop Laito from healing back up. Tiso as well. And I think so that has been one of the key points which Memento Mori are eventually missing out. We'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. They really need that one additional item. A quick look into the bush by Ronsky to jump away with the Guiding Winds. As now they're all setting up towards that Lord. Another Lord Dance being cooked up out here. 1.2k gold lead, but with Ronsky now out in the open in the wild as he baits out the feathered airstrike. Still will survive by the skin of his teeth. through all of that burst, and this basically marks an opportunity for Memento Mori, maybe if they want to go in, but I don't really want to risk it in a 4v5. Specifically when, Pelmetronio's out here open in the wild, Sakamoto eats up a lot of damage out there with the transform in between everyone else. As Snorky with the heavy crossbow survives out there, Wind of Nature to help him sustain for Pelmetronio's damage! And an outplay! Who's in? Almost trying to sustain through that as Pelmetronio takes a double kill for himself. It's a 3-4-3 trade, and as soon as you saw it going in favor of Memento Mori, ET pick it back up. The orange buff helping this man out as well. So important out there in the hands of those marksmen in that late game is what we always talk about. Look at the position of Noel. Look at his flank that's actually coming in from Starkey. Seems to be in trouble as now the Eagle Shadow Kill could be committed, but it's all on Bronski. He's going to be taken down though. Starkey still survives as the Wind of Nature was not there, but he's got to go back now to clear the waves as the Lord will be taken by Entity. It took 3 games for them to take this luminous Lord. But it seems like a prime time where they can secure this game and bring this series on a standstill.
Oh my goodness. This has been absolutely insane the entire time. It's back and forth, given the fact that it is still game number 3 in this best of 7. What can we really say, ladies and gentlemen? The Lord is already down the mid lane. ET are looking to find an end angle with a 3.8k, 4k goal lead right now, and they're syncing up the waves.
Absolutely. That's the main thing. You need to sync up those waves to try and take down all of those inhibitors. This is the best chance for ET to try and close this one out. Kronos has again feathered airstrike, used up preemptively to zone them. Now that's interesting.
Very early indeed, and you're right. And right now, Sakamoto is able to create the spaces. Healing will be a big factor no matter what you say. They're able to chunk down this Lord. It's still losing out in the mid lane tier 1. Wind of Nature already popped. Starkey flickers out of harm's way as well. He's looking to take a lot of damage coming through, but he's able to burst down Lighto. And now you can see Ryansky's in the thick of it, but still the damage being dealt. Sakamoto wants to go as aggressive as he can. Knows in for the Ogi Shadow kill, and he makes it out with a quad Shadow. They lose out on 2 inhibitors, and only Ryansky traded for Lighto and EXP for an EXP trade, and still somehow Memento Mori stand tall and are able to defend.
Big play coming in, and I'll have to tell one thing that everyone missed, Kronos. First, Noel tried to jump on Loloi up towards that top inhibitor, but Loloi quickly hopped into the Swan Song, got the stun right on time first, went into the Swan Song, and tapped in the Winter Crown. The entire Oogie Shadow kill of Noel was cancelled, and he was left in a no man's land, eating up a decent amount of damage. He had to run out of that place, and since they used up the feathered airstrike to in an attempt to take down the bottom inhibitor, they could not brute force their way with the Lord, and that's why Memento Mori still sustained through that attack. My goodness, Slarky has also been so aggressive on this Ethereal right now, trying his level best to reach Pelmetronio, who's just trying to outrange everyone through the Cuddles and Muddles combination, and the Guiding Winds is that exact tool that is actually helping him out. My goodness.
I think that gap close is important because here Tiso tries to go to the raid. He's able to get out of harm's way, and now here comes a concealed play as well. They're looking to get a little bit more, but the Guiding Wind able to help get out of harm's way.
Big one. He survived out here. Had he been taken down, then the next 15 seconds was the timer on that Lord. It would have given a full control back to Memento Mori. And Kronos, every single time we talk about the series between both of these teams, I think so we're just also repeating like a broken record. This seems like a deja vu to me again, where Entity, they've got everything that they need. They've got the control, they've got the itemizations, and they have the map, but it still feels that they're lacking something.
Oh, they're definitely not right now. They're going to the circling eagle, and as you can see at the same time, Winter Crown comes out from Loloi with the Swan Song, and because of that, they find 3. Ogi Shadow gets taken down, and Noel right now gets shut down himself. Enzo's the only one left standing. Double kill at the hands of Ronsky. As now they find the opening that they were looking for. Memento Mori will not go down without a fight, as they're able to get themselves this Luminous Lord. 18 minutes, 19 minutes in. ET had an almost perfect game against them. And in the blink of an eye, they have flipped the entire script. Now, Memento Mori are looking down that barrel of the shotgun that they want to shoot in the face of Entity right now with this Lord.
How the heck can they keep on doing it again and again and again? It's the third game, for God's sake, and Memento Mori have, for the first time, Kronos taken the lead. And it seems like this is the last time that they'll take the lead before they end the game as well now. That big swan song into the guiding winds, absolutely immaculate play. But this could very well be a one-off play now. You can't really catch them by surprise.
They really can at this point. They really need to find a way to get that push going down on the bot side. And I think absolutely important. The kill score is the same. The goal lead has not much of a difference. 2.5k. At this point, it doesn't really matter. 20 minutes in, Uzin really needs to look at sniping the back line. However, Loloy's the one that is using that circling eagle, that guiding wind, to get in the thick of the team fight and then be able to use the swan song along with the winter crown. And they don't really need the winter crown. It's just for survival. Not like anyone can cancel out his ultimate anyway, and you can see they're trying to go for it right now as we speak of it, and they do the same as Noel goes in for the Ogi shadow kill. Sakamoto's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Light though able to get that curtain call and destroy Uzin, as ET are still somehow hanging on by a thread, and they're able to defend this Lord.
One big thing is that the bottom inhibitor has been taken out, so the advantage that ET had, it's going to be lost in that far lane of the Lord. One good thing, yes, now they're going to get that map control back since two of the members, Sakamoto and Uzin, are out of the mix. That's going to help them a bit. But over towards the end, my goodness, again, that Swan Song combination, but Kronos, this is why I said that this could be a one-off play, because you can't surprise the other side again, and it's a 3v5 scenario to try and save their own base.
Yeah, it has to be a 3v5 at this point to try and save their own. But it was, right? It was at that point as well. In the cusp of defeat, they really found an angle to try and survive, and they made it work. And I'm not sure how they're doing it, but they're doing it time and again. And ET as Memento Mori do not want to go down without a single fight.
But here's the thing, now I think so ET are going to have that advantage, Kronos. I agree to the point that you mentioned. Neither one of them would want to go out without a fight. And fight is what Memento Mori are putting up in front of ET. But that one-off play of the guiding winds into the Swan Song, it has been read perfectly. The defense was there by Entity over towards the bot. And this is a Lord bait where they're trying to force Memento to take a fight to the members of Entity.
Yeah, they're really trying to force the equation. You're not wrong there. They are, and even Team Entity is just using the feather airstrike so early just to poke them down, and it's to no avail because Slarky definitely has a lifesteal to make back up the HP. And now the Lord is up already. Ronsky all guiding wind just to fly out of the battle. And seems like right now ET and Memento Mori will gonna be a Lord dance of a lifetime.
I'm pretty sure Mathilda is going to be banned in the next game. It's not going to be allowed from the drafting phase itself, because the way how Sakamoto has been playing, how much room he's given to his teams, and the amount of plays that they have made with this one Mathilda, the airlines need to be brought down right away. Give them a Boeing 747, because this seems like an Airbus that does not go down at all right now. But ET, they still are trying to dance around the Lord. They're trying to force out a fight on the other side. And man, Slot seems to be in trouble out here. It's going to be edged multiple times though. I mean, how many times we've actually seen this kind of Lord dance out there? Still holding on. The minion wave pushing in through the mid. Feathered airstrike being used up early yet again, just to try and get something, but it's to absolutely no avail. Oh my goodness. Talking about the no avail right now. Ronsky still trying to survive out there. Hold it down as Laito is going to be holding it down as well. The front up. Look at Loloy. Look at the position of Loloy, Kronos.
Oh no, you can see he gets in. Winter Crown comes through as well. Pelamitronio taken down. He's the first target of that Swan Song. Really dishing out a lot of damage. Uzin comes through as well. He's looking to execute everyone. Noel, he goes down. Killing spree in the hands of Ronsky. 2 down and out. And this is the opening that Memento Mori we're looking for. But they have to answer to the waves coming to the top of the bot side. Yes, they have the goal lead. Yes, they win the fight, but this is the opening for the Lord. They don't care, though. They want to go for the base crystal.
Enzo has the ultimate. He can clear this wave.
He's trying to do that, but they're not letting him do that indeed, as they're able to cancel it out, but the wave has already been cleared, and this force has to be stopped, as now they go back and try and get the Lord, but they've already lost about a good 30 seconds, and they really need to blitz down this Luminous Lord.
And they've also lost the inhibitor on the top side. This is big thing. Enzo, when is his FAS again? That is going to be the big key. He's got the Feather Air Strike, and they can try and force this down.
The seal play comes through as well. Feather Air Strike is there, and you can see right now they get themselves the Lord, and they're trying to go through. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. They're able to kite back. They lose all inhibitors, but they get the Lord for this one final well-calculated push, and it's got to be calculated, Scared. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult one for them to bounce back, because they will not have a single inhibitor, and now death timers are up to almost a minute.
The only big macro play that right now Memento Mori can make is to not clear the bottom lane, and you can see that they are doing that. They're making sure that even till the last minion it stays alive, so the Lord can be delayed right now, as we have potentially the last look at the itemization. Everyone has got everything. Wind of Natures as well. Boots being sold out for Slarky. He's basically got the Rose Gold Meteor up along with the Wind of Natures too. Winter Crowns coming in for Loloi. That has been so annoying for ET to deal with. His positionings have been key. Chronos 2 one-shot plays, and they have turned this game entirely on its head, as the Lord now marches down through bot.
The Lord is marching on the bot side indeed. It is a Luminous one. There's no inhibitor to protect it. They need to find a way to pull the aggro to the mid lane, but Tizo doesn't really want to do that. He's a little too late right now to get that done, as the Lord is already at the base. Crystal Immortality in the hands of Slarky, but here comes the engage. They go through, and there it is. The Guiding Wind with the Circling Eagle. Winter Crown comes through, and he gets taken down by Pelametronium, but the base Crystal is going to be the target. Memento Mori. They get themselves a 3-0 in a best of 7, and they're looking down upon Entity as they're looking to take it all. And just like that, 3-0, and Memento Mori are unstoppable.
It just seems like they cannot do anything wrong. My goodness gracious, this team just does not know when to give up. Guess what? At a point of time, they were at a state where they could not even participate in this tournament. They had no way of entering, and then came a blessing in disguise. And from that point on, this team has not looked back. Every single series that they've been up against, every single matchup that they have faced, they have soared through so very well, losing probably one or maximum of two back in the Swiss stage, losing only one game in the quarterfinals, winning two, going through the semifinals 3-0, and now they stand at the pinnacle, just one step away from conquering the Everest. In Memento, they are almost gonna lift this trophy up. There's still one more game remaining for them though.
Man, this was supposed to be a grand final, Scared. Yet this was supposed to be a grand
It
final. They're making it look like it's a victory lap for them. It's 3-0 in a best of 7. Every game, every team fight, every decision has been on point, coming through from Memento Mori the entire time. And now they're just one game away from closing out the cleanest championship run that Europe has ever seen, and nonetheless in the mid-season cup for the better half, about 4,000 euros. That is a lot.
That's the biggest. That's also a lot. And look, imagine the amount of bragging rights that they're gonna get, dude. I mean, if anyone sees this, you might as well send out a sponsor out for this team with the way how they are playing right now. Absolutely insane. And again, I'm gonna, re-share the same story that Tiso mentioned about this entire lineup. That Memento Mori don't have individually brilliant players. They have got 5 players who are absolutely brilliant together. And this is showing up big time as well, right? You can't really cook up the plays which Sakamoto was kicking up with Loloi right off the bat, right? You need to make sure you play with that person for a while to understand their tendencies on that particular hero. And I'll have to say, dude, Loloi was doing such a phenomenal job on this Odette. he was not really going in for the dash on that song instantly. He was waiting. Sometimes it was the winter crown first, sometimes it was the dash first and then the winter crown. Sometimes he would not just go for the winter crown at all. It absolutely just stand there brute forcingly tanking every single thing that was being thrown at him. It's again insane amount of micros that this team was able to pull together to try and brute force their way through this game. My goodness, it was an absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema indeed. And, just because of that, the synergy is just showing and they're completely unstoppable. Not many individual brilliant plays. This is just pure teamwork at the highest level here in Europe. But, no matter what we say, still talking a little bit about Team Entity, they're on the ropes now. And to be honest, in a best of 7, if you're down 3-0, now this is what champions are made of. This is where champions start digging deep, or they will just completely disappear, because Game 4 is match point for Memento Mori, and they really need to show up, because Memento Mori right now looking like they're going to make it 4-0. And if it's 4-0, hey, we're happy because it's a quick night. So is production. But if you ask me, it's the way that it's been done that is going to shock the rest of Europe, because my God, Loloy, they have answers to every single thing, don't they? Tiso went for an AOG composition with a lot of AoE. They found answers. You ban away his Lancelot, they're still able to find answers. You take away his Lancelot, they'll find an answer for Uzin. Yansky, you give him the Lapu Lapu, he's a problem. You take away the Lapu Lapu, he's a problem. Same thing for Loloy. Give him the Kimi, he's a problem. Give him the Farsa, he's a problem. Give him the Zetian, he's a problem. And then guess what? You take that all away, he still has a pocket pick Odette. And my God, Slarky, his Bruno is a menace. But you take that away, he still can be one. And let's not forget Sakamoto. Bro pulled off a Minotaur out of thin air. And they're making it work. It's not individual skill. It is teamwork at the highest level.
You can have a look at all the items that you want to, but nothing can show you what we saw in that game. Just show me if there was any possibility to see the guiding win assist statistics on Sakamoto. I think so. It would be off the charts right now. Now, again, you've been mentioning about all the individual players and their heroes as well. They are absolute menace, yes. But now let me bring the light back to Sakamoto a little bit out here. Dude was pulling guiding wind plays with Ronsky when his team needed frontlining. Then the dude started pulling the guiding wind plays with Loloy when his team needed to change the entire momentum of the game. Throughout this game, whenever Slarky wanted to go aggressive with the heavy crossbow, guess what was ready for him as the return ticket? Mathilda Airlines guiding winds every single time. The amount of good plays that were made because of Sakamoto, I think so you can basically combine all the 19 kills out of there, and then you'd say that yes, it's been done justice for this dude. 16 is his total KDA in terms of his kills and assists. He was almost present in 95% of those fights. And let me repeat one of the point again, Kronos. 335,000 damage dealt by Team Entity, and it's the third time in a row that they have lost the game.
I was gonna say that, man. I was just looking at that. 3 games in a row, they've had the highest damage dealt. 3 games in a row, they've got the loss. Again, it's not the fact that they can't do it. It's just the fact that they're not able to make it work. The synergy is just missing. Something is missing in this team. If you take a look at their composition as well, it's really a lot of front to back type of situation, but also everything coming through as well. With Pelemetronio on this Melissa, they're really relying on a lot of comfort picks. But on the other side, they're like, hey, you can give us anything. We have synergy. We make it work. And that's why Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a 5v5 and not a 1v1. Because in a 5v5, you need to have synergy and you need to make it work. And if these guys have been playing Mobile Legends for a long time indeed, any opponents they face is going to have Bang Bang done to them.
Still, there are some people out there, you know, in your random queue which say, come 1v1 on show or Gushin. But whatever, we're going to keep that aside. Here's the thing. I was looking at the itemization as well of Pelmetronio, right? He was the carry, he did the maximum amount of damage, but he had to build an Athena shield as well as an immortality. Now, I'm guessing that immortality was a swap from the Wind of Nature as well at the very last minute. But if you really look at it and you try to understand it from a perspective of Slarky, he had all 6 damage items, including the Wind of Nature as well, because, yeah, it gives you a bit of attack and attack speed. While if you're talking about Velmetronio, right, he had to force an Athena shield. Why? Because there was no one, as you rightly mentioned, Kronos, there was no one to stop the swan song of Odette. And once the Winter Crown was completed, good luck surviving through that. You have to run out of that range. And guess what? That range was infinite because of Matilda Airlines and the Circling Eagle. Yeah, I think so. There was a big difference in terms of that execution in the draft itself. I did see those ideas in terms of the Hayabusa, but once the Winter Crown was there, the Oogie Shadow kills were useless as well. They were not really giving as much value as you'd want it to give. It fell down to just the micro plays that were being cooked up on the fly. Now it's the last opportunity for Entity to pull this through, and this time they are on the red side.
Oof, Team Entity, you know what? They decide, let's go for the red side indeed. And I think this time they want to get their hands on the last pick. But, man, I hope it's not too little too late. Because, you know, yes, they got themselves the red side before. But it's looking all fun and games so far if you're Memento Mori. But if you're Team Entity, you want to mean business. And you want to mean business fast. Because it's 3, man. It's 3 games that you've given away in a best of 7. And Memento Mori, look at Ronsky. He's just looking down on everyone from Entity that everyone's got to look at him. Like, you know, he's just like, hey, bro, I'm the better EXP
What's
laner.
up?
What's up, bro? Uzin denying them entry.
Sakamoto is here. You just try to reach the backline. You know, you first have to go through me. You want to go to my backline, you got to go through me. Slarky is the youngest brother. Always stands behind, and he's the biggest menace of the entire line.
Yeah, bro's got a scar over here. You know, bro's got a scar over here as well. He's been to prison.
Battle scar.
You know that's actually light, right? When he was taking a picture, it's just a bit of a light that's come through.
Yeah, I know.
No, but that's a prison scar, bro. That's a prison scar.
My God. We've got pulling the legs of Memento Mori's players before GTA 6 out here. But guess what? Here we go. The last chance, last opportunity, last stand, and Pelmetronio's comfort has been banned out this time around. My question is, what is he going to pick up? And what are you going to ban at this point? Baxia has been banned, Yiren is banned. Yes, right. Lapu, you ban it out. You've basically left something open out there. 1-1 is up for the grabs, but I'm missing something. Farsa and Kimi, both of them can be picked up.
Yeah, and Farsa, Kimi, both are available. What are Memento Mori going to go for? I think it's going to be the Kimi, man. Just pick up the Kimi because the Farsa can be countered by the Zetian. So even if you get you give the Farsa away, you can always go for a lot more. Just pick up the Kimi. Just pick up the Kimi.
It took you a second to realize what you actually just said, but yes, I agree. But I'd still say that would basically mean if the Farsa is picked up on the other side, now you'll be forced to play Kimi in this gold lane. You'll have to basically pick up Zetian out for your mid lane now. That could be a slight issue unless you've got a way to counter the Farsa instantly, because a Ghatot is what I'm looking at.
That's what I was going to say. You don't necessarily need the Zetian to kind of counter this Farsa as well. Just pick up the Ghatot Kachi. You're going to really create problems. And, hey, just put that Kimi in the mid lane. Why do you really want to put it in the gold lane? Go with the double marksman composition. Get yourself a hero like a Jawhead for the pickoff. Get yourself a carry. It's a winning formula right there. It's just a winning formula. So it really comes out of how ET are going to draft, and they need to give Pelmetronio a comfort pick. I mean, to be honest, more than Pelmetronio, they all have had their comfort picks, haven't they? They really have.
I was about to say that.
They really not. I just took a step back and like they really have all. Pelmetronio's got himself on the Melissa. Lito got his hands on the Phoveus, the Esmeralda. You know, he even got himself the hands on the glue. Enzo got his hands on everything that he ever wanted. I'm not sure if Tiso got his comfort picks, but hey, man, like in this position, are you really looking for a comfort? Look at it. They read into a Farsa pick and instantly get that Gatot Kacha.
And I think so. It's one of the best pick in this scenario, either ways, to try and have a flexibility for being into the roam position or going into the EXP. So that gives them a bit more leeway in the next banning phase, while also denying that Farsa pick on the other side 100%. Now I'm looking at a Zatian probably or a Zushin being picked up out there. But since Slarky's Bruno was slipped around from the draft, lock it up in the first phase. I'm expecting Pelmetronio to lock in an Erythiel at this point. And I don't see any better pick right now in this scenario. It's either going to be an Erythiel or maybe a Zatian. I don't see anything else.
I think Erythiel, right? Just pick up the Erythiel while you have the chance. Oh, they go for the Farsa still. I mean, yes, undeniably so, just because of the fact that Farsa is just so good in its current meta. So, but it's like you're really like they're in the palm of Memento Mori, and they're just playing games, man, at this point, because Team Entity, looking down at the fact that they're in game number 4, backs against the wall, they're just playing. They're just playing a tournament meta. They're not really doing anything crazy, and hopefully that gets them the victory. So far in the first half of the draft, you can tell Memento Mori are winning, right?
I really want to see a Hayabusa ban. Otherwise, just like how you mentioned in the first phase of the draft, Memento Mori are winning. They'll also win in the second phase of the draft, because the Farsa is now forced to take a Purifier because of Sakamoto, or rather because of Loloi onto that Kimi, and probably Ronsky onto the Gadot Kacha. So that basically means if a Farsa is on Purify, you'd not really have a lot of mobility apart from Wings by Wings, which you'd really need to reposition yourself. So if you've got a mobility assassin, you can close in the gap, you can pick her off as well. And if it's a Hayabusa, well, good luck surviving through the Yugi Shadow Kill. That's why it's been coming through right now. And reading into this Gatot, going into the roam in the hands of Sakamoto, they've basically banned out the CC. And it's also one of the previous matchup where CC was picked up and the Phobius was struggling out there onto that EXP lane. Kaja and Jawhead being banned, so they don't want to give any pickoffs on the other side. I'm reading into an assassin jungle.
Yeah, it has to be an assassin jungle, to be honest. There has to be a way for them to reach that Farsa. It can't be a tank jungle at this point. Not a lot of fighters present as well.
Franco.
Entity, no, I mean Franco could work out if Sakamoto is able to pull it off, but still, at this point, Entity, Erythiel comes through. Yes, it's a right pick, and Memento Mori need to find an answer.
I think they themselves need something along the lines of a pick off, right? What do you think about a Tigreal pick right now in this situation? Farsa is going to be a pretty immobile target. But okay, we've been discussing all the lore out here, doing that cooking, and guess what? We forgot to turn on the gas because it's a Badang pick. My goodness, Kronos, come on, you're a chef. You were supposed to read onto that, but this
you're talking about
something...
the Badang. Are you not looking at the hero next to him?
I'm still not surprised, because I remember a team pulling a Gusion jungle off. If I'm not wrong, that was Minerva Fury.
No,
they pulled it
Memento
off.
Mori.
Yeah, it was exactly. It was Memento Mori, right? You remind me of that. It was still a Gusion jungle, and holy smokes, Uzin made one play in that game. That was at the very end when Lord was marching down on the other's base, where he probably tagged the Valentina and got Valentina as well as the Granger at the same time. I remember it up to that point. So he can potentially make that, but you're banning some pickoffs. Cho and Kalia was open. Kalia has been picked up right away. I think so Tiso can make this work.
Yeah, I think this could be the turning point, right? Entity are like, you know what? You cannot do this to us. Memento Mori want to win game number 4 in style. In absolute style. Right, Gushin in the jungle, right? That's not something we see quite often, but here they want to go out in style. But of course, Team Entity trying to prevent that from happening by picking up this Kalea in the roam position.
I just really want to say at this point, and it's not really for you, Kronos, or the players out there. This is for the audience, people. I know that this is going to be one of the nastiest matches out here in the EMC. A potential end for a 4-0 in favor of Memento Mori, or maybe a prelude to a reverse sweep for ET. It's a Gusion jungle. It's going to be an absolute cinema. Make sure you share the stream right here, right now with everyone you know. Wake them the heck up. It's been 2 a.m. here in my country. We're still watching this action because this is so much worth it. You want to wake everyone up and bring them all together. Do those watch parties out here for this one game because this is the next big thing for Europe. And Memento Mori are on the verge of rewriting history in our books. This could be one of the greatest games out there. And I'll have to say, the draft looks in favor of Entity. But we know that story for the past 3 games now.
It has always been Memento Mori. Entity have the start and then Memento Mori pick it up. It's a Gusion in the jungle in a professional scene, ladies and gentlemen. In Europe, we're seeing it all happen, all unfold right before our eyes. This is it. Game number 4, championship point for Memento Mori. They are 1 game away from completing a dream run, a 4-0 seat that would seal them as one of the most dominant forces Europe has ever seen. 3 up, none down. Every game they've outplayed, outpaced, and outclassed Entity. But this is Team Entity we're talking about. And if there's ever a time to remind the world who they are, it is now. Because this isn't just a game anymore. This is a stand. Do we witness the crowning of champions or the start of a comeback? Let's find out, because game number 4 begins now.
Both the junglers starting in on the upper half of the map right now. That means they will end up over towards the bottom part. The Little Wanderer is also going to be the priority for both of them. And it's the mid lane where I am focusing right now. Enzo, he's being zoned out. And Tiso on the skin with that Sakura. Really needs to make something work. They've already been denied a minion. The mid control. They've lost it right in the first minute.
Not with while playing Kalea as well. Kalea is so strong, and if you're able to lose out mid control so early, it's not looking good. That means Enzo's not going to be level 4 by the time Loloy and Sakamoto hit it.
Absolutely, and that is the big thing. And that's one of the reasons now they want to play this aggressive.
Oh, you can see Tiso is able to survive, and Sakamoto trying as well, but Tiso gets taken down by none other than Uzin on this Gusion, and that's going to be first blood.
Big play coming in. And I'd have to say, Entity were forced to make that aggressive play because Enzo would not have been level 4, right as you said. But guess what? Now Noel is being denied that level 4. Uzin is just easily walking up in his jungle, invading the gargoyle. You need an early snowball with a Gusion in the jungle, and that's exactly what they are getting.
Man, it's a slaughter out there in the land of Dawn so far. Even though it's a 1-0, it's an assassin that's on the run. And we're talking about Gusion indeed. We're hyping this up because we don't really see this happen. And I'm really excited to cast this game just because of the fact that there's absolute Gusion in the land of Dawn. When was the last time you've seen a Gusion come out of the pro scene scared yet? Because right now, Tiso, Kite, and Sakamoto going ham at each other. And there it is, the Thorn Rose baited out. Uzin spotted out by Lighto. But here's the AOG in the back line. And Yansky able to get the kill onto Noel. Shadowblade slaughter coming out from Uzin as he able to secure the turtle. And now Sakamoto trying to survive. And there's the title strike as well. But with the help of the Revitalize, they're able to get the kill. And Tiso Kite gets taken down one more time while Lighto is able to pick up the pieces and get the kill on this Gusion as he gets an outplay and finds 2, but sacrifices his own life for the price of 2.
But that was one of the biggest plays Lighto could have made. What a survival instinct from this dude on the Phobius using the power of Abyss. Absolutely phenomenal. Making sure that regardless the turtle went in for Memento Mori, they do not get their goal lead extended to over 2,000 in the first 3 minutes. But it still is pretty high, right? 1.3k, 1.4k. All the neutral objectives are now going to be easily taken away by Ozil. And we know that at level 1, level 2, clear speed is absolutely slow. But once he reaches that level 4, that's when he can rotate fast. That's when he can clear those jungles fast as well. I'm pretty sure he's probably cooked up his first item already by now. And if it's a genius one, good luck surviving the next 3 minutes because you would not have any solid defense on anyone. I was talking about it. He's just picked it up.
And it's not looking good at this point. It really isn't. Jansky get himself to see Halberd. And it's looking like Memento Mori already 1k gold lead in less than 4 minutes in. And they're looking to extend it as much as possible. And they understand that Gushin is someone that relies on the poke of the poke coming in from his teammates, and now you can see the Shadowblade Slaughter going out as well. Incandescence comes out, he's able to get that kill and makes it out alive at the same time. And this is absolute assassination in the Land of Dawn.
With one of the finest of the house, Paxley as well. Uzin not just doing a one-off, but repeating it one more time, and Tiso has not found any success on this Kalia. I have to say, all the Sakura fans out there would probably be biting their tongues out there as Ronsky is just zoning them out.
Oh, you can see they get the kill. One pick off coming through. Sakamoto gets a taunt as well, but they're able to get the turtle. Meanwhile, he's trying to survive, but still the traction pulse pulls them back. That could have been disastrous, but there was no follow-up coming through from Memento Mori. But still, they pay the price of 2, and they take the turtle. So every single time, they're able to trade something in their favor.
Big one indeed. They needed that pick off. They're making sure that the goal lead is not increasing any further from what it already is, a 1.5k goal lead. And Tiso is now finally coming online as well, but he does not have the Tsunami Slam right now, so gotta be careful out there. They know the win condition is Pelmetronio on this Erythiel. They know that he did not die in the last time when he played this one, and I think so they're gonna try and put all of their eggs in his basket again. Good thing is, they have Enzo on this Farsa, so he can always land in. Oh my god! I'm talking about a Farsa landing in the FAS, but guess what? Uzin is just destroying this Lancelot.
He did indeed, and I feel like Uzin got the better of him, and this is a Gushin versus Lancelot we're talking about. Lighto right now gets caught out, and there it is. He gets trying to pull him back. He didn't get taken down. That was so close for comfort. Tiso Kite looking for the flank angle. Not able to find anyone. The damage dealers are not present. As you can see on the top side, Slarky is able to get the better of Pelmetronio. Sakamoto looking to get the AOG, and there he pops it indeed. And now they catch Pelmetronio off guard. The taunt comes in. Still no Purify pop, but there's no minions for them to try and engage. And here comes the rest of the cavalry. Revitalize already used. Lighto goes into the Infernal Pursuit, but here comes the Tsunami Slam. As you can see, he gets suplex into Suplex City indeed, but Traction Pulse pulls 3 back, and they get the kill, and now they're looking for more. Lighto gets taken down, double kill in the hands of Slarky. Meanwhile, in the back line, Pelmetronio gets burst down as well. Double in the hands of this Farsa. Enzo trying to survive. Jansky can go for a play. He has the flicker. He wants to go for it. He gets the kill indeed, as they lose 4 in the process. Meanwhile, Noel is able to pick up the pieces and get at least a turret in the mid lane.
And he's now going to try and steal away this orange buff as well. But guess what? They've already lost everything up on that top side. Massive play coming in. The re-engage, impeccable, yes. But you could clearly see Sakamoto was brought in by the Tsunami Slam. He still survived through all of that. But Noel is going to be puncturing away. But Sakamoto wants to chase him.
No, I don't think he wants to go for that. That's not a good bite. Oh, Lighto. You're lucky he had the passive up to hit the basic attack onto the buff. Otherwise, you get pulled back with a traction pulse, and we know what that ultimate can do. It is absolutely nasty.
We saw what happened up top there. That was the only reason why Memento Mori came out on top in that fight. Getting 3 on that traction pulse, good AoE, and then combine it up with the Shadow Blade Slaughter coming in from Uzin. He missed the sword spike on Pelmetronio, but this is the strength of Gushin. That passive which stacks up. After you use your skills, your basic attack gets enhanced and it deals more damage, and that to magic damage. And that's what Pelmetronio was eventually taken out by. And I think so this is a big problem when you deal with the Gushin.
Oh, Lighto, no flicker. Now he's going to get caught out. You can see the Gushin going through. He's able to pull it back, and he gets the slaughter done onto Lighto. Lighto's definitely not having a good game. That was a flicker baited out as well. That was a perfect combination of might and magic coming through from Uzin.
Absolute demolition. And the lead that was 1.5k has now doubled to 3,000, and a holy crystal being cooked up by Uzin has already got 3 of those magic shards. He just need 1 more kill or maybe just a few buffs to pull it all up. And once he does that, yeah, I don't think so there's any way the other side is going to survive. And a holy crystal being brought in by Loloy. That is so early on,
Sheesh.
Kronos. I know, right? But one good thing is Laito and Tiso, they have got the Athena shield as well as the Radiant armor. So they might be able to face tank a bit of it. But Enzo, Pelmetronio, they would need to play it so safe and so smart.
I mean, to be honest, Loloy knows that he has to melt the front line, but the back line, I'm worried about is Uzin. He has been so good.
Yeah.
He has been on point, snipe in the back line. Right now makes himself shown as well. He comes through incandescent,
Oh
goes
my
as well,
God.
gets the kill onto Laito, and now you can see the AOG to create the separation. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike to try and create some sort of high ground for Entity, but they're not able to find
My
it.
goodness.
And now turn the attention to the Lord, and this was a 4v5 nonetheless as they get themselves the Lord. And meanwhile, Ryansky has been a menace in the mid lane as Tiso Kite trying to get some sort of advantage, forcing out a flicker from Ryansky, making sure they don't lose a life just before this Lord push.
This dude decided to make the damage item on the Badang as the first item. And I mean, it reminds me of my rank out here where almost everyone decides to go for a damage
Grandmaster.
Badang. And guess what? I know, right? He's literally a tank buster out there. Not just a tank buster. You can also bring
I
in
said
that
Grandmaster,
backline.
you're
It's going to
right.
be... I mean, oh, get out of here, dude. Absolutely get out of here. I thought you literally said tank buster. Yes, I'm right. So, but, bringing it back to this game right now. I want to have a look at the rest of his items as well. I think so he's still going for that tanky build right now, but he could be caught.
Oh no, Ryansky gets caught instead. And I think now gets burst down as well. That's not looking good for Memento Mori. They have a 6k gold lead. However, if they get the inhibitors, at least get a kill, and they do! Pelmetronio gets slaughtered indeed. Muzin's done the job. It's okay if he's down and out, but now Tiso Kite follows. Loloy's looking for Noel, and the damage
Oh my
coming
God.
from Slarky is way too much, and now they find him. It's going to be a 1v1 against the assassin. Will we see it happen? Sakamoto able to create the space. Laito trying to get a play out. He doesn't have the Infernal Pursuit. They're revitalized, making sure Memento Mori survive. And now one after another, they're falling like dominoes. Entity have no answer to Memento Mori.
No blade armor means the Bruno and Kimi are gonna free hit you and will destroy you. And they're doing exactly that. The focus was too much onto Uzen that Slarky got under the belt out here as they just get one after the
Oh.
other.
Ooh,
Fair
Pelmetronio
enough.
just showing that
Falls
he has
back.
the damage.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's got the Berserker's Fury now, that too early on, after that Windtalker, and he's cooking up the Malefic gun. So he will have that range. But guess what? All of those items have already been made right now by Slarky. He's just onto his last item, which I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for the Wind of Nature. It could probably go for a Rose Gold Meteor at this point to try and sustain through the Feathered Airstrike a little bit more.
Oh, Slarky. Look at Slarky. He is so forward at this point. AOG just kind of cast him, but Pelmetronio gets sniped down once again. This assassin has been breathing down the neck of him entire game. Slarky now trying to bait out Laito, and he finally gets the kill and a shutdown, but so does Uzin. 7-3-4 out of Gushin. When have you seen this before?
That too against a Kalia? Against a Phobius? I mean, holy smokes, man. It's all down in the hands of Uzin and the timing that he's finding. It feels like Pelmetronio is now going to be kicking his desk. He
no.
can't really get anyone. Oh, lovely play right now. Yeah, he's trying to survive, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be getting caught out
No,
here.
I don't know about that. This is where Uzin can actually go for an outplay, but seems like he's going to get caught out indeed. Thanks to the help of Tiso Kite. He flickered forward for that one. He made sure that he secured that kill because they did not want to let go of Uzin whatsoever. They get that assassin finally.
And it all started at that one bear crab bush where you saw the sword spike being landed on that. Uzin wanted to try and dodge everyone by using the sword spike again to go towards the bear crab. It was the thorn rose coming in from Noel which eventually stopped his way. So he had to just incandescence out of there now.
Oh,
but this
no.
Lord is going to be the key.
Loloy gets taken down, but Slarky gets the Lord! Even after the Thorn Rose, the Retribution misses. Noel has to run away, and so does Pelmetronio.
Look at base!
It's all thanks to that big AOG that landed. Meanwhile, on the top side. Ronsky just making sure they clear out the Lord, they clear out the waves. The recall taunts are coming in. They have the Lord. It's pushing down the top side. We might as well be calling in the final push now.
Show me the items one last time, as Loloy has got 5 more seconds to walk back in this land of dawn to run it all down. Ronsky goes for a malefic roar on a padang. I mean, just talk about the balls that this guy has. Absolutely off steals out here. But again, a rose gold meteor being picked out from Slarky. So he's absolutely ready to take them down now, as Laito is going to try and face tank all of that damage to try and soak it up as the Lord marches down.
AOG try to create the separation. 9 gets burst down indeed thanks to the help of the feathered airstrike as well. The Lord is already in. There comes the fist crack. They're looking to take down Uzin as well, but you can see the Shadow Blade Tennyson comes through, but they're not able to get the kill as Pelmetronio goes down 3 for 1. Traded Light though is the only one that falls, and ET found a way to survive and found a way to hang on one more time.
The AOG needs to be a re-engage tool rather than an engage tool, because everyone can dodge that once they see it coming. That's exactly what happened. And again, I love the idea of Tiso not really using his own Tsunami Slam instantly onto that Gato Kacha of Sakamoto. They relied onto their own CC, but now the things are going to be turning in. Few of the structures eventually going to be stolen away by the other side, but guess what? They just don't really have those minion strength. Looking at the itemization again, oh my goodness, the Demon Hunter Sword, Blade of Heptases, Malefic Roar, as well as the Sea Halberd, all in the hands of Ronsky. He's decided, I've had a lot of beating for the past 3 games. This time, I want to be the one to deliver the blows.
Yeah, man, feels like Ronsky is like, you know what, guys? I'm done tanking. I want to be the damage dealer. I don't care what you guys are saying. I want to have some fun. You pick a Gushin. I want to badang damage.
You do you. I'm absolutely fine here doing my own thing.
Either way, he made on the Phantom Execution. That would have been so good if he got the kill, to be honest. This is what we want to see when it comes to Assassin versus Assassin. Did you see that scare? He went in, Shadow Blade Incandescence, just used the second part of it to see if he'll bait it through. And yes, he did. The Phantom Execution came out, and this is what you want to see when it's a Gushin versus another Assassin.
Yeah, it's super fun to watch out for, just extra dash in to try and show that maybe I'm hopping in towards you. Good luck trying to survive that. Super fun out here. Here's the thing. 1,000 gold lead still in the hands of Noel, and he's already level 15 right now. So his retribution is going to be crucial out here. But again, looking at the rest of the team and the rest of their items, only last few items being made out. Oh, they are just gonna blitz this Lord down in an instant. Look at bottom!
Oh no, they even get a 1v1. Pelmetronio, what are you doing there? This is the badang damage that you're dealing with. Now no Pelmetronio, they can go for the end. They don't even need the Lord. They get the inhibitor in the mid lane. The bot side's gonna be targeted down. Uzin goes in, targets down the back line. He gets them low enough, but look at Slarky. He's locked him out of base crystal, and Lighto goes in. They're trying to survive, and so is Jansky. The Lord has still not made his way. Jansky goes down. Noel trying to buy some time. He makes it a triple kill, and now looking for the maniac. As Sakamoto, immortality is popped, and somehow, some way, they still survive as they live to see another few minutes. They are not going down without a fight.
My goodness, fortune favors the bold, and the players that we have on a screen right now are the strongest of them all. The tenacity, absolutely on cloud 9. What a way to survive. And Noel, he was being stopped on this landslide, but finally showing up with that massive triple kill. No Pelmetronio, absolutely fine. We're still going to try and survive out of there now. They're going to try and barge in through that mid. Maybe trying to break open that inhib, but they'll have to respect the fact that everyone on the other side is now alive. The map turning red entirely, instantly. It's going to be changing its colors soon as well, considering Memento Mori are still having that double marksman setup. Ronsky's got the damage. So here's the fun fact that I noticed right now, Kronos, though. The reason Pelmetronio fell to Ronsky right there in the bottom side before that Lord was because he's made the warrior boots and not the tough boots. So that you could say half a second of chance which you would normally get to either press the Wind of Nature or to go in for the heavy crossbow stance to dodge the wall you'd not have that chance. I'm pretty sure he'd need to change his boots instantly now, realizing what he's up against.
Definitely does. And at this point, scared. I mean, I don't even know what to say. They thought that was over. It was all she wrote, but now they're targeting on Vronsky, understanding that he's only squishy, and they find the angle,
Beautiful.
and they find the flank. Tiso Kai with a concealed flicker, tsunami slam, suplexes him down, and now they're looking down at a 30-second timer for the Lord, and this could be an opening that they could use to turn the favor and turn the tide in their side.
At least this Sakura is doing something in this series. Unlike the one that we all loved back in our childhood out here, Tiso Kite holding it strong down out here. It's always so fun to see Kalia giving those kind of initiations now. And as you said, they understand the assignment. Take down Vronsky and then focus on everyone else. And this is what their composition is good at. Pick one person off and then take the fight in an advantage. Then again go for another pick off and then force the fight. They finally are playing to the strengths of their own composition, because if it's a team fight, Loloy is going to burst you down. Slarky is going to destroy you with the wave of the world. Another conceal.
You can see that they go for the Tsunami Slam immediately as soon as they spotted Uzun on the top side. Traction pulse pull back 3, but already Sakamoto not being present is going to be a really hard time. Now it's going to be a 4v5 in this Lord fight, and it's a Luminous Lord. 40 seconds, too much, too many for Memento Mori, but Slarky understanding the assignment, knowing that he needs to start this Lord up quickly as possible, try and pull it back as they can reset it as many times as possible. Winter Crown's already coming through for Light though. The top wave is slowly starting to push in for Memento Mori, and ET understand that and they see it as well, so they need to buy some time. Meanwhile, Shadowblade comes through. You can see Light though trying to go for the engage. Winter Crown popped in. Taiso Kite trying to go for the Shadow Strike. Enzo with a Feather Airstrike zone them away. The Lord is taken down, but who's in? He goes in. Retribution to get the Lord as well. He finds the angle. Wind of Nature coming out from Filamentronio. Slarky somehow is able to survive, and Filamentronio gets the kill onto Uzin, while Tiso Kite is down and out. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It could be the end.
This could be the end, but you need to survive through Bazang. You need to survive through Slarky, who does not have the immortality.
Metronio is able to survive, but you can see Dronsky, Winner, Crown, Immortality, AOG coming through after the use of attraction pulse. Light though, Immortality popped as well. The item swaps are coming in as they take him down. Slarky wants to go for the base crystal in the back line. Enzo is burst down, and we're looking at them. They have done it. That's it. Memento Mori have done it again. A clean sweep this time. 4-0. Untouchable, undeniable, and unforgettable. They didn't just win the EMC. They dominated it. No matter.
Memento Mori, my goodness, Kronos, are your European Mid-Season Cup champions. And guess what? In an absolute style. Through the semi-finals till the grand finals, they did not drop a single game. They won every single one of them. At this point, I just want to put my hands behind my head and be like, you know what? That was an absolute cinema, my dude. Absolute cinema.
For the Clippers, bro. For the Clippers.
For the Clippers, dude.
Absolute cinema indeed. I mean, think about it, man. They haven't lost a single game. They didn't have no hesitation. They had no mercy shown. They entered the entire tournament, let alone the finals, as an underdog, and they exit right now as European champions. From the first whistle to the final blow, this was their tournament, from their moment and their crown. From the moment they registered.
At this point, you know what? I just want to really sit, take a deep breath, and grasp everything that you just said. Given a chance as a blessing. Started things off when one team backed out. That's what gave them a chance to hop in. Starting from that position, dominating through Swiss stage, or rather stumbling through Swiss stage. Almost dropping the series in their quarterfinals when they went 1-for-1, to just absolutely owning every big name in the European continent. And this is an absolute fairy tale run, or you could say the Cinderella run coming in for Memento Mori. And it's about time to bow down to the Kings because they are here to rule.
Cool, they have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Your EMC 2025 champion, the champion of the European Mid-Season Cup. So cool. Can you put their picture up one more time, please? I don't want to keep doing. Memento Mori.
Mori. Jeez.
I'm lost for words, scared yet. It's all you now.
We're gonna give everyone a second to digest this. Look at the screen right now.
I mean,
all these names.
Scared. It's
All
just
these names.
the way that they played, right? The synergy that they had.
Yes.
Sakamoto in the roam position, Slarky in the goal lane, Uzin in the jungle, Wade in the XP lane. He didn't play today, but he showed up previously in the semifinals as well, in the quarterfinals. Laloy in the mid lane, absolutely built completely different. And Ryansky, this guy is looking down on the rest of Europe saying he's one of the top EX billionaires and you can't really do anything about it, so you better deal with it.
He's been a beast in this entire series, and he clearly showcased that it's not just the tanky build which he can play with. You also can build a damage onto the Badang and he can destroy everyone. And for the first time in this entire series, Chronos, Memento Mori have dealt more damage to Team Entity for the very first time. And just look at the entire scene. Damage to turrets, not even close. 36,000. Damage taken, 488k, almost 500,000, but dealt 500,000 damage as well. Turret, Lord, Turtles, 3 Turtles, 4 Lords, all 9 turrets being taken from the other side. Full build on everyone except Uzin, who was probably swapping the items. It was a phenomenal display of absolute will. Insane performance from this entire team. And I just want to bring the attention back to all those swaps at the very last second to Chronos. Immortalities, swapped up for Wind of Nature, swapped up for Rose Gold Meteor. Slarky just brought every single item he could in that one last Lord fight.
He did indeed. And you know what? Yes, we've been singing the praises of Memento Mori, but let's not forget what a fight did Team Entity put up. Not just in this game, in all 4 games, Memento Mori really had to claw their way into getting every single victory. And of course, it looked really dire in towards the end as well. It was going to be a final push, and somehow, some way, they were able to defend on Noel getting himself a triple kill on top of that. I really thought it was over. It was crazy with the fact that it was a 7-7 KDA, and they're still able to make it work. And you see the highlights as well at the same time. Early game, Memento Mori were so low, and ET tried everything to take down Sakamoto, but that revitalized coming in, and the tankiness of Sakamoto with that tank emblem, he's just too hard to kill and too hard to take down, that he was the one starting up the early game for Memento Mori.
You've been talking about the praises of Entity as well. You know, I remember long back, we both were reviewing one game, and right in the first 3 minutes, we declared who the winner is going to be. And guess what happened? The team that we declared the winner eventually ended up winning that game. The fun thing about this entire series, Chronos, has been that regardless of who is getting the advantage in the early game to the mid transition, we cannot say who can win that one, because of those outplays after outplays after outplays. It just seemed like 10 best players of Europe are taking on each other in that fight. 2 of the best gold laners out there, Slarky up against Pelmetronio, 2 of the best EXP laners out there, Ronsky up against Laito, Roamers, Tiso up against Sakamoto, Uzin in the jungle up against Noel, Enzo on this Farsa up against Loloi. It was an absolute cinema of a series. Yes, it is a 4-0. The scoreline shows that. But Chronos, not a single game was domination of one team. It was so back and forth. And 3 out of these 4 games could have gone for Entity. They could have won 3 of those games. They had that advantage. Heck, they could have won this game right here after getting this pick on Ronsky on that Badang. It was just this one absolute shad of a play being made specifically by Ozin, getting one down, taking the Lord, and then letting his team flow through.
Yeah, and you can see here as well that Wind of Nature play coming in from Pelemetronio was crucial. Otherwise, they would have ended early. Here again, they were trying to make sure to get this end possible. And I think this was the final push indeed, which made it all happen. The space created, Slarky just didn't care. He knew that he needed to target down the base crystal, and he went volley shot after volley shot and got himself that base crystal. And for a first time in a long time, Scared, yeah, you can sleep early as well.
To be honest, I don't think so now. Seeing how this series ended, yeah, I'm pretty much sure I'm going to be rewatching at least a couple of those games out there, let alone, sleeping early, because it was such a good series, man. And what a journey we've had throughout this entire event. We both joined in a bit more late out here. I joined in the quarterfinals. You hopped in at the shows. You hopped in as the showstopper in those semis and the grand finals out here. But it has been an absolute honor to witness these teams and be here and cast for all of them. And a huge shout out to the production crew as well and the people who organized this entire event. I mean, for a success of one team in a grand finals, there's a hand of many invisible people that all the audience don't really see out there. You and me, we both are still on the camera out here, right? We are the storytellers of this show, but the ones who've been weaving that story, the ones who've been cooking everything up, they're all behind that screen. So I just want to give a huge shout out to everyone who made this entire event possible. Jeez, what a beautiful journey.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the chat, you got to do it, guys. Just type in W Surge, because Surge Europe are bringing in and taking Europe to the next level indeed, bringing tournaments like these for us to cast, absolute cinema for you guys to watch, and of course for the team and the players to participate, because guess what? Memento Mori walk away with $2,000. You're right, that's 2,000 euros and in their pocket after winning away first place. So that's really big, and kudos to them. And of course, the prize pool is about 4,000 euros, and this is only the mid-season cup. We have a lot more tournaments lined up throughout the end of the year, and a possible big tournament towards the end of the year that might just get us that extra, we're talking about a nice flight to a different part of the world indeed. And if that's possible or not, it will be possible only with the help of you guys. And that is if you're able to get the likes, the subscriptions, and of course sharing the stream. It helps out, and letting everyone know that Europe definitely has a place for Mobile Legends. Bang bang. And hey, it all comes down to that, and a big W Surge in the chat would be appreciated. And of course, it has been an absolute insane journey. Congratulations to Memento Mori to be the champions of the European Mid-Season Cup. They've taken the reins, they've taken the crown, and they've found their throne. And of course, Entity, though, very well played, put up a tough fight, but unfortunately, in the end, only one may remain victorious, and this time it was Memento Mori.
And standing on top, just looking, and I'm not quite sure I'm going to say looking down on everyone, because they all played fantastic. They all were standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder. That's the kind of potential that all of them had, and it was just a beautiful journey. Again, as I've been constantly saying that, because you can really think of all of the Cinderella runs out there, right? You can, and I know you're gonna hate me for this. You can think about Messi winning the World Cup as well as being one of a dream thing for a lot of people. But Memento Mori, it's nothing short of that too. With the way how they started, with the way how they ended, absolutely coin flip, or not even a coin flip. It was a table flip out there. No one expected this to happen, and they made every hater face it. But it's not just that team, as you mentioned. Memento Mori are going to be absolutely on cloud 9 out here, but Entity facing so many difficulties, not really being the favorites in this entire event too. I wouldn't really call them underdogs too, but they were not really favorites. Everyone was expecting Rain, Birthright, all of these big names out there to shine the most. People were expecting Minerva Fury as well to eventually take a lot of, maybe take the grand finals for themselves, or at least be in here. But both of these teams, taking all of these big names down, eventually made their way out here up on top. So it's phenomenal
And guess
to
what?
see that them. Uh-huh.
No, go ahead. These, yeah, you finish up.
It's phenomenal to see them standing up here, but also a big shout out to Rain and Minerva Fury for putting up an absolute banger of a show in that best of 3 series right before this.
Absolutely right. That game went the distance as well. What, 2-0 if I'm not wrong? It was a surprising upset indeed. I wouldn't say upset. Rain were able to reign supreme, of course, having Kingsta leading the charge along with Joshi, Mio in the mid lane, and I mean, that team is just absolutely filled with stars completely. So, of course, a big shout out to them to make it to third place and getting themselves a little bit of a chunk in the prize pool at the same time. But the winners of the entire tournament being Memento Mori and runners up being Team Entity. But, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have brought you a special bit of a treat. So, we're going to get a player from the winning team for a slight bit of an interview. And if you guess who it's going to be, we're probably going to give away a couple of diamonds, because I think Scared Yet last time he gave away 20,000 diamonds. But this time, since it's the grand finals, if you guess the person that is the right one for this interview, he's going to give in 30,000 diamonds indeed. So make sure you put them in the chat indeed for a couple of seconds, and then Scared Yet will give the call if he can go in for the interview or not. Come on, guys. Who do you think it's going to be for the interview? 30,000 diamonds. Scared Yet is going to give it away.
Holy smokes. I mean, I haven't seen 30,000 diamonds in anyone's account, let alone going in for a giveaway.
Right. You've seen it in
all right,
yours.
you know what? I have absolutely not seen it in mine. I have seen 25,000, but not 30,000. So I'm not really lying out there. But here's the fun thing, you've been asking for that interview, but ladies and gentlemen, I know it's about time to finally call in one of the champions out there and probably the MVP of this entire series, Slarky from Memento Mori. My man is living in absolute darkness because he himself is the light shining brighter than everyone else. My man, Slarky.
Hey guys.
First of all, hello, hi, and a big congratulations, dude, for being the champions of the MLBB MidSeason Cup. How are you feeling, dude? What's going through your mind, heart, and the team? Tell me about how you're feeling.
I know I cannot still believe it, but yeah, we just did it. So nothing impossible. Yeah.
I mean, nothing impossible indeed. I agree. Kronos, I know there's a lot of questions that you would want to ask him as well throughout this one long series. But dude, yo, Bruno, before I give it to you, Kronos, Slarky, yo, Bruno was so very good. But I really want to ask the question around that Melissa pick, when Pelmetronio picked up the Melissa in probably game 2 or game 3, and they were winning in the early game. What was the communication in the team? What were you guys discussing? Because you were losing
Well,
heavily in the early.
I think it's at game 3 when they picked the Melissa, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But yeah, when they were like winning, we just like saying to each other, just calm down and just like keep farming. I'm just doing my job. So yeah, I'm not really actually scared about the Melissa one. I know that's his main hero, but yeah, it's not really like I would say it's not really like the threat for me. No.
Bro,
I mean, fair enough, Kronos. Take it away.
Slarky just built different, bro. Just built different, right? Because you know what? I heard before, like somewhere down the grapevine, a couple of these Discord channels, those Discord groups that we talk about, all the players try to get in, the European dudes, you know how they are, you know how the server is, you know how toxic it gets, right? I heard Uzin doesn't get Lancelot, no party. Slarky, no Bruno, no party. But hey, even though you didn't have the Bruno, you brought the heat to them. You got something to say to the rest of the world watching, to the rest of the European players. Of course, I mean, you can be nice and humble, or you can just flaunt and show off. It's all up to you, my friend.
Nothing to say, to be honest. All the players good. It's just like they're good, not until they face us.
Ooh.
I'm just joking. But they good. They good though. They good. It's just like I think the big impact also is one of our coach Menas, or his name before is Shell. So he's the one who's in. He's the one who drafting us, and I would say it's
Oh,
every game we're doing the. I think we outdraft the enemy. So yeah,
yes.
Yes.
Very right, very right. You did outdraft the enemy, and every time a big shout out to your coach as well for
yeah,
making sure Memento Mori get the advantage. Because while we're doing what everybody knows, about 60 to 70% of the game is won in the draft phase itself. So winning out in the draft just
yeah.
helped out your team a lot. And of course, Slarky, you yourself are a goal laner, right? You faced a lot of the tough goal laners out there. Who do you think is a top tier goal laner in Europe right now? Come on, you gotta
In
say it
Europe
out,
right
man. You
now,
gotta say it. Come on.
if I'm gonna be honest, I would say in the whole tournament, the only difficult gold laner that I went to, I probably not difficult, but like aggressive one. Like he's not scared. Probably the gold laner from the Rain Esport, Yuichi.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
He's not. I
He
mean, for me,
I
it's
mean,
only for me. He know how I play. Like he's being aggressive also. He's like doing the same energy I'm doing. So.
Okay.
But like
And what about
before I'm looking
uh
forward always in Kirby. He's one of my idol in Gold Lane here in Europe. When I came
of
here
course.
in Europe,
Of
yeah.
course, Carvey, right? The name that sings through
Yeah.
every European player. He is the
Shout out
one
to
that's
Kirby.
represented. Yeah, I know. Carvey has played everywhere across the world. M Series, MSC. He's been in MPL,
Yeah,
different regions as well. So, of course,
yeah.
Carvey is one of those names that's there all throughout the world, all the way from Norway, nonetheless. So, of course, he has been a
True.
European champion before. And, of course, shout out to him as well. But you know what, Slarky? You talked about goal laners. Tell me a team that was really difficult throughout this entire tournament that you
Oh,
faced. Really difficult.
the
One
difficult
team,
one.
only one team.
I
Yeah.
would say mm, we didn't face them though.
Which one?
It's
It's
a
okay.
Pago
okay.
team.
Still,
It's a Pago
Yeah.
team. Menebra is Fury.
Mm.
We play them. We play and scrim with them, and we barely win. So yeah, I would say them. They're the threat, probably.
oh my God.
You got lucky then,
I,
huh? You got lucky with the draft. You
Yeah, I
think you
think
got
so.
lucky with the draw? With the
Yeah,
brackets?
I think so. Because when we play
Oh,
Scream, the score is 1-1. So like just tie.
okay.
Yeah.
oh my God.
That's
I mean,
tough.
I personally think that if whenever a Fury would have made it here, I think so. Considering how you
It's gonna be
mentioned that they were one
difficult.
of the strongest, this
Yeah.
yeah, it would have been. We we
Probably
we probably
you
still
guys
would be casting
gonna
right
get
now.
like game 7. So yeah.
Oof.
But
I
not
bet.
gonna
I
lie,
bet.
Uh, true. Mhm.
but the
Go ahead.
other team also that we faced today is really good also. Like shout out to what team are they? I forgot. Uh, sorry, I forgot the name. It's Noeli team. I just know
Team
the player,
entity.
but
Team
the
En-
entity. Team
yeah,
entity.
Team
Entity.
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 Yeah, they're actually good also.
Entity.
They're actually good also. Shout out to them.
Yes, man.
Oh my God. It was such a fine moment out here, man. But I really want to bring a few things back again, considering
Mhm.
how you guys only lost one game in quarterfinals, and
Yeah,
then through the semifinals, through the grand finals, you kept on winning every single one of those
yeah.
games. I mean, did it ever
Actually,
occur to you? Uh-huh. Go ahead.
you can continue. Sorry.
I was just asking, did you ever wanted to, play something like your favorite marksman as well, aside from the meta ones? Just like how in this game, Uzin pulled a Gusion
Um,
and Ronsky pulled a
yeah,
Badang damage.
yeah, exactly. Um, I don't know though. We're just following our coach drop. So whatever he wants to use, we just like using it. Yeah.
And tell me about this Gusion as well as this Badang damage, because we know Badang tank is normally the way to go. But Ronsky, was this planned, or did you guys just do it on the flow because you were feeling it? So what was that?
So usually in when we do scrim or rank game, we don't really pick Badang as an XP. So that time we just like thinking that maybe Badang is good here because we can pick up everyone. Like we can pick up Parsa, we can pick up Iritel. So we just do it directly, and also the Gushen. But the Gushen you already seen it. We always pick it. It's good for like the back lane. So
Very, very true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, Kronos, is there anything else you would want to ask?
You know what,
as the last
Slarky?
few questions?
I want to ask you, who's the shot caller for the team, bro? Who's the shot caller? Who's the one that says, you know what? If everyone says Lord, 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 and they're like, no, 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 base, 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 base. Who's the one? Who's the one who says that?
That's
Who's the shot
actually
caller?
a good question. That's actually a good question because I would say actually there's no shot caller though. We're just like talking like maybe we can do this one and then we're gonna go in the top and then we're gonna do like this and then like that. We're just like suggesting and then when everyone's gonna like agree in that, then we do it like that. So
And that's crazy,
Yeah.
man. That's absolutely nice. But I think even then, right? Who is the one that kind of makes the call for the Lord? You know, at that point, do you go Lord or hero, a base or hero? How do you do it? Like when do you decide to make that transition? Because there were so many moments where you could have gone for the Lord, but you went for a hero instead.
Mhm.
Where you could have gone for a
Yeah,
hero, but you went for base instead. Especially you, right? I was watching you. There were moments where you could take the base, right? You're taking the base, but
Yeah.
everybody else is not taking the base. So what was the call at that
Yeah.
time?
I think they just like focusing in hero and I was like doing the base. They were like doing team fight and I was like, guys, I'm just gonna do the base so we can end fast. Yeah.
Oh,
But like
okay.
the last time I died, that time they were like a team fight, and I was like focused. And they all died, and I was just focusing the base, and then I died. So we need to do a lord again. So yeah,
That's that's nice, bro. It's nice to see that you guys have a lot of synergy built up from a long time, right? Because that's
Mm.
what we heard. You guys have been playing for a long time. How long have
it's
you guys been playing?
it's actually funny because we play in the qualifiers. We're just like around 32 teams, and we lost in that.
Yeah,
And then but
Exactly.
Yeah, and then we I think we won in the voting. I think so. Or no, we don't win. But like Lemon reached us to like if we can play because the other team cannot like comply. Some I don't know what it's called. But yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
it's just funny.
Yes.
It's just funny because we lost in the qualifiers and then we won in here. I don't know.
You know,
Yeah.
when did you guys throughout this tournament, when did you guys think or rather feel that guys, we can actually win this entire thing? Because as you said,
Mhm.
you lost in the open qualifiers and then Lemon eventually reached out to you finally asking if you can play to fill up the spot of one team left. So when was that moment for you guys in the tournament where you thought, all right guys, listen, we can actually win this thing if we lock in? When was that?
Yeah. Well, at first we're like talking and if we gonna play, and then we just agree. And then a lot of people also like of our friends, people in the server, they were like, "Go play, guys, go play." They're like supporting us, motivating us, so we just like go. And then yeah, we just play.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
I mean, fair enough.
that's nice, bro. You know what? You know what you gotta do? You gotta dance first, bro. You gotta galing galing. Well, come on, you gotta dance. I know you're Filipino, bro.
Nah,
You gotta
nah,
dance. You
nah,
know the song.
no, no,
You know the
no, no,
song, bro.
no,
Let's
no.
do it. Come
Yeah,
on,
I know the song, but I
Slarky.
don't dance. No, I don't dance, man.
You can do
I'm still
it, bro.
like
Come on.
I'm still overwhelmed right now because I can't really believe it.
I mean,
Yeah.
All right, after
So
you're done, after you're feeling
is.
okay, send us the dance on that song, bro. Come on, we gotta put it up on the Instagram,
maybe,
on the
maybe,
TikTok.
maybe. I'm not sure.
At least one from your
My guy,
teammates, bro.
Yeah.
Gotta come in from the Galing Mo song. Why not? That's been famous, right? That's a really, it's been taking the
Yeah.
internet by storm
TikTok,
entirely.
the
So
TikTok
why not?
song.
Yeah, exactly, indeed.
Oh my
But
god.
hey, congratulations, Slarky. And I
Thank you
don't
so
really have
much.
anything else to say. I mean, it's just an absolute performance. I had a delight.
Yeah.
That was a wonderful cast for me and Scared Yet, if I may
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
so. You guys go and check out the highlights, indeed, because hey,
Sure.
chef's kiss, bro. Chef's
By the
kiss.
It
way,
was,
by the way,
it was
can I
lovely.
do a shout out?
Hey,
Can I do a shout
Scared
out?
Yet was
Go
coming
for
up.
it.
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Absolutely go for
I
it.
just wanna shout out to my team, to my coach Menas, aka Shelo, also to all our friends in the Discord, and also to the people who support us in the Philippines. We have some a lot of people supporting us, our like family, cousin and stuff. So yeah, thank you so much for the support, and also thank you for all the people who saying that we're not gonna win. You guys motivate us. Yeah, thank you so much.
So beautiful out there, Slaki. Now, before we send you off, one last question that I want to ask you. what is the future of your team looking like? Are you guys going to stick together? You're going to participate in more events, or are you guys going to go your own separate ways? What is the future of Momentum Mori?
Right now, I think I'm not sure yet because I haven't talked to them yet. But maybe we will figure it out soon. So who knows? Let's just see what's gonna happen.
M7.
Nah.
Yeah, this guy shouting it out here. But
Same,
yes,
bro.
I really hope for the best. I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the best future out there, and I'm really hoping for the best future for all of you, Slarky. Again, congratulations.
Thank you
You
so
can please
much.
join your team again
Thank you
now,
so
and you can
much.
have your fun. Big congratulations
Thank you
out
so
here. Thank you
much.
thank you for being here.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Oof.
Holy heck. Holy smokes. I mean, I just enjoyed the part. I am actually going to be one of that hater out here. The community can have fun with that, clipping it out. The fact, the team that played today was also good. What was the name?
Bro just swept them 4-0 and it's like, yeah, they're not worth noticing. I mean, who are this team at this point? He's just aura farming, right?
No.
He was just aura farming at that point. So, I mean, congratulations still to Memento Mori and a well thought up
Absolutely.
fight to Team Entity indeed. Well, and that was the EMC playoff and that was the grand final. And you know what's scared yet? The Galing Mo song is actually a Filipino song. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
It's a different song that, we've been seeing the MPL PH where you have Flap TZ and Carl TZ and King Kong dancing to it. So I just thought, we could get Slarky to dance to it as well. But bro's like, no, I'm not going to dance. He's just too shy.
I wish, man. Maybe he's gonna do that with his own team out there. He's gonna have fun out. I mean, but that's the whole thing, right? I'm still looking forward to this team's future, probably together if possible, because we know how the actual scene is, right? In our RTS circuit out here, that we see a lot of teams disband and then rebrand for events. But again, a huge shout out, as you already mentioned, to Surge Europe. They have been doing a fantastic job bringing this entire event together. And Kronos, again, it was a pleasure to be on the desk with you. It's like always fun. And it's an honor to be here, to be very specific, because I'll be honest, dude. I mean, we're not really the best people out there, but we're still doing what we got to do. And being given this opportunity, it is absolutely fun. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for casting with me out here. I had a blast.
Hey, I did as well. Thank you so much to you as well for being here, Scared. Thank you for Surge for having us, and of course everyone behind the scenes to make this a successful tournament. Let's not forget the other casters that put on an absolute great display earlier on as well. Warren, Zakota, Synth, and Toby just breaking it down. Hey, we had a guest caster come through as well, ZL the Snake. If you're there in the chat, make sure you type that you're a caster as well. You can put that in your profile now. But of course, it was an absolute insane journey, and it started all the way in the beginning of the year with a lot of the qualifiers, and it summed up to this competition in the mid-season. And of course, look forward to more of these qualifiers, because now we're reaching the next half of the year, which is gonna be the final, where it's gonna end up being a bigger prize pool. I heard it's about 10,000 euros, I think. So hey, teams better be watching out, because the 10,000 euros up for grabs, that's no joke indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, as we say that, this is Scared Yet and this is Kronos. We're signing off for the rest of the night, so make sure you stay tuned. And while you're at it, as you're done with the stream, just type in G_Kronos to follow me and subscribe to me. And the same thing to @ScaredYet to find out his Instagram and his YouTube as well. So it helps out a lot. So hey, Instagram, YouTube, you can do that to us. Like, subscribe, follow, do all that good stuff for Surge Europe. Join their Discord. A lot of diamonds being given away every single time. But hey, I got no more words to say. This is it. This is the final push. We're out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great night. And this was the European Mid-Season Cup.